Supply chain failure, extreme weather, all interconnected. How do you navigate? Make decisions. Our experience and advanced analytics help you find the value amidst the volatility. Aon is in the business of better decisions.
Ζούμε σε έναν κόσμο που η μοναδική σταθερά είναι η αλλαγή. Σε αυτόν τον κόσμο, δύο ισχυρές δυνάμεις της ασφαλιστικής αγοράς, δύο εταιρείες με πολυετή εμπειρία και δυναμική ανάπτυξη ενώνονται, διατηρώντας τις αξίες και τα μοναδικά τους πλεονεκτήματα. Γίνονται μια δυνατή ομάδα, ένα ισχυρό μπραντ, αποδεικνύοντας την εμπιστοσύνη τους στις προοπτικές της ελληνικής αγοράς. Γινόμαστε ένα. Ξεκινάμε μαζί μια κοινή πορεία ανάπτυξης για ένα καλύτερο μέλλον για όλους. Με σεβασμό στον άνθρωπο, στην κοινωνία και στο περιβάλλον μέσα στο οποίο εξελισσόμαστε. Μαζί δημιουργούμε την νούμερο 1 ασφαλιστική εταιρεία στις γενικές ασφαλίσεις και την 5η μεγαλύτερη ασφαλιστική στην Ελλάδα, με φιλοδοξία να κατακτήσουμε την κορυφή.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Διαμορφώνουμε νέες προοπτικές και ευκαιρίες ανάπτυξης, φροντίζοντας με το ίδιο πάθος για τη συνέχιση των συνεργατών μας. Μαζί βελτιώνουμε την
1, 2, 3, 4.
και αναπτύσσουμε
1, 2.
την ποιότητα των υπηρεσιών μας. Ενώνοντας τις δυνάμεις μας, δίνουμε ένα ισχυρό προβάδισμα στους ανθρώπους μας. Συνεχίζουμε με σταθερότητα να δημιουργούμε και να καινοτομούμε σε ένα ανθρώπινο περιβάλλον, με ιδανικές συνθήκες.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. Τεστ.
Γίνονται άλματα και ανοίγουν το δρόμο για ένα κοινό.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Όσο και να αλλάζει αυτός ο κόσμος, το μαζί είναι το βασικό συστατικό που σίγουρα θα μας οδηγήσει στην κορυφή. Μαζί σε μια νέα κοινή πορεία ανάπτυξης.
Για τώρα ξανακού. Τεστ.
It's a beautiful thing. Change. Embrace it, and your business can improve our climate. Give more people a place to call home. Inspire a global workforce to be a force of innovation and growth, and help reduce food waste and combat hunger. See how the value we bring to your business can create more value in our world. Accenture. Let there be change.
Your organization is only as resilient as its people. How do you help them plan their futures, improve their health, and build their wealth? We give you the clarity and confidence to make work for everyone. Aon is in the business of better decisions.
Ζούμε σε έναν κόσμο που η μοναδική σταθερά είναι η αλλαγή. Σε αυτόν τον κόσμο, δύο ισχυρές δυνάμεις της ασφαλιστικής αγοράς, δύο εταιρείες με πολυετή εμπειρία και δυναμική ανάπτυξη ενώνονται, διατηρώντας τις αξίες και τα μοναδικά τους πλεονεκτήματα. Γίνονται μια δυνατή ομάδα, ένα ισχυρό μπραντ, αποδεικνύοντας την εμπιστοσύνη τους στις προοπτικές της ελληνικής αγοράς. Γινόμαστε ένα. Ξεκινάμε μαζί. Μια κοινή πορεία ανάπτυξης για ένα καλύτερο μέλλον για όλους. Με σεβασμό στον άνθρωπο, στην κοινωνία και στο περιβάλλον μέσα στο οποίο εξελισσόμαστε. Μαζί δημιουργούμε την νούμερο 1 ασφαλιστική εταιρεία στις γενικές ασφαλίσεις και την πέμπτη μεγαλύτερη ασφαλιστική στην Ελλάδα, με φιλοδοξία να κατακτήσουμε την κορυφή. Μαζί διαμορφώνουμε νέες προοπτικές και ευκαιρίες ανάπτυξης, φροντίζοντας με το ίδιο πάθος για τη συνεχή εξέλιξη των συνεργατών μας. Μαζί βελτιώνουμε και διευρύνουμε την γάμα των προϊόντων μας και αναβαθμίζουμε περαιτέρω την ποιότητα των υπηρεσιών μας. Ενώνοντας τις δυνάμεις μας, δίνουμε ένα ισχυρό προβάδισμα στους ανθρώπους μας. Συνεχίζουμε με σταθερότητα να δημιουργούμε και να καινοτομούμε σε ένα ανθρώπινο περιβάλλον με ιδανικές συνθήκες εργασίας. Μαζί τα βήματά μας γίνονται άλματα και ανοίγουν τον δρόμο για ένα κοινό ταξίδι γεμάτο επιτυχίες και ευκαιρίες για όλους. Όσο και να αλλάζει αυτός ο κόσμος, το μαζί είναι το βασικό συστατικό που σίγουρα θα μας οδηγήσει στην κορυφή. Μαζί σε μια νέα κοινή πορεία ανάπτυξης.
Change. Embrace it, and your business can improve our climate. Give more people a place to call home. Inspire a global workforce to be a force of innovation and growth, and help reduce food waste and combat hunger. See how the value we bring to your business can create more value in our world. Accenture. Let there be change.
Today's world is difficult to recognize. Pandemic, supply chain failure, extreme weather, all interconnected. How do you navigate? Make decisions. Our experience and advanced analytics help you find the value amidst the volatility. Aon is in the business of better decisions.
Ζούμε σε έναν κόσμο που η μοναδική σταθερά είναι η αλλαγή. Σε αυτόν τον κόσμο, δύο ισχυρές δυνάμεις της ασφαλιστικής αγοράς, δύο εταιρείες με πολυετή εμπειρία και δυναμική ανάπτυξη ενώνονται, διατηρώντας τις αξίες και τα μοναδικά τους πλεονεκτήματα. Γίνονται μια δυνατή ομάδα, ένα ισχυρό μπραντ, αποδεικνύοντας την εμπιστοσύνη τους στις προοπτικές της ελληνικής αγοράς. Γινόμαστε ένα. Ξεκινάμε μαζί μια κοινή πορεία ανάπτυξης για ένα καλύτερο μέλλον για όλους. Με σεβασμό στον άνθρωπο, στην κοινωνία και στο περιβάλλον μέσα στο οποίο εξελισσόμαστε. Μαζί δημιουργούμε την νούμερο 1 ασφαλιστική εταιρεία στις γενικές ασφαλίσεις και την πέμπτη μεγαλύτερη ασφαλιστική στην Ελλάδα, με φιλοδοξία να κατακτήσουμε την κορυφή. Μαζί διαμορφώνουμε νέες προοπτικές και ευκαιρίες ανάπτυξης, φροντίζοντας με το ίδιο πάθος για τη συνεχή εξέλιξη των συνεργατών μας. Μαζί βελτιώνουμε και διευρύνουμε την γάμα των προϊόντων μας και αναβαθμίζουμε περαιτέρω την ποιότητα των υπηρεσιών μας. Ενώνοντας τις δυνάμεις μας, δίνουμε ένα ισχυρό προβάδισμα στους ανθρώπους μας. Συνεχίζουμε με σταθερότητα να δημιουργούμε και να καινοτομούμε σε ένα ανθρώπινο περιβάλλον με ιδανικές συνθήκες εργασίας. Μαζί τα βήματά μας γίνονται άλματα και ανοίγουν τον δρόμο για ένα κοινό ταξίδι γεμάτο επιτυχίες και ευκαιρίες για όλους. Όσο και να αλλάζει αυτός ο κόσμος, το μαζί είναι το βασικό συστατικό που σίγουρα θα μας οδηγήσει στην κορυφή. Μαζί σε μια νέα κοινή πορεία ανάπτυξης.
Change. Embrace it, and your business can improve our climate. Give more people a place to call home. Inspire a global workforce to be a force of innovation and growth, and help reduce food waste and combat hunger. See how the value we bring to your business can create more value in our world. Accenture. Let there be change.
Your organization is only as resilient as its people. How do you help them plan their futures? Improve their health and build their wealth. We give you the clarity and confidence to make work for everyone. Aon is in the business of better decisions.
Ζούμε σε έναν κόσμο που η μοναδική σταθερά είναι η αλλαγή. Σε αυτόν τον κόσμο, δύο ισχυρές δυνάμεις της ασφαλιστικής αγοράς, δύο εταιρείες με πολυετή εμπειρία και δυναμική ανάπτυξη ενώνονται, διατηρώντας τις αξίες και τα μοναδικά τους πλεονεκτήματα. Γίνονται μια δυνατή ομάδα, ένα ισχυρό μπραντ, αποδεικνύοντας την εμπιστοσύνη τους στις προοπτικές της ελληνικής αγοράς. Γινόμαστε ένα. Ξεκινάμε μαζί μια κοινή πορεία ανάπτυξης για ένα καλύτερο μέλλον για όλους. Με σεβασμό στον άνθρωπο, στην κοινωνία και στο περιβάλλον μέσα στο οποίο εξελισσόμαστε. Μαζί δημιουργούμε την νούμερο 1 ασφαλιστική εταιρεία στις γενικές ασφαλίσεις και την 5η μεγαλύτερη ασφαλιστική στην Ελλάδα, με φιλοδοξία να κατακτήσουμε την κορυφή. Μαζί διαμορφώνουμε νέες προοπτικές και ευκαιρίες ανάπτυξης, φροντίζοντας με το ίδιο πάθος για τη συνεχή εξέλιξη των συνεργατών μας. Μαζί βελτιώνουμε και διευρύνουμε την γκάμα των προϊόντων μας και αναβαθμίζουμε περαιτέρω την ποιότητα των υπηρεσιών μας. Ενώνοντας τις δυνάμεις μας, δίνουμε ένα ισχυρό προβάδισμα στους ανθρώπους μας. Συνεχίζουμε με σταθερότητα να δημιουργούμε και να καινοτομούμε σε ένα ανθρώπινο περιβάλλον, με ιδανικές συνθήκες εργασίας. Μαζί, τα βήματά μας γίνονται άλματα και ανοίγουν το δρόμο για ένα κοινό ταξίδι γεμάτο επιτυχίες και ευκαιρίες για όλους. Όσο και να αλλάζει αυτός ο κόσμος, το μαζί είναι το βασικό συστατικό που σίγουρα θα μας οδηγήσει στην κορυφή. Μαζί σε μια νέα κοινή πορεία ανάπτυξης.
It's a beautiful thing. Change. Embrace it, and your business can improve our climate. Give more people a place to call home. Inspire a global workforce to be a force of innovation and growth, and help reduce food waste and combat hunger. See how the value we bring to your business can create more value in our world. Accenture. Let there be change.
Today's world is difficult to recognize. Pandemic, supply chain failure, extreme weather, all interconnected. How do you navigate? Make decisions. Our experience and advanced analytics help you find the value amidst the volatility. Aon is in the business of better decisions.
Ζούμε σε έναν κόσμο που η μοναδική σταθερά είναι η αλλαγή. Σε αυτόν τον κόσμο, δύο ισχυρές δυνάμεις της ασφαλιστικής αγοράς, δύο εταιρείες με πολυετή εμπειρία και δυναμική ανάπτυξη ενώνονται, διατηρώντας τις αξίες και τα μοναδικά τους πλεονεκτήματα. Γίνονται μια δυνατή ομάδα, ένα ισχυρό μπραντ, αποδεικνύοντας την εμπιστοσύνη τους στις προοπτικές της ελληνικής αγοράς. Γινόμαστε ένα. Ξεκινάμε μαζί μια κοινή πορεία ανάπτυξης για ένα καλύτερο μέλλον για όλους. Με σεβασμό στον άνθρωπο, στην κοινωνία και στο περιβάλλον μέσα στο οποίο εξελισσόμαστε. Μαζί δημιουργούμε την νούμερο 1 ασφαλιστική εταιρεία στις γενικές ασφαλίσεις και την 5η μεγαλύτερη ασφαλιστική στην Ελλάδα, με φιλοδοξία να κατακτήσουμε την κορυφή. Μαζί διαμορφώνουμε νέες προοπτικές και ευκαιρίες ανάπτυξης, φροντίζοντας με το ίδιο πάθος για τη συνεχή εξέλιξη των συνεργατών μας. Μαζί βελτιώνουμε και διευρύνουμε την γκάμα των προϊόντων μας και αναβαθμίζουμε περαιτέρω την ποιότητα των υπηρεσιών μας. Ενώνοντας τις δυνάμεις μας, δίνουμε ένα ισχυρό προβάδισμα στους ανθρώπους μας. Συνεχίζουμε με σταθερότητα να δημιουργούμε και να καινοτομούμε σε ένα ανθρώπινο περιβάλλον με ιδανικές συνθήκες εργασίας. Μαζί, τα βήματά μας γίνονται άλματα και ανοίγουν το δρόμο για ένα κοινό ταξίδι γεμάτο επιτυχίες και ευκαιρίες για όλους. Όσο και να αλλάζει αυτός ο κόσμος.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλημέρα σας. Είμαι η Μαρία Κρυβού, Senior Editor του Fortune Greece και σας καλώ στο 4ο Συνέδριο Επαγγελματικής Ασφάλισης. Θα περάσουμε 2 ημέρες με την επαγγελματική ασφάλιση να βρίσκεται στο επίκεντρο και όπως γνωρίζετε ο τίτλος του συνεδρίου είναι «Σε σταυροδρόμι, το μέλλον της επαγγελματικής ασφάλισης, αναγκαιότητα άμεσων μεταρρυθμίσεων για αναπτυξιακή όθηση». Σε ό,τι αφορά το διήμερο πρόγραμμα που έχουμε σχεδιάσει, περιλαμβάνει 35 παρεμβατικές ατομικές ομιλίες και 6 εξειδικευμένα θεματικά τραπέζια, με κεντρική ομιλήτρια την Πέτρα Χιέλκεμα, πρόεδρο της Ευρωπαϊκής Αρχής Ασφαλίσεων και Επαγγελματικών Συντάξεων και πληθώρα βεβαίως άλλων διακεκριμένων ομιλητών και υψηλόβαθμων στελεχών. Το 4ο Συνέδριο Επαγγελματικής Ασφάλισης διοργανώνεται από την Ελληνική Ένωση Ταμείων Επαγγελματικής Ασφάλισης και την Ethos Events σε συνεργασία με το οικονομικό και επιχειρηματικό πόρταλ banks.com.gr, το ασφαλιστικό περιοδικό Insurance World και το πόρταλ insuranceworld.gr. Πριν ξεκινήσουμε, βέβαια, θα θέλαμε να ευχαριστήσουμε και τους χορηγούς μας, διότι χωρίς αυτούς δεν θα μπορούσαμε να διοργανώσουμε αυτό το συνέδριο. Να ξεκινήσω από τους Gold Sponsors. Είναι η Alpha Trust, η Aon Solutions Greece, η Ευρωπαϊκή Πίστη, ο Όμιλος Ευρωκλινική, η Eurobank, η Eurobank Asset Management AEDAC, η Πειραιώς Asset Management AEDAC και η Olkos Investments. Σε ό,τι αφορά τους Silver Sponsors, έχουμε το Ταμείο Επαγγελματικής Ασφάλισης Accenture, η Alpha Asset Management AEDAC, Ευρωπαϊκή Πίστη Asset Management AEDAC, ο Διεθνής Αερολιμένας Ελευθέριος Βενιζέλος, PCS, Prudential Informatics, το Ταμείο Επαγγελματικής Ασφάλισης Johnson & Johnson, 7Q Investment Group, το Ταμείο Επαγγελματικής Ασφάλισης Σώματος Ορκωτών Λογιστών και η Tsakos Group of Companies. Σε ό,τι αφορά τους bronze sponsors, έχουμε την Beta Securities, Ένωση Θεσμικών Επενδυτών, Global Market Managers, Inter-American, KPS Group, Prodea Investments, Sol Crow και το Ταμείο Επαγγελματικής Ασφάλισης της Τράπεζας Πειραιώς. Associate sponsors, Intrum,
sponsors, Intrum, MPILA, Systemic, Occupational Fund from
Premium Corporate Participations είναι οι ορκωτοί ελεγκτές λογιστές, Μπαχάς Γραμματίδης και συνέτεροι, Consul Tax, Δύναμης Ασφαλιστική, Εθνική Asset Management ΑΕΔΑΚ, In-News, Κάπος και συνεργάτες νομικές υπηρεσίες, K&K Accounting, Liberty Tax Pros, Merit Χρηματιστηριακή, Ogilvy, OTS, Premia Properties, Prudential, το Ταμείο Επαγγελματικής Ασφάλισης Αστυνομικών Πυροσβεστών και Λιμενικών, καθώς επίσης και των ελεγκτών εναέριας κυκλοφορίας Ελλάδος. Είναι πολύ, όπως καταλάβατε. Αυτό σημαίνει ότι κάτι γίνεται σωστά και ότι θέλουν να έχουν παρουσία και οι ίδιοι. Να σημειώσω επίσης πως το συνέδριο πραγματοποιείται υπό την αιγίδα του Υπουργείου Εργασίας και Κοινωνικών Υποθέσεων, του Υπουργείου Οικονομικών, της Ένωσης Θεσμικών Επενδυτών, του Ταμείου Επαγγελματικής Ασφάλισης του Ομίλου Χρηματιστηρίου Αθηνών, της Ένωσης Αναλογιστών Ελλάδος, του Ινστιτούτου Χρηματοοικονομικού Αναλφαβητισμού, του Ερευνητικού Εργαστηρίου Κοινωνικής Διοίκησης του Πανεπιστημίου Δυτικής Αττικής και του Πανελλήνιου Συνδέσμου Στελεχών Διαχείρισης Κινδύνων. Στο πλάι μας, βεβαίως, θέλουμε να έχουμε και τους συναδέλφους και τα media που θα καλύψουν το εν λόγω συνέδριο. Μεταξύ άλλων είναι η ναυτεμπορική.gr και η ναυτεμπορική TV και χορηγοί επικοινωνίας. Κλείνω με αυτό. Είναι Insurance World και insuranceworld.gr, banks.com.gr, capital.gr, Euro Today, Insurance Daily News, ασφαλιστικό marketing, banking news, biz news, grtimes.gr, Expos Greece, Star Κρητικής Ελλάδος, tvstar.gr, Κρήτη 24. Όπως βλέπετε έχουμε πανελλαδική κάλυψη, Πειραίους 365.gr, Xanthi News, Χρήμα και Χρήμα Week, virus.com.gr, Pharma and Health Business. Δεν θα μακρηγορήσω άλλο, θα ξεκινήσουμε ευθύς αμέσως και θα δώσω το λόγο. Θα καλέσω στο βήμα τον κύριο Κωνσταντίνο Ουζούνη, είναι ο CEO της Ethos Group.
To address our participants. There is Mr. Ozounis. Here is Mr. Ozounis. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much for the introduction. It's truly very nice to be here. I'm very happy to be with you. I remember the first conference for occupational retirement 4 years ago. We had filled this room, and after 2 years of difficult years with all the pandemic measures, well, you know that we continued with the conferences in the live platform, and we are going to talk about that. But again, we are all of us here together. What is important is that we have a great support for the institution of occupational retirement provision that is due to a great extent to Eletea and to Christos Nounis especially. And I want to thank him for this excellent partnership and cooperation all these years. And this year, Christos, truly you have gone above and beyond. So to have this conference again at the top where it belongs, because Christos and the board of directors, and I also want to thank them for the trust they have shown to Ethos events throughout these years to organize the conference. Everyone believes in the necessity of the institution. Of course, things they're not very simple. It's not just an institution. We are going to have 2 days ahead of us to analyze in detail the conditions of the economy, the conditions today for the occupational retirement provision in Greece, abroad, and in the end, what is it that it can offer to have this occupational funds in Greece? We all know, we believe in the institution, and we know there are many strategic benefits, advantages that we are going to highlight in these 2 days. And this is why it is important to have this universal participation from the sector and from the occupational funds, the asset managers, the banks, the media to support this event. It is very important that everyone, I think, society as a whole is starting to ask for those occupational funds and bring them to the forefront of the discussion. So with all our efforts, we try to host a complete event. Hopefully, you will have 2 very fruitful days, a very nice experience. You can view, you can use the live on platform, the startup of the those media events, and I'm very proud of it. Right now, at this conference, there are hundreds of registrations for participation in this room, but also thousands from in Greece and from abroad, people who want to participate from the online platform. The difference with our platform, and I'm not just advertising here, is that you can watch and find through our platform, even from your mobile phones, who else is sitting next to you, who else is going to participate. You can network, you can see their details, you can exchange information, you can discuss with each other, even offline, which means that you are living now and in 3 hours you're at the office because you want to come back in the afternoon or tomorrow. You can continue to participate, to watch, to go to our sponsors' booths. We have all the electronic booths from our sponsors in the platform. We stream the platform. We have B2B meetings. We can create, establish friendships. It's a community through live, this eLive platform. And that's our contribution. We're not merely hosting events where you can come by and just exchange a few words. The main thing is that anything discussed in this room is going to go out in society. It will have a result so that next year when we're here again, we will have more occupational funds, the institution will be better, and the Greek economy will have the opportunity to have assets, our assets, Greek assets, to be managed to the benefit of the participants in the occupational funds and the economy in general. I don't want to take up any more time. Christos? Okay. Maria then. But in any case, what we have planned today, we're going to hear from Christos. I hope you have 2 very fruitful days. We are here at your disposal. And let me also thank the Ethos Media Events team that they have, again, gone above and beyond to actually organize this conference. Thank you.
Κύριο Ζούνη, να σας ευχαριστήσουμε πολύ, όπως είπατε και εσείς.
Thank you very much, Konstantinos. As you said, in these 2 days, we'll have members of the academia, professors, members of the media, politicians. Everyone is going to exchange views, share good practices, and see how this institution can take one step further. And I will call to the floor Mr. Christos Nounis, the president of the Hellenic Union of Institutions for Occupational Retirement Provision, and the president of the chairman of the board of directors from the Occupational Insurance Fund from the Ministry of Economics. And he's the mastermind behind this conference, of course. Thank you very much, Ms. Akriou, for all the kind words. Dear ministers and representatives of the parties, for President of IOPA, presidents from local governments and institutions, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to welcome you in this conference that is again held from the Hellenic Union of Institutions for Occupational Retirement Provision. It's very important to have in the audience with us all the stakeholders that have worked to establish this institution, such as Mr. Yannis Sakellariou, Mr. Privolaxiades, who 20 years ago started this institution by establishing the first occupational fund, that of the Ministry of Economics, and other participants, other actors, such as Mr. Chrysafis, who has also played a very important role in the establishment of occupational funds. On behalf of the Board of Directors of the Union, I'd like to welcome you to the start of the conference and thank all the speakers for their participation. It is a conference that is held annually and has been established as an institution for our sector. Everyone is waiting for it every year. The program this year is multifaceted. It has 6 panels, 35 speeches, and in total 70 very well recognized speakers from the 3 pillars of our insurance systems, insurance system, from the political world, from the academia, from the business world. Also, we have guests from actors in the European Union to share their experience with us. Our conference this year, as you know, is the future of occupational insurance is at the crossroads, the necessity for immediate reforms to boost the second pillar growth. And it's not by accident that we have this title. This is just a description of the current situation we're experiencing, all of us who participate in the second pillar. This is, we're at a turning point that we can either open our wings and be part of the market, or be doomed to have a passive role. So this is what we're going to discuss further on today. The purpose of the aim of the conference is to provide information on the topics that have concerned our sector, to describe the new developments in Greece and abroad, and of course, above all, to highlight the proposals and suggestions for modernizing and streamlining the operation of the institution in order to achieve growth. This is an election year. As you know, we are in a sort of an election period, and this is why, for the first time, we have proposed that this panel, the first panel of the conference, is dedicated to a political discussion and talk about the manifesto positions, the programs of the parties, and we have representatives of the 3 largest parties in the Greek parliament today. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I'd like to thank the Ethos Events Group and the CEO, Mr. Konstantinos Ouzounis, and his team. All of them played a very important role in organizing and hosting this conference. Also, I want to thank the Dutch committee of the conference, the members of Hellenic Union of Institutions for Occupational Retirement, and of course, above all, I want to highlight the support of our sponsors. Without their financial aid, we wouldn't be able to do all these things. And I also want to thank our communication sponsors. Ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned before, in relation to the title of our conference, it's a very important year for the future of the institution, about whether or not we're going to continue to develop or we are going to be stagnant. Because it is a fact that the issues concerning our institution have been stagnant in the last years. We haven't achieved much progress in resolving all our problems, in spite of the fact that the competent ministry does have the tools and the literature from the experience in the operation of the sector from Europe and from Greece. We have the knowledge that we obtained through the survey ordered by the ministry, and the EOVE study that made some very key proposals throughout the previous years. But the ministry has selected to focus on dealing with the problems of the first pillar and EFCA, but they did not do enough to promote the necessary reforms to modernize the framework of operation of the occupational retirement provision. based on the proposals of the market. And in fact, at the responsibility of the ministry that is responsible for occupational insurance, in the last 2 years, an issue was raised for the taxation of the funds, which contributed to stopping the growth of the institution, since many companies have suspended or canceled their planning to create occupational funds. This has created a lot of concern in the sector and a lot of noise and uncertainty in the sector because of the ministry not providing a final resolution on this. And indeed, if we look at what has happened, this extended discussion about taxation has created further problems and has not helped the second pillar to grow. Even though in the last 15 years, it has more than doubled its size. Now about $60 trillion worldwide, 65% of the global GDP, and our country, unfortunately, until this day, is lagging behind, and the funds are just not even 1% of the GDP, and just a small number of Greek employees are part of those funds. We have more than 150 occupational funds in Europe, with almost 60 million members. In Greece, we have 31 funds, out of them 31, and we have 4 new occupational funds being licensed. One of them is from Alpha Bank. When the fund is established, 3 of the 4 systemic banks will be part of the occupational insurance sector, which means that we have a strong participation in the second pillar. The average yield of the portfolios was in the sector was 4.5%, just showing the benefits of structured savings and proper management offered by the funds. In the last 5 years, the second pillar in our country is continuously growing. We have 14 of the 27 occupational funds have been established in the last 3 years, which means there's a lot of interest from private companies to establish such funds as a way to strategically manage their human resources. Moreover, in the last survey by EOVE, the potential contribution of the institution in the Greek economy was also captured. So the growth of the second pillar and inclusion of more employees can become leverage for development with primary and secondary benefits that long-term can create new capitals, more than 10% of GDP. The main proposals of the EOVE survey are what we have been preaching for years, and truly we need 5 key interventions from the side of the state that will truly help the institution grow. First, the unification for the licensing status. Right now, the fragmented supervision of the occupational funds needs to be replaced with an independent and single supervision body. The fact that it takes so long to approve the statutes of the articles of association of those funds is creating more problems and delays. We need more occupational funds. So the only viable solution to this end is immediately within the year to have to establish the new supervising authority. and staff it with a specialized personnel. Also, we want we want to have a better regulation system for approving the new articles of association of the new funds, so that all this licensing can proceed faster. To this end, we have made the proposal since 2018 to have a standardized template for articles of association posted on the ministry website, which can be used by those interested to establish a fund, of course adapted as the case may be, so as to streamline the process of the licensing. Now, the size of the companies in Greek and the personnel that they employ is not boosting, is not conducive to the establishment of new funds. The fact that we need 100 people, 100 employees in order to establish a fund, that is not helping us grow, because most of the Greek companies are smaller than that. So based on information from Ergani in 2022, from 94,000 companies operating in the Greek economy, just 1.72% employs more than 100 people. That's 5,072 companies or less that could potentially enter in occupational insurance. This is why we need to make it a law to create multi-company funds and also allow for freelancers to participate. That will also help alleviate the problems caused by this limit of 100 people. And it will ensure healthy competition, given that for the funds abroad, the European Union gives such ability, which means that at least 15,000 Greek companies have turned to funds in Cyprus and Luxembourg and other European countries. But on the other hand, Greek companies are moving abroad, but they cannot register companies from abroad in their funds because of the existing legislation. Fourth, incentives, tax incentives. With regard to the taxation of the funds, we want more mild taxation. It's not a mandatory institution, and in combination with the mandatory insurance, the amounts, the figures are too high, cannot be supported by most companies, which means that any tax alleviation that we can offer as a fund truly does not mean anything. So the only way to actually boost this sector right now would be to make it also mandatory, as it is the case in other countries. However, any changes will need to happen in the future when the institution is more mature and when it has taken into account all parameters. In any case, the taxation policy should not be any worse than what is offered to the public security funds. And we need to keep in mind that the tax benefits that we have been enjoying so far is just an incentive to draw more people in the occupational funds. Fifth point, We need more liberty in management and in using products that will allow to get better returns for our members. These proposals are part of the reform agenda of the ministry and the government, and they must be implemented immediately just after the elections in order to grow the second pillar to the benefit of the Greek society and economy. Gross capitalization, as expressed from the second pillar and the first pillar now through TECA, is a new necessity for the insurance system in the country, given the demographic pressures, the aging population, and the many fiscal restrictions and the needs to diffuse risk. Because right now, what we are asking for is not just the tax frame in our country. More favorable taxes have been established since 20 years, but there was no result. We have merely 27 funds instead of 127, so the tax incentive was not enough to develop the institution. And the third pillar has 30 years of operation, 40, and despite the favorable taxation provisions, the sector has not recorded any development, any growth, and the total value of insurance premiums is about 2 to 2.5% of the GDP all these years, which means that the critical point here to grow the private occupational insurance market is more the requirement is to have more space, more room to grow and not so much the tax incentives. It's a good thing that in the last days we are also listening, hearing that insurance contributions may drop. Because as the chairman of EIOPA mentioned in an interview she gave, the European experience has shown that tax incentives alone are not sufficient to ensure that people will get additional pensions and that more, because it is a fact that more people do not have savings for the pension if it is not mandatory. Just 14% is the coverage with occupational insurance in Europe, and 1/3 of the people are concerned in Europe that they will not have enough money for their pension. We also need to enhance financial literacy and in the insurance culture of the Greek society from early on in education. The operation of TECA since 2022 will contribute to that end. But we also need from everyone, all the stakeholders, the state, the market, targeted actions in order to promote the institution of occupational insurance. Ladies and gentlemen, the stakeholders, the market are more mature and they want to help the institution grow. And we know that since we are discussing every day about the labor market. So we need a trigger from the side of the state to turn the page for occupational insurance. And we have representatives from large companies and large occupational groups and institutions that are discussing the opportunity of entering into this institution. I'd like to encourage them to do so by naming by talking about them. We are talking about non-profit organizations that provide to the members something that is not a commercial product. They do not collect premiums, they get contributions from the members, therefore they do not charge for commissions, but they return to their members the surplus that they create from their operation. They are the gatekeepers for the agreement between employees and employers. They will operate based on the capitalization system, and their assets are fully separated from any other liabilities and are just to enhance the income of their members. They are not allowed to make buyouts. They are committed to meet very high specifications of transparency, publication requirements, and information to the members. The funds, the institutions for occupational retirement truly work for the members. As the representative of the sector, I will call you all to learn more about it and to get on board in this occupational insurance journey in order to benefit from it. We at the union will continue to serve the institution and to work for its growth. Thank you, everyone, for your physical or digital participation. I hope you have 2 very fruitful days in this conference.
Κύριε Νούνη, να σας ευχαριστήσουμε πολύ.
Thank you, Mr. Nunes. You've been very precise, referring to the weaknesses, the shortcomings of the system. The sector indeed is in developmental orbit, 55,000 insurees, 39 funds expecting more in this year, and independent authorities for occupational funds. According to the agenda, Mr. Hadjidakis should be with us, representing the President of the Hellenic government and Minister of Labour. He's on his way, so we'll have him possibly in the panel. Unfortunately, due to prior engagement, Mr. Staikou, as Minister of Economy, won't be with us. However, he's wishing us every success. And I move immediately forward to the Minister of Development and Investment, Mr. Georgiadis. Please be brief and consistent. The day is long, so observe the time allocated to you. Mr. Georgiadis, you have the floor. I won't tire you. You are lucky. I need to deliver 15 speeches today, so I'll be short. Head of the region of Attica, Mr. Patoulis, Mr. Xenogenakopoulou, my colleague, head of the chamber, President Christos, thank you for the excellent lecture you delivered earlier. Ladies and gentlemen, I haven't got an institutional role as a Minister of Development in terms of the professional insurance funds, as they're under the Ministry of Labour. I fully understand the complaints you've expressed that it should be going faster. I need to tell you that insurance is a very complex issue. The fact that the government focused on the first pillar is not by coincidence, because there the system is based on. If there's a mistake, everything else might collapse. The reason I'm here is because I wanted to assure you that as a Minister of Development and Investment, I fully understand the developmental tool that those funds might become, provided that they are transprofessional, having a strong capital basis and a reasonable management cost. If we build many different funds, Mr. Koutroumanis, we've been fighting in the fields of the memoranda with Mr. Koutroumanis, so he's fully knowledgeable of the issue. So far so good with the funds, provided that they are not 100 in place, difficult to manage. If so, we would having boards, CEOs, chairmen, wasting money and nothing more. The point is to build a fund system with the necessary capital basis, invested adequately, providing added value to the Greek economy, thus providing for the insurees. The management annually has been excellent so far. the returns are sufficient, 4-5% under the current condition. It's a very good return which means that the managers, those managing the funds, are doing their job well. In any case, there's an horizon ahead. So a bet for the next government shall be this one precisely. By and large, the issue of occupational funds, the incentives, the private insurance, the supporting supplementary funds, all involve a puzzle. Welcome, Kostis. I'm replacing you, speaking as if I were you. We've been having with Kostis Hatzidakis an excellent cooperation all those years, so myself or himself, it is okay. So it is a bet for the future that we need to focus on. It shall generate lots of jobs, provided that it is organized in a fully structured way. And I'll conclude with the following. Words are good. In the short term, our main concern, challenge, is the demographic problem. Our demographic development is horrendous. And this is why in all long-term reports for the course of the Greek economy, be it of the IMF, of the rating houses, after a 10 times period, they tend to zero without any expectations. There, Mr. Alexiadis, demographically speaking, Greece has an enormous problem, and I believe that the next government and all the parties of the opposition shall need to work hard on it to change the indicator as long as we got time. Time is very short, and I'm referring now to the long-term journey of our economy. So thank you for the invitation, and I wish every success to your conference.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ, κύριε Γεωργιάδη.
Thank you, Mr. Georgiadis. So the demographic dimension, I believe that Mr. Hatzidakis has taken a stop. According to the agenda, we were expecting you for a short greeting. I don't know.
Καλώς ήρθατε.
Welcome. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies for the delay because I was on the TV. Shortly afterwards, together with Mr. Xena Yiannakopoulos, we'll discuss the same topics. So I wonder, what could I say right now? Nevertheless, in form of a good morning and a greeting, let me stress, as the competent minister, the importance of those funds, and stress that the institution in Greece is relevantly young, approximately 20 years old, and again, that despite the relevant development of this field, we are lagging behind compared, well, in this field. Well, this is a challenge by itself in terms of supervision to have the guarantees required in terms of the multiple employer tools that, according to the view of the experts, shall contribute in a further development of the sector. And of course, we need to be always well focused on tax issues so that the occupational funds remain attractive. 50,000 employees insured under those funds. This is not a small number. It could be higher, however. And again, I believe that through thanks to the development or due to the development, the growth of the economy, this institution may contribute significantly, providing more savings. Thus, in this spirit, the government has been dealing with the institution. This is not the first time that I address you. Last year, I have explained my views, the government's views. The government is prepared with regard to the future of the sector via legislative intervention. There has been other as well, so the particular one, we didn't want to have it immediately before the elections. We'll consider that in the aftermath, discussing with ETA so that the issue is approached holistically and efficiently. So, well, so far so good for the time, and we'll discuss everything later. Thank you. We didn't want to tell you, Mr. Hatzidakis, that was just a warm-up. I believe you've got so many interesting things to discuss later. Let me invite to the floor Yorgos Patoulis, head of the region of Attica, president of the Medical Association of Athens. I hope you are similarly brief and consistent. Minister, Mr. Hatzidakis, President of the Chamber, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, friends. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation to this annual conference on occupational insurance funds. Taking place in the middle of challenges and crises that all societies have been dealing in the EU and internationally. And again, the pensions are there to allow citizens to smile, staring the future. In Greece, we want to become a pole of attraction for all retired people in Europe. And we invest in ecotourism, on tourism for the age group of over 65 and above. This is an option to give a quality life in the midst of risks and dangers. The impact of the war skyrocketed the life costs, the cost of life, and maximized the anxiety and the uncertainty of the citizens and of insured people, as opposed to the security that it has been providing until today. It is well understandable that the funds, the institutions, the organizations, the European authority itself examine carefully the ways in order to guarantee the well-being of insured people after their working life period, so that they may balance their policies in line with all other risks in place. Due to the memorandum and the long-term crisis, in the middle of this crisis, the country has managed to balance, to bring to balance the insurance system by reducing, of course, the existing contributions, by allowing a supplementary pension, by improving the insurance provisions. The supplementary pension currently reflects for all insured people a fair contribution in order to have a more fair system. This system, however, remains very low, only 1.5% of insured people being covered by occupational private funds. Despite the global uncertainty generated by the pandemic, the second pillar of occupational insurance has been developing in the last 5 years. The establishment that occupational retirement funds have been accelerated, and more precisely in 2019 we had 5 new funds, investment funds, occupational investment funds. Between them we have the Medical Association of Athens, ESA, created as of December 22, an occupational pension fund having a 5-member board, beginning with a program for all doctors, its member, whereas other doctors, members of other associations, may join it. After the heavy working life of doctors, we try to ensure a very well level of retirement. The Medical Association of Athens believes strongly in the second pillar, and we've been supporting in doing so the University of Economics of Athens, and we are dedicated in providing reliable solutions for all of us, for all the members of our association, for all the insured in the funds, so that they may benefit with strong returns and lump sums. At the second stage, providing health insurance as well. The first such fund was established in 2019 in the US. And my capacity as a head of the region of Attica allow me to stress that we put stress on the viability of the system, and this is why we put in place initiative to ensure that via Pillar 2, via the information, all people become aware of the benefits and advantages of this system. We wish to enlighten the employers. We wish to inform all employees throughout Greece in terms of the certainty of Pillar 2 and 3, which may allow them to manage freely their time under different roles. In this setting, we aim at creating entrepreneurial initiatives, support committees via a working team that would provide assistance to all employers and employees in a way to highlight the methods that Pillars 2 and 3 may be explored in the working environment so that correct decisions may be made, enhancing the coverage of insured people efficiently, and to support both employers and employees in dealing with all procedures for getting into those projects. In this framework of cooperation between the main partners and stakeholders and the local authorities, we have integrated in our project the creation, the establishment of a platform for the assessment of the different methods of valuation of the pillars and the option of joining them all employers. I firmly believe that the Mitsotakis government, with the contribution and the European Insurance Authority, once again will change this crisis and turn it into an opportunity and will enhance further reforms in terms of occupational retirement funds, with the ultimate goal to have a sustainable system in place. To conclude, let me tell you that the Medical Association of Athens has its own fund, finally, and certainly the region of Attica, according to what I've described, shall do everything possible to support Pillar 2 and 3 and the formation of citizens. They are both indispensable. Thank you.
Θα το επεσήμανα και εγώ ότι ήσασταν εμπρόθεσμος.
Well, you were on time. That's great. Now, we heard about the case study from the Medical Association in Athens for the occupational fund that they have established, and I will give the floor to Mr. Ioannis Hatziatheodosiou, the chairman of the Athens Chamber of Tradesmen.
Πολύ καλά τι γίνεται στην ελληνική οικονομία και
who knows very well what's going on in the Greek economy and the business sector. He is very close to the problems. Good morning, Mr. Minister, Mr. Hatzidakis, Mrs. Xenogiannakopoulou, Mr. Trifon Alexiadis, Regional Governor, Mr. Koutroumanis, former Minister, Mrs. Shammopoulou, and Mr. Nounis, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is an honor for me to participate in the conference today, and I want to thank the organizers, Mr. Rozounis, but mainly I want to congratulate him because this conference is always very interesting. At the crossroads, the member of occupational insurance, the need for reforms to gain boost, that's the title of the panel, which makes it easy to understand the necessity, the importance of the sector for the country, for the development of the economy and for the next generations. We know that because as people in the market, we know that the problems are in this front, and we need to work together in order to improve the situation. I could say that we need a modern social contract with the employees, with the newcomers in the labor market, with the pensioners and with the state. And of course, we need to all agree that the development of the growth of occupational pension is a factor for well-being, for prosperity in our society. We are convinced about that, and this is why we are aiming to have the occupational funds as an institution to grow in a regulated manner. The development of the country does depend on that, and I will explain why. If we look at international trends, we will see that this new reality makes the occupational funds a partner of the employers in their occupational journey and an assistant when they are pensioners. At the same time, it's a wide field for employing people with economic and technical characteristics. They are also funds that require very thorough management since they relate to pensions. So I think it's a one-way street that they need to be developed. But the main thing today is to activate and get the engagement of all the stakeholders, institutional and private, and their cooperation with the aim of achieving a common goal. We need not waste any more time. We need to be ahead of the developments instead of staying behind. I place more gravity to what happens with other developed countries, because that's to our benefit. In most of the EU member states, the second and the third pillar have a very strong position in the unified capital market, especially the third pillar that I'm honored to be working for. We have tax incentives that create interest in it. So we could see such examples, look at them and implement them in our country. As the technical, as a chamber in Greece, we work through our own initiative to highlight the opportunities, such opportunities to grow investments on all sectors of the economy, and we need to highlight this aspect as well. But a necessity, a prerequisite for that, for the occupational funds to have the growth that we want, is to strengthen our economy and improve the investment environment, which means that the progress of the businessmen and the companies that in Greece, the majority of them are small and medium size. So we need to look at that. Dear friends, it is true that the government has taken steps to focus on this, but they are not enough. In the last year and a half, households and companies are receiving a lot of pressure from the pricing increases. The measures that the government has taken to support with the bills of electricity, the market pass, and all these aids that they are offering are mostly aimed at relieving the more vulnerable parts of the population, but not at resolving the problem. Companies are now dealing with very high operating costs and a lack of liquidity shortage. The banks continue to keep banking loan excluded out of the question for 85% of the companies. We also have the threat for the auctions of homes. So this is something that the government needs to take care of right now, especially in view of the elections. According to some estimates, 260 billion euro as the debt, the private debt. There are new debt rescheduling measures being announced for all the people. This is a long-lasting problem. We've been seeing it for 13 years. A lot of people will not be able to benefit from this new rescheduling from the 120 installments with all the measures that are being proposed, especially since the rates offered are not very favorable. The RRF funds could be an answer to that, but these funds are mainly going to large companies and not to the SMEs. This is why we want this financing method to be redesigned. This is what we are asking as the Chamber. In order to grow the occupational funds, we need to resolve these problems that I just mentioned. These are the problems of the market, of the employees, of the workers, of the pensioners. We, as the Chamber, have agreed with the intermediate parties. We are financing the offer with 70,000 euro because we want the sector to start and the occupational fund to become an example for other sectors in our Chamber. Of course, the situation is affecting the insurance sector as well. All our proposals aim at creating a course of prosperity with better pay and contributory systems. We want to build a better tomorrow, and this is what we'll continue to do. This is what we owe to our members and society as a whole. Thank you very much. I hope you have a very fruitful two-day discussion. Thank you.
Έχετε να προσθέσετε κάτι? Αν έχετε, βεβαίως, με χαρά. Στο σημείο αυτό...
Now, at this point, we will call Mr. Nikolaos Bakatselos, the president of the chairman of the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce. We're going to we're going to have a video address. He was not able to come today. There's no sound in the booth, unfortunately.
Δόκτωρα Χρήστο Νούνη, για την πρόσκληση να συμμετέχω στο τέταρτο.
I want to thank you for the invitation to participate and for giving me the opportunity to share with you some of my views about the role of the occupational funds in Greece and the importance of the institution, its potential, and the challenges that it faces. I'm truly sorry that I was not able to be with you in the same room, dear friends. Occupational insurance was institutionalized rather recently in Greece, later than many other European countries. So as an institution, we have a little more than 20 years of life, and the 23 occupational funds that we have in Greece, their members are just a few over 45,000 members. Compared to many more that are part of the public insurance system. Also, the investment portfolio of the occupational funds in Greece is rather small compared to the first pillar or the third pillar. So, as an institution, even though it has been systematically aided in Greece, there's still a lot of room to grow. It is much less developed than in other countries. To this end, we need immediate interventions to provide more incentive to the companies to participate in this pillar. We need to reduce all the red tape associated with establishment of an occupational fund and licensing one. We need more flexible operation through the ability of having multi-company funds. We need to ensure complementarity of the pillars, and we need to establish unified regulations and rules for the operation of the funds. Ladies and gentlemen, the experience from other countries show that occupational insurance can play a very important role as a leverage for growth for the Greek economy, since its further enhancement can lead to the accumulation of significant capital. So, the interest of the last years and the establishment of many new funds is to be expected. The recent statement by the Minister of Labour is very typical. The role of the institution of the occupational funds is critical as a pillar of insurance and national savings with a positive sign. Aside from enhancing the trust of the employees in our insurance system and reducing undeclared labor, if we support this pillar, we will see a multiplying positive effect in the incentives that our employees find in participating in the sector. And in the long term, we will have, on a microeconomic level, through the strengthening of those funds, a support of the Greek economy. So, by enhancing this part of the economy, we will increase our productivity and our GDP. We will create new capital reserves, and the investments from the occupational funds can, in fact, increase liquidity in the market, which will increase the investment rate and the growth rate. So, dear friends, listening to the requirements of the market, at the American Hellenic Chamber, We have created a committee to deal with this this issue. It evaluates the developments in the sector of occupational funds in Greece, occupational insurance. It monitors the developments and it tries to play its part in enhancing the employees' trust in that. So I am convinced that with the participation and help of everyone, we will be able in the next years to benefit from the growth of occupational insurance. I would lastly like to congratulate the Hellenic Union of Institutions for Occupational Retirement Provision and the organizers of this conference for the opportunity. The program truly is a very comprehensive approach to the topic. I hope the conference becomes an institution, and I hope you have two very fruitful days ahead of you. Thank you for listening.
Ακούσαμε λοιπόν τον κύριο Μπακατσέλο.
So this was Mr. Bakatselos. At this point, we're going to start with our first panel. As you see, the panelists have taken their places. Mr. Hatzidakis, the Minister of Labour and Social Affairs, a member of the Parliament with the Party of Nea Demokratia, Mrs. Marilisa Xenogiagapoulou, Shadow Minister of Labour and Social Affairs from Syriza, also a member of the Parliament, Mr. Giorgos Koutroumanis, the Secretary of the Social Insurance Sector from PASOK, Mr. Gabriel Amitsis, Professor of Law of Social Security and Director of the Research Lab of Social Administration from the University of West Attica, and Mr. Haralambos Fidros, the Second Vice President of HUIRP, an actuary and financial analyst, and also represented the Occupational Fund from Johnson & Johnson. Mr. Dinos Yomopoulos is going to be the moderator, my colleague. He's, as you know, the presenter of the morning show Mega Savatakiriako, financial editor and analyst of Tovima. So we have the discussion of the party's manifesto positions for the development of the institution. I'd like to welcome you, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, to this conference at a time when our country essentially is at an election period with the employees and employers looking for ways to deal with the problems of the increase in interest rates, of pricing, and leave behind them the aftermath of the pandemic. In this frame, the fourth occupational retirement conference is called to provide answers for an institution that is not as young, but definitely has a lot of room to grow with a benefit for the employers and the employees alike. The organizers of the conference have opted for the general title, Occupational Insurance at a Crossroads, the Necessity for Immediate Reforms to Boost Growth. And that is the case. It is necessary to have reforms so that the occupational funds can develop even more, and with the help and assistance of employers and employees to be very productive and successful in grow in the second pillar. As Mr. Christos Nounis, the President, the Chairman of the Hellenic Union of Institutions for Occupational Retirement Provision, and the President of the first occupational fund established in Greece from the Ministry of Economics. When he called me and asked me to be the moderator for this first panel, I did not hesitate to accept the invitation because I want to learn alongside with you about the importance of this institution, and most importantly, I want to hear from our guests and our panelists their manifesto positions, and from the politicians, of course, and learn more about how to grow this sector. We are going to hear from the experts as well. They're going to describe about the thorns and the solutions that could be found so as to grow the institution. 2 points, 2 numbers I want to mention. Right now, approximately 38% of the European citizens are covered by occupational insurance programs, and this percentage is continuously increasing, about 4 out of 10. And the value of the assets of occupational funds in Europe are more than 3 trillion euro. So 25% of the European GDP. I don't want to give you any more figures and numbers. We are going to start with our panelists. We have, again, I'm starting from the ladies, Mrs. Marilisa Xenogiannakopoulou from Syriza, Shadow Minister for Labor and Social Affairs. This is an election period, as you know, so we need to stress all those people who are again running for MPs. Mr. Hatzidakis, we heard about him before. Mr. Koutroumanis, the secretary from the sector of social insurance, PASOK, he's not running again. Mr. Gavrilamitsis, Professor of Law, Social Insurance, and Director of the Research Lab of Social Administration from the University of West Attica, and our guest, Mr. Charalambos Fitros, the second Vice Chairman of Hellenic Union of Institutions for Occupational Retirement Provision. Now, I will start with a common question for everyone, for our politicians. We're attempting in this panel to highlight all the problems that we see for occupational insurance, but at the same time, we're trying to find solutions so that we can grow the institution. It's a new institution, it's not mandatory, but it can offer a lot to the employees and the employers. And this is the money from the companies, from the employees. It's not from the state. But since it is not a mandatory, it's a voluntary institution, and because we have many obstacles that are recorded, among them is the high cost of life, the high contributions for social security. So I want to hear from you about the frame of actions that you are planning to develop and grow the institution. It's a common question for everyone, starting with Mr. Hatzidakis.
Well, to keep you alert, I need to explain the other way around of what I've been telling earlier. I was telling to you earlier. Anyway, let me stress that we have all good reasons to support occupational funds. It's an institution that has been existing for years in advanced countries. Why not in Greece? Of course, you can't order development. Similarly, you can't order the establishment of occupational funds. It requires a suitable framework and suitable incentives and financial growth necessarily, because we are speaking about savings. Saving is a form of investment. To have savings, you need to have an income available and, of course, growth. This government has provided an added value in that sense, meaning the climate, the propitious climate is there in a way that there's more available income and which equals to savings for the economy with a host of investments and so on and so forth. In Greece, lately we have taken an initiative on supporting pensions, changing the system for the younger ones by introducing a form of capitalization which led 165,000 young employees to join this fund, which demonstrates the momentum of the economy as well. And this happened in a year. We are on the Danish and Swedish path, to put it this way. We've had other initiatives earlier on. The Vrutsis law, I remind you. And it is true that there has been a discussion with the TVA, LTA, in terms of reforms regarding occupational funds. We have approximately 50,000 employees. There are new funds at preparation stage, but this is not enough. This is not enough for you either. We need to take more steps ahead. The concept, the ideas rather, behind this legislative intervention, well, involves rather three. The first one, to have a more substantial, clear and strong supervision, so that guarantees could be stronger for those investing in this fund. I don't mean that there are weaknesses currently. However, we want it stronger. There is still margin for improvement. The second concept, which is extremely important, involves the multiple employers funds which facilitate the institution. According to the EOV study and report, more people are there contributing with their money. There is different employees from different companies, which allows higher flexibility. This enjoys a general consensus. And the third one, to have a fair tax basis in place so that the system remains attractive, so that someone may invest on investment funds, on occupational funds, without having complaints that there's no balance between the different pillars. Of course, the dimension, the decisive factor is as follows. The funds must remain attractive. That was our philosophy. And however, we didn't move forward because other reforms had to go first. And, well, having in the immediate future the elections, we decided to stop for a while and have the discussion in the aftermath. Now, after Mr. Hatzidakis, Mrs. Xenogiannakopoulou, representing Syriza. Which shall be your position? First of all, let me thank you all. We are interested deeply in this discussion and the conclusions of this forum. We have with us Mr. Alexiadis, one of the pioneers for the establishment of the fund of the ministry. Speaking about occupational funds, this is a reality in our country. However, we need to understand how similar institutions operate in different EU countries. The unions play a very important role, they are very strong. The collective agreement, which is not exactly as such in our country. And of course, accountability and supervision is a critical point, and I would add the active involvement of the insurees in the borders, so that their voice is heard. For us, our main priority is the first pillar. It is a strong public distributive system of insurance, and for this reason we were against in the parliament. We proposed that that might be against the constitution. It is our position, it is on our agenda before the elections. We are committed in eliminating this capitalization system, because it breaks the union, it generates uncertainty in terms of pensions, and creates an enormous, in the next 50 years, fiscal cost, which might go as high as 70 billions. In any case, I would like to make a distinction and a reference in what I would propose as hybrid occupational funds, the 4 funds of the law of 2012. There, we need to have an assessment of their operation. It is clear that they are not as effective. Some of them operated better, some others not. I'll give you an example which concerned us, and we've discussed that in the parliament on repeated occasions, and I'm referring to the pharmacists fund. We have been receiving several complaints. In other words, they started with a very promising environment, and now they are getting pensions lower than the similar pensions in the past of the first pillar. So this system is not a guarantee. There need to be, which needs to be there. There must be guarantees. As for all other occupational funds, it is an institution of interest to the extent it operates in favor of the rights of the insurees. I'm speaking about a social pact and agreement between the parties involved, so we are open to listen to the voice of all the stakeholders and understand how this might operate. Mr. Koutroumanis, PASOK. Well, PASOK established the occupational fund with the law of 2002, and then in 12 we've had the 4 first funds established. We do believe in the development of occupational insurance fund, and particularly nowadays where it appears to be that they are necessary. However, our first concern must be the agreement. In other words, we shouldn't be doing one thing one day and another thing on the day after. Solidarity can't be the only dimension of those funds, of course. There must be capitalization features as well, unless those features exist, and they are just redistributive and distributive. That would be a copy-paste of the first pillar. And again, first of all, we need to support the first pillar in order to have the second one, and to discuss the current situation. Now we've got a relationship of retired people with workers, 1:7. And I say so because of the distributive and redistributive systems in mind. So due to this reason, we necessarily go towards capitalization. We've got the new pensions, essentially 60% of the national pension. The national pension is 60% of the main one, and 40% is the contributory one. So this gap shall be bridged in this way. In the health sector, pensioners, all citizens have paid a lot to cover the additional cost, the personal cost. There again, we've got a field that we need to consider and examine and highlight. What an occupational and how an occupational fund may contribute, and in what. There are discussions in the unions as to whether we need to move forward towards this second pillar faster. Why? Because there have been wrong stories in the past. These self-managed funds which do not exist currently, having had various problems because the pensioners and the employees at that time violated the generations to come. They were expecting to get things in the next 15 years, ignoring what would be the case for next generation. The new supplementary fund, which was highly criticized, well, personally, I believe that it doesn't convey matter, to put it this way, to the private sector, nor this is a privatization of the insurance. It follows the co-insurance beyond, of course, the problematic situation created between old and young employees. What must be the case? Well, I mentioned earlier that we need to come to an agreement. We can't have 1.5% covered by occupational funds. 40%, yeah. We are in delay, I dare say. The existing legal framework must be improved. In other words, supervision is a critical issue which must be further examined. And second, the possibility of collective bargaining for the signing of collective agreement must be institutionalized. And I'm referring to dependent employees, and of course there must be rules. Well, we can't have all occupational funds under a single rule. However, there needs to be a minimum set of rules which needs to be defined by the state, according and in line with the directives, the national legislation, and so on and so forth. Allow me a last point. Giving the opportunity of the funds to get together and work together is a great asset. Thank you. Thank you very much. You haven't generalized, and of course you've been very precise on the different points. Mr. Fitru, you as an expert, you've been having problems, challenges, the cost of life, salaries, contributions. We've got the low fiscal literacy level. So do you believe that the society is fully aware, the state allied, of the particular features of the funds under the second pillar? Let us not be confused with this first one. Thank you. On behalf of LTA, we thank you for the invitation. We are honored to be in this panel. So, indeed, we believe that is not fully understood the institution of occupational funds. And I'm referring to the social partners, and at a lesser extent, the state by and large. Beyond the complexity of the insurance sector and field, this might be attributed to the fact that the second pillar is a hybrid pillar, which requires some kind of space between the first and the third, the social insurance and the private insurance, in other words. And again, it is an institution. Well, occupational insurance is not a product to be sold. There is a group of people may inform other people in terms of this combined product. It is an institution, rather. Essentially, incentives being given to the employer and the employees so that they activate if they wish so. So both parties need to understand the differences, the particularities, and the advantages and disadvantages alike. Where they fit, the second pillar as such in Greece, what does it share with the first one? Well, it shares the fact that the agreement between the two parties becomes a law, a piece of law, and what they'll decide, the way the savings shall be accumulated, shall be implemented by the occupational fund, meaning the supervisor of the agreement between the employer and the employee. This is important. And this is precisely what it shares with the first one. From that point on, the management of this agreement in quantitative terms, well, those shall be the terms of the third pillar: capitalization in full transparency, communication, and technical terms that are combined under technically advanced capitalization systems. And this is what it shares with the third pillar. And again, there is another point of a critical importance. All the assets accumulated in occupational funds are used exclusively for paying off pension contributions. In other words, there isn't any claim whatsoever by a third party. They are exclusively used for that purpose, because the second pillar historically was created to resolve this problem. They would save throughout their lives, all workers, and then they would open their account, and there were no money because something had happened in the in-between time period. Well, this case can be solved by an occupational fund. Thank you very much. We fully understand, even those that we are not expert in the field, what is happening. Let us move with Mr. Amitsis, knowledgeable of the issue. We are speaking about an heterogeneous environment and landscape in Europe. In some countries, it is necessary, the occupation, it is mandatory, the occupational insurance. In others, semi-occupational, in others not. In Greece, large enterprises follow this concept, the concept of occupational insurance, because they can implement it. So what needs to be done in order for all companies, be them small or large, to explore and leverage the occupational insurance? This is a very interesting question. However, let me start by stressing some points before. The magical word in this global discussion is the ecosystem of the second pillar. The main features of a successful ecosystem are as follows: the institutional framework, policies second, and third, the financial tools. What is the case in Greece? Do we have an integrated ecosystem? The answer is no, for two main reasons. The first and main one is because the initiatives regarding the second pillar do not correspond to initiatives for the national eventual government, but to adjustments vis-à-vis the obligations imposed by the EU as of 2002 that were having the institutionalization. We haven't got a national policy answering to this triplet that I mentioned earlier. What is the case in other countries? In other countries, due to the recession, its influence, and the COVID pandemic, we have a crystallization of the rates of the population covered by occupational funds. Currently in the region we have a 13.8%, which means that it has remained fixed between 13 and 15%. Similarly, the coverage rate of the first pillar is 98 and above, which means that the first pillar is the prevailing one, which of course can explain its relationship with the second and the third one. What needs to be done in the case of Greece? The first thing to be understood is that the relation between the second and the first and the second pillar are not contradicting as they claim usually, but they are supplementary. The global surveys and researches on pension and retirement system demonstrate that the best pension systems in the world are characterized by a high rate of increase of those insurees enrolled under the second pillar. Finland, Sweden, Denmark, the Netherlands. In other words, in those countries, the access to occupational pensions is required as a sufficient factor which may influence the retirement income. Now, the academia here in Greece shall be discussing the consultation and drafting of a national policy. In the past years, many successful procedures relevant to strategies and consultations occurred, but not under and in relation to the second pillar. And again, the role of the market. The ecosystem of the second pillar is not a public one, as some may claim. It is a market ecosystem which needs to be supported by the state, the main players of the market, the partners. What does not exist in Greece? Well, there hasn't been any discussion at the social partners level for the development of the second pillar. What is the case in Europe? In this spirit and in view of geopolitical challenges, specific sectoral partners become all the more interested in this sector, in this field, which would be, in our case in Greece, IT, tourism, constructions, green transition, and the shipping sector. And to end up with some practical points, well, of course, the independent authority is a regulatory tool And the whole concept must be approached taking into account the acquis européen, because we're speaking about lump sum provisions. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now let us get back to our politicians.
Κύριε Χατζηδάκη και κυρία Γιαννακοπούλου και κύριο Κουτρουμάνη.
Now, after we heard from the let's hear back from our politicians and start with Mr. Hadzidakis. With the establishment of the fund, you mentioned that you are creating gradually the electronic tools to allow to people to see exactly how things are going in their personal piggy banks, let's say, in terms of their supplementary fund. At the same time, occupational funds provide more or less the same service. Now, given that our country is one of the 20 countries that have not yet developed an internet tool that could provide information about the height of the pension that each pensioner is entitled to, is it in your plans to include a further digital organization of your social insurance, social security? Well, your question, first of all, leads me to note that, without, of course, ignoring the importance, no one ignores it all over Europe, we do not ignore the importance of this system, especially for main pensions. We should not forget that for reasons of investment security as well, and for reasons due to the demographics, and in order to enhance the people's freedom, those capitalization systems can help, can act supplementary to that, or can be complementary, rather. This is why we work towards this direction with the digital piggy bank for the young people, gives them more freedom, more control over the pension. We have different investment profiles. People can select how they want to invest their money, which approach they want to follow. And of course, this is the approach, naturally, for the third pillar, but everywhere. And this is also the approach in the second pillar, meaning the occupational insurance funds, pension funds. And in this case, of course, we need to support this new approach, new for the Greek situation, to supervise the market. And we need to inform the people that are insured in the end. This is why we have a provision in the law for tech as well. We have such access already. You can, each of us can see how your investment is going, and as time goes by, this will become even more tangible. It will become a very modern European approach. Young people want new things, and we need to give them those things. And of course, for the second pillar as well, for the occupational funds, transparency and therefore digital tools will be very helpful in that regard. Now, as a last comment, I want to note that I completely agree with one of the last things that Mr. Amitsis said in relation to the role that social partners can have for the occupational funds, and more specifically some sectors, he mentioned them. I think that instead of talking theoretically, now that the economy is growing, on the one hand, employers and employees, on the other hand, can discuss about sectoral, professional funds. It's not prohibited. So instead of talking theoretically and giving mottos that have no substance, these are all remind me of the things when I was back in school. We should be looking at what is happening in Europe, what is happening in the rest of the world, and see what the state and the social partners, I repeat, what we can do in general, but specifically for occupational funds, depending on the particularities of each sector. These cannot be ordered by the state. There is a frame, it's going to be modernized, but each sector has to do their part. Good. Mrs. Xenogiannakopoulou, do you believe that we need to proceed with this global digitalization? Is it part of your agenda? Well, first of all, in the first round, I took a very clear position in terms of occupational insurance. We think that it should be part of the global public distributory system, so I will not repeat that. In terms of the occupational funds, I believe that there is a more global consensus here, a global approach, even if you're starting from different points. On the one hand, it should be the outcome of a general social discussion. We believe that should be directly related with collective agreements. And I heard the professor mention the examples from Scandinavia. It's not by accident that in those countries we have very strong trade unions. We have collective agreements to over 80%. Well, in Greece, it's about 14%, I would say. And of course, very strict supervision. So good practices are something that we need to look at, and it's necessary in this institutional dialogue. Now, digitization. Yes, it's self-evident. It's something that enhances productivity, speed, and transparency. In fact, I think that an important thing here is that, unfortunately, with EFCA, there's a great delay when we're talking about something that should become a lot more efficient and help the operation and the social security. So, of course, digitization is a good thing. And I want to conclude by saying that a lot of times we're talking about demographics. Well, of course, it is part of the problem, but we should not be looking at the future of Social Security just tied to the demographics. It has to do with the market, the labor market. It has to do with the salaries. It has to do with the growth of the country, and it has to do with the social state and how that operates. We're talking about medical care, where this should be number one priority. A national health system should be a priority. It should be important to have an increase of the salaries. That's part, an integral part for the growth and productivity of the economy. Therefore, we need a very complete vision here, and this is how we look. This is the way to look and approach the growth of the insurance system. And in any case, in terms of the occupational funds, I think the most important thing is the institutional framework, and of course, the matter of supervision with the participation of the members themselves. Mr. Koutroumanos, do you believe that digitization can essentially change our pension system? Is it part of your agenda, such an action? Yes, it's a priority for us. And I want to stress the fact that right now, low trust, confidence in relation to the insurance system, social security system, is caused by the fact that we don't have modern services and there is no information given to the public. When someone wants to have an idea about their rights, about their obligations, and this is not possible, you cannot get that from the system directly, that creates a crisis of confidence. And of course, we need to address it, and especially when it comes to young people. So it is, yes, it is a priority. And of course, a priority is to restore the smooth operation of function of EFCA. EFCA was a failure in terms of the unification. The three funds we had said that it would be a good choice, but right now we are in the day after. We cannot go back. We need to support the system. We need to have an effective EFCA, and digitization will give results and will provide transparency for the next steps, but we need to have things work, function more smoothly. We need to integrate all this technology that will make the system effective. Well, it's good, and all you said is good, and it's good that you were on time because we are rather pressed by time. So, Mr. Fitros, could you explain us in a practical manner the advantages of a national system for tracking pensions and how this information relates to information provided by occupational funds? Of course, let's start by saying what such a system is. It's an internet tool that collects in one place all the necessary information that should be given to someone who is a member of a fund, an insured party, with their participation in the insurance pillars. So, as an example, minimum of information could be the expected pension date of the member, projections of their actual pension, and accumulated rights from their participation to date. The idea behind this tool is that aside from having everything together at one point and being able directly with one click to understand where you stand, you can also, through this review, understand where you are going. So by understanding where you are going, you can perhaps question whether what you're doing today for your pension plan is enough or not. And therefore, you are able to actively participate in a dialogue either with your employee or in a more general dialogue about whether or not the ecosystem that you are part of is effective, and about whether or not it can close the pension gap, as we say. So this is considered the first step, or let's say a very essential step, to be able to limit as much as possible this pension gap. The occupational funds, and it has to do what has to do with their part. They are obligated to provide this information for their part. And I would say that a lot of occupational funds right now are designing, expanding this information so they can include information that has to do with Social Security. And in this way, they will be able to provide to their members a more comprehensive idea about where they are going, and not just an idea about where they're going in terms of their participation in the occupational fund. Now, going back to Mr. Amitsis, because I need to ask another question to our politicians as well. Professor, is it possible to imagine a three-pillar system within the 21st century that will not provide digital services? And do you think that digitization and digitization of insurance can bring the three pillars closer? Because right now, in Greece, unfortunately, they are not related to each other. Let's start by the second question, digitization of the services. Of course, we should not be looking just at the advantages, but at the challenges of adopting this digitized process. What is the biggest challenge? The inability to have certain groups of the population the inability to use it. That's the digital exclusion, and this has to do mainly with people that are older and are closer to retirement. The second challenge, the use of digitization in financial feedback planning. A third note, if we look at the larger picture of all three pillars, there are three axes for discussion. The first one, and the most important one, for the insured people is adequacy from the providers. The second is sustainability or viability, and the third is good governance. So digitization of the services is a key part of the third axis, but also affects the adequacy and the viability. A typical example, how to resolve those pending pensions from EFKA in Greece. This is something that should be discussed independently, and it was possible to achieve it through digitization of the services, and Mr. Hatzidakis is running after everyone in order to get it done. Well, yes, so the three pillars have a different interest in those axes. The new service that we have at our disposal show us that the members of the second and third pillar are mainly interested in the viability of the providers. They do not pay as much, they're not as much interested in the adequacy, and of course they are happy with digitization. On the contrary, in relation to the first pillar, adequacy is the main concern for the providers, which means that the members are mainly interested in their financial coverage. And let us not forget that the first pillar has an innate characteristic. It covers a lot more risks for the worker compared to the second and especially the third pillar. So the coupling of the three pillars, of course, the coupling of the three cannot be promoted through the digitization of the procedures, and this is why all international organizations are not encouraging their member states to change the mix of policies between the three pillars. They simply propose the adherence to international conventions, especially in what has to do with the first and the second pillar. So good practices and the advantages of digitization highlight the discussion about the second and the third one. And since you've mentioned the European practices, unfortunately for Greece, digitization of the procedures for the three pillars, at least in most countries, it was a given since 2000. Three countries lead the way, Australia, Belgium, and Sweden. And in fact, Sweden is typified by something interesting for our guests here. Since 2004, the corresponding ministry with the Union of Occupational Funds and the Union of Insurance Companies have established the most modern platform for pension information, the pension dashboard, which permits what Mr. Fidros said, but not only for the second pillar, but for the first and the third one. So if someone were to go to that website of the Swedish organization, they would see that the members have at their disposal tools that permit them to compare something that is very difficult to do right now, the return of the investment in the first or the second and the third pillar. That's very important. Now, thank you, Mr. Amidzis. And now, one last question just for your three politicians here. In a few weeks, maybe we will have the elections. There's a lot that we're going to hear. Some will happen, some will not happen. Now the question is, you, talking to employees and employers, what would you suggest? Should they proceed, enter the second pillar or not? First of all, since, as you say, we're going to have the election soon and the country is going to proceed after that, I'm not going to talk about our programming positions. All these are to be announced in good time. But what I would say is that a main axis of the efforts from now on in terms of the insurance system and the EFKA will be what we were discussing, digitization. Let me just put it as I have said it before. I found 88 different databases in what was supposed to be the unified EFCA, and those databases do not communicate with each other. So each organization, each agency was built not to communicate with the other. So we have 3 tenders running right now, and we're very close to awarding them. There is a contractor we found in one case, in the other maybe it's a matter of days. So we are moving on with the digitization of all the records, all the files, which will give us a CT, a very good scan of the current situation, in order to be able to manage everyday life and deal with the requests from the members, from the insured people, and to be able to give people access to information so that the state, EFCA, can be more accountable towards the insured people. In this sense, technology is now serving the goal of transparency and of better service to citizens, or better information about their prospects and how to manage their investment in the insurance system. So in relation to the future of occupational insurance, we are, after the elections, we're going to propose a new bill. We're going to have a new round of dialogue based on the principles that I have talked about. But let me repeat what I have noted before. Even if we table 1,000 bills, if there is no interest from the individual sectors that have certain dynamics, like shipping, the shipping sector, it has a certain dynamic. No one could say otherwise. Tourism has a lot of gravity here, so gravitas. Just a few examples. So both sides need to sit down and look at what is happening in other countries. We have, on a micro scale, some initiatives from the sectors in Greece, but we need to move a lot more dynamically. What we need is for all of us to embrace in practice this prospect, and that cannot happen without information. And of course, this conference today, to the extent that what we're discussing will be diffused to society, is very useful. Mrs. Xenogiannakopoulou, what would you say to employees? Well, first of all, the elections that hopefully will take place soon this is a question that has to be included in the general financial economy environment that we are experiencing. We have the energy crisis, we have price increases. So we propose a different approach for social and financial recovery. We want to support lower incomes, and we are also proposing reforms in terms of the energy market and the economy itself in general. And of course, debt rescheduling, that's very critical, and it involves insurance funds as well. Beyond that, in relation to the occupational funds, I think that the discussion is very interesting. In this entire flame, we are open to a dialogue with the union as well. This is why I said that we're interested in the conclusions as well, and to see how within this social and financial environment we can have the operation, the supplementary, complementary operation, but with good supervision and under a very regulated system, and in favor of the members of the insured parties, of course. So social dialogue, collective bargaining in terms of the matters that have to do with salaried employees, these are very critical. We are open to dialogue in order to discuss everything, and thank you for the invitation today. And Mr. Koutroumanis, the truth is that after 10 years of discussion, it's clear that everyone should be aware of what is happening. the three large parties have assumed power. It was a difficult period, and we were forced to make decisions that perhaps we couldn't stand by. Maybe this is a new chapter right now. The truth is that the painful interventions of the period, many of which were necessary, have created a new landscape. This new landscape has to be part of the discussion for the next day. There are problems that need and injustices that need to be corrected. There are things that need to be improved. And of course, that cannot happen save with honest dialogue, which should be a priority for the government the next day, an honest dialogue about where we are going with the insurance system as a whole. I'm not going to claim that we can go back to what happened, what was the case before 2010, but we need to make the next steps. And in terms of the occupational funds, the key here is to regulate the collective bargaining so that employees and employers can find an agreement, reach an agreement. This is a discussion that needs to open in a regulated manner. Such discussions, Mr. Hatzidakis said, are not prohibited. No, so I agree we need to support the dialogue before both sides, employer and employee. And of course, let us mention one thing more, just as a last comment. How are we going to fund this? Freelancers are experiencing, their contributions have been reduced. That means lower pensions. That's a problem. Now, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Fitters. Thank you, Mr. Amitsis. Thank you to our politicians for this first panel of the fourth conference. There will be more today. At the end of the day, we're going to have the conclusions. Tomorrow, there will be more. And I think that you will be interested in the results because in the end, you will be taking the decisions for us. So thank you, everyone, for being with us in this panel, online and in the room. And I think, Maria, the floor is yours to continue with this very interesting conference. I think it's now time for a short break. Just have some coffee, recharge, 20 minutes. Just let me remind you that you can log into the live in Expo complex to benefit from the networking break, so you can chat and discuss with the other participants. 20 minutes and we're back.
Is difficult to recognize. Pandemic, supply chain failure, extreme weather, all interconnected. How do you make decisions? Our experience and advanced analytics help you find the value amidst the volatility. Aon is in the business of better decisions.
Ζούμε σε έναν κόσμο που η μοναδική σταθερά είναι η αλλαγή. Σε αυτόν τον κόσμο, δύο ισχυρές δυνάμεις της ασφαλιστικής αγοράς, δύο εταιρείες με πολυετή εμπειρία και δυναμική ανάπτυξη ενώνονται, διατηρώντας τις αξίες και τα μοναδικά τους πλεονεκτήματα. Γίνονται μια δυνατή ομάδα, ένα ισχυρό μπραντ, αποδεικνύοντας την εμπιστοσύνη τους στις προοπτικές της ελληνικής αγοράς. Γινόμαστε ένα. Ξεκινάμε μαζί μια κοινή πορεία ανάπτυξης για ένα καλύτερο μέλλον για όλους. Με σεβασμό στον άνθρωπο, στην κοινωνία και στο περιβάλλον μέσα στο οποίο εξελισσόμαστε. Μαζί δημιουργούμε την νούμερο 1 ασφαλιστική εταιρεία στις γενικές ασφαλίσεις και την 5η μεγαλύτερη ασφαλιστική στην Ελλάδα, με φιλοδοξία να κατακτήσουμε την κορυφή. Μαζί διαμορφώνουμε νέες προοπτικές και ευκαιρίες ανάπτυξης, φροντίζοντας με το ίδιο πάθος για τη συνεχή εξέλιξη των συνεργατών μας. Μαζί Βελτιώνουμε και διευρύνουμε την γάμα των προϊόντων μας και αναβαθμίζουμε περαιτέρω την ποιότητα των υπηρεσιών μας. Ενώνοντας τις δυνάμεις μας, δίνουμε ένα ισχυρό προβάδισμα στους ανθρώπους μας. Συνεχίζουμε με σταθερότητα να δημιουργούμε και να καινοτομούμε σε ένα ανθρώπινο περιβάλλον με ιδανικές συνθήκες εργασίας. Μαζί, τα βήματά μας γίνονται άλματα και ανοίγουν το δρόμο για ένα κοινό ταξίδι γεμάτο επιτυχίες και ευκαιρίες για όλους. Όσο και αν αλλάζει αυτός ο κόσμος, το μαζί είναι το βασικό συστατικό που σίγουρα θα μας οδηγήσει στην κορυφή. Μαζί σε μια νέα κοινή πορεία ανάπτυξης.
It's a beautiful thing. Change. Embrace it, and your business can improve our climate. Give more people a place to call home. Inspire a global workforce to be a force of innovation and growth, and help reduce food waste and combat hunger. See how the value we bring to your business can create more value in our world. Accenture, let there be change.
Your organization is only as resilient as its people. How do you help them plan their futures, improve their health, and build their wealth? We give you the clarity and confidence to make work for everyone. Aon is in the business of better decisions.
Ζούμε σε έναν κόσμο που η μοναδική σταθερά είναι η αλλαγή. Σε αυτόν τον κόσμο, δύο ισχυρές δυνάμεις της ασφαλιστικής αγοράς, δύο εταιρείες με πολυετή εμπειρία και δυναμική ανάπτυξη ενώνονται, διατηρώντας τις αξίες και τα μοναδικά τους πλεονεκτήματα. Γίνονται μια δυνατή ομάδα, ένα ισχυρό μπραντ, αποδεικνύοντας την εμπιστοσύνη τους στις προοπτικές της ελληνικής αγοράς. Γινόμαστε ένα. Ξεκινάμε μαζί μια κοινή πορεία ανάπτυξης για ένα καλύτερο μέλλον για όλους. Με σεβασμό στον άνθρωπο, στην κοινωνία και στο περιβάλλον μέσα στο οποίο εξελισσόμαστε. Μαζί δημιουργούμε την νούμερο 1 ασφαλιστική εταιρεία στις γενικές ασφαλίσεις και την 5η μεγαλύτερη ασφαλιστική στην Ελλάδα, με φιλοδοξία να κατακτήσουμε την κορυφή. Μαζί διαμορφώνουμε νέες προοπτικές και ευκαιρίες ανάπτυξης, φροντίζοντας με το ίδιο πάθος για τη συνεχή εξέλιξη των συνεργατών μας. Μαζί βελτιώνουμε και διευρύνουμε την γάμα των προϊόντων μας και αναβαθμίζουμε περαιτέρω την ποιότητα των υπηρεσιών μας. Ενώνοντας τις δυνάμεις μας, δίνουμε ένα ισχυρό προβάδισμα στους ανθρώπους μας. Συνεχίζουμε με σταθερότητα να δημιουργούμε και να καινοτομούμε σε ένα ανθρώπινο περιβάλλον με ιδανικές συνθήκες εργασίας. Μαζί, τα βήματά μας γίνονται άλματα και ανοίγουν το δρόμο για ένα κοινό ταξίδι γεμάτο επιτυχίες και ευκαιρίες για όλους. Όσο και αν αλλάζει αυτός ο κόσμος, το μαζί είναι το βασικό συστατικό που σίγουρα θα μας οδηγήσει στην κορυφή. Μαζί σε μια νέα κοινή πορεία ανάπτυξης.
It's a beautiful thing. Change. Embrace it, and your business can improve our climate. Give more people a place to call home. Inspire a global workforce to be a force of innovation and growth, and help reduce food waste and combat hunger. See how the value we bring to your business can create more value in our world. Accenture, let there be change.
Today's world is difficult to recognize. Pandemic, supply chain failure, extreme weather, all interconnected. How do you navigate, make decisions? Our experience and advanced analytics help you find the value amidst the volatility. Aon is in the business of better decisions.
Ζούμε σε έναν κόσμο που η μοναδική σταθερά είναι η αλλαγή. Σε αυτόν τον κόσμο, δύο ισχυρές δυνάμεις της ασφαλιστικής αγοράς, δύο εταιρείες με πολυετή εμπειρία και δυναμική ανάπτυξη ενώνονται, διατηρώντας τις αξίες και τα μοναδικά τους πλεονεκτήματα. Γίνονται μια δυνατή ομάδα, ένα ισχυρό μπραντ, αποδεικνύοντας την εμπιστοσύνη τους στις προοπτικές της ελληνικής αγοράς. Γινόμαστε ένα. Ξεκινάμε μαζί μια κοινή πορεία ανάπτυξης για ένα καλύτερο μέλλον για όλους. Με σεβασμό στον άνθρωπο, στην κοινωνία και στο περιβάλλον μέσα στο οποίο εξελισσόμαστε. Μαζί δημιουργούμε την νούμερο 1 ασφαλιστική εταιρεία στις γενικές ασφαλίσεις και την 5η μεγαλύτερη ασφαλιστική στην Ελλάδα, με φιλοδοξία να κατακτήσουμε την κορυφή. Μαζί διαμορφώνουμε νέες προοπτικές και ευκαιρίες ανάπτυξης, φροντίζοντας με το ίδιο πάθος για τη συνεχή εξέλιξη των συνεργατών μας. Μαζί βελτιώνουμε και διευρύνουμε την γάμα των προϊόντων μας και αναβαθμίζουμε περαιτέρω την ποιότητα των υπηρεσιών μας. Ενώνοντας τις δυνάμεις μας, δίνουμε ένα ισχυρό προβάδισμα στους ανθρώπους μας. Συνεχίζουμε με σταθερότητα να δημιουργούμε και να καινοτομούμε σε ένα ανθρώπινο περιβάλλον με ιδανικές συνθήκες εργασίας. Μαζί, τα βήματά μας γίνονται άλματα και ανοίγουν το δρόμο για ένα κοινό ταξίδι γεμάτο επιτυχίες και ευκαιρίες για όλους. Όσο και αν αλλάζει αυτός ο κόσμος, το μαζί είναι το βασικό συστατικό που σίγουρα θα μας οδηγήσει στην κορυφή. Μαζί σε μια νέα κοινή πορεία ανάπτυξης.
Επανήλθαμε, ελπίζω να ήπιατε.
We are back. Hopefully you had a chance to drink a little coffee. At this point, I'd like to call to the floor Mrs. Efrosini Kouskouna, Fellow of Hellenic Actuarial Society and the President of the National Actuarial Authority for a short address. We are, of course, supporting inclusion and diversity, and we're very happy to see women in such positions now. Good morning, Mrs. Kouskouna.
Καλησπέρα και από μένα.
Good morning, everyone. Have to say this conference, the organization is excellent. Thank you for the invitation. Hopefully, this conference will be as successful as the previous ones. I'd like to start with some data, some information showing the growth of occupational insurance in Greece. Today, based on the frame of Law 4680 for occupational insurance, we have 26 IRPs which are active. 3 of them received their license within 2022. The funds for voluntary occupational funds have funds in the order of 265 million. That's approximately 0.125 of the GDP as estimated for 2022. They have members, active members, approximately 40,000 people in terms of pension benefits, because there are a few more thousands covered as dependent members for additional pensions, insurance. In terms of the capitals, the funds, these increased. Last year, it was approximately 200 million, or 11%, 0.11 of the GDP. So I need to note this interest in the establishment of occupational funds within 22, since it was important to have new funds coming from the banking sector and from the healthcare, from physicians. They have a large number of members and large contributions, and that's important for many reasons, as you understand. Also, let me add that they are in the process of receiving authorization and license. 3 more funds are being audited right now, but still the size, the numbers are small compared to other EU countries. So the institution in Greece, despite its growth in the last years, is still much less developed than in other member states, as you heard from the previous speakers. In 2022, rather, 2022 was the year for the first implementation of new ministerial decisions delegated from Law 4680. The National Actuarial Authority has reviewed the information submitted, and it seems that all ministerial decisions issued today were implemented by the funds without particular difficulties. I should also note that in any case, in our audit as an authority, we implement the proportionality principle. And I also need to mention that a great aid for the funds to implement those ministerial decisions came from the actuaries who know in full all the range of tasks that these funds undertake. And they know exactly how the members and the beneficiaries can be incorporated in the assets managed by those funds. Also, let us review the period when those ministerial decisions were issued that are in the responsibility of the authority. The actuarial report, the technical provisions, and the solvency margin. So the authority discussed about the contents of the bills for the provisions, and a productive procedure took place with the participation of our colleagues. And aside from that, the authority has started a cycle of meetings with funds per specialty. We had a discussion, a meeting with the actuaries where we discussed the implementation of the new laws and some practical issues. Soon, we will have a similar meeting for matters in the responsibility of the authority with other specialties, such as those that have to do with the financial services of the funds. Aside from the ministerial decisions that have already been issued within 2022, there was a plan drawn for risk management with the partnership of all supervising authorities, since this decision relates to all of them, the three authorities. At this point, I should say that risk management is very important, a very important function for the viability of the IRPs. And I want to mention a few things addressed by this bill, this plan, that includes these details that are not part of 4680, this law. And this decision will also be a tool for the IRPs in terms of risk management. The issues handled relate to the risks faced by the IRPs, so there are detailed descriptions. The risk management system that they need to possess, the responsibilities of the organizational unit that is responsible for managing risk, the statement for risk tolerance and those limits for each category of risk they are exposed to, the policy in relation to risk management that the IRPs must establish, the assessment and measurement of risk with qualitative or quantitative methods that must always be related to the nature and complexity of the activities of the funds, the strategies for addressing the risks, the long-term assessment of risk when the risk is carried by the members and the beneficiaries of the benefits, meaning the conduction of long-term risk assessments based on predictions for the future pension income of the members and the beneficiaries, where the more recent data is incorporated from the financial market, taking into account the principle of proportionality and the risk tolerance statement and risk mitigation strategies. And lastly, a topic that relates to decision, the process that highlights the own perspective of each fund in relation to their profile risk, the financing tools and different means they have in order to address those risks, meaning the development of a process that will contribute to the understanding of the risks that the funds are exposed to, will lead to a prediction for their future state, and will lead also to sound decision making. So this own risk assessment, we call it ORA, so own risk assessment, that is a tool for the boards of directors since its results are taken into account in strategic planning of the board of directors. Now, to conclude with the risk management issues, I would also like to note that the funds, as they operate right now in Greece, they need to pay special attention to the operational risks and compliance risks that are included in the decision and for which there are detailed descriptions. In any event, the authority will implement for this decision as well, when it's published, the principle of proportionality. Let me also mention again that when those provisions were drawn up for this decision in matters that relate to the responsibilities of the authority, we had again a discussion with the actuaries from the funds and with technical personnel from the market that carry out long-term risk assessments when the risk is carried by the members and beneficiaries, or balancing studies. To conclude with the ministerial decisions, let me also note that aside from those delegated acts that need to be issued in relation to Law 4680, in the view of the authority, other legislative interventions must be made, especially for multi-employer funds, as we heard before. We need to have mergers of funds. There is a provision in the law that mergers can take place, but there is no description of how this can happen. There are other topics as well. These are the main two that will lead, in our view, to growing the institution and to creating economies of scale. Lastly, I want to mention this supervision. That's a hot topic. Its review under a unified frame is absolutely necessary to achieve a preventive and essential supervision in the best manner possible, based on the legislation and the developments that are expected with the IORP2 revision. The matter of supervision is a problem for us as well. An important issue, irrespective of its scheme, is the legal frame governing its operation, and taking also into account the experience of the authority. The supervisor must have something that I've said repeatedly: specialized personnel and the right tools required to be able to supervise effectively. Now, in redesigning supervision, we believe that funds need to consider the fact that it needs to be addressed that funds are creating pension benefits, which means that they are creating liabilities for the members in specific times. To achieve this goal, we create the investment, the assets are created, and they must be formed in a way that takes into account the characteristics of those liabilities. Therefore, It is extremely important for the supervision of occupational insurance to have this specialized knowledge and understanding of, above all, the purpose and the nature of this insurance, so that we will have the guarantees that appropriate supervising practices will be implemented. With those practices, we need to ensure that the IRBs receive all necessary measures so as to meet the responsibilities towards the members, always in line with the liabilities of the members, and of course taking into account principles relating to effective risk management. Thank you very much, and I hope you have a very good rest of the day.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ την κυρία Κουσκουνά.
Thank you. Next speaker, Chris Esopos, the president of the BOD of the Hellenic Fund and Asset Management Association.
Καλησπέρα και από μένα και συγχαρητήρια.
Thank you and congratulations to LTA and the organizing committee. As president of the association, let us have a few words on the years that have passed by in terms of the management of the funds. In 22, well, that has been a rare year, a very bad year in terms of returns. A year where there were no secure way out in terms of bonds and shares, only in form of cash flow, which is a very little part of what we have in hand. Such a bad year, well, with the double-digit losses both in bonds and shares, well, that hasn't happened as of 1994, which in terms of management was a major concern. On the other hand, our members, the managers of all funds, in terms of active management with very low fees compared to the European average, well, presented losses lesser than the reference indicators, which relates to the professional management, the correct management. At the management level, a professional is not taken aback. The history in the States where we got data for years, normally after a bad year, in the first months of the following one, there's a significant recovery of the markets. Thus, if one has a cash flow and liquidation of its position, she would lose some part of the return that would replace part of the loss. Now, the main point is that 22 must be an issue for all of us in terms of both two axes. The first one is the disposables of the funds. The correlation was positive between bonds and shares. There we need to think whether we must integrate more asset classes, producing years such as this one, hedge funds, short equity funds, measurable trusts, private equity, and so on and so forth, which gradually are in discussion in certain funds, and they might expand to those sectors eventually. The most significant, however, for us is the capitalization system part, which is relatively young here in Greece. Essentially, it has no longer a 15-year operation. speaking about mature pensioners getting their first pension in a very bad year as 22. Thus, something missing and didn't help the regulatory environment of the fund is the life cycle span expansion. That is how an insurer may left a portfolio and come up with another more conservative one until reaching his pension age. So the Mykonos Association with the LTA and the responsible bodies must look into it and guide somehow the new framework for this new concept to avoid significant fluctuation when a person is expecting his or her pension and all of a sudden she comes with less money than she was expecting. In 22 thus, well, we had a year where the bases were set, disposables, bright future occupational funds, in a way that we could move forward in terms of management and regulatory statement. So that was it on my part. Thank you very much for your attention.
Και από τον κύριο Έσωπο περνάμε στον κύριο
Now,
Γεωργίο
Mr. Georgios Kedouris, President and CEO of Aeon Solution Greece, he shall discuss pensions, challenges and advantages, a person knowledgeable of the market. Hope you'll provide us with data as well.
Καλησπέρα σε όλους.
Good afternoon. Okay, first of all, let me congratulate the LTA for organizing this committee. This is the fourth year, consecutive year. We've been part of all conferences and co-sponsors. It is a significant effort so that the institution may move forward. The lectures herein are very significant, boosting our effort. In all conferences, we've been trying to cover a wide range in terms of the operation of this fund. This year, we've decided to present a survey we conducted in the Greek market, the first to be delivered as such, so as to come up with data which would help us come to conclusions and understand how the role of those funds may be highlighted as the optimal vehicle, saving vehicles or saving solution. The identity of the survey, second semester of 22, with the involvement of approximately 130 companies, a wide range from various sectors of the Greek economy, 130,000 employees. In this sample, we had employers with a collective premiums and other that has opted for another, either occupational funds or solutions of transnational coverage. The rate of the companies involved with the collective premiums were 28%. Those knowledgeable of the market, well, pay attention on the second bullet, because you can easily assume that 50% of those collective policies were covered in this way. This is a summary of the conclusions.
Κάθε πτυχή της έρευνας, γιατί είναι αρκετά μεγάλη.
Now let us focus on certain points that may help us to come up with useful conclusions and eliminate certain myths. The first, top left, 93%, which was expected of those retirement programs, are of determined contribution. that is aimed at a payoff amount. So those funds shall be delivering pensions in the future. Private schemes. Another useful conclusion, top left, in those programs, the investment strategy targets at providing investment choices, which means that 25% of the programs give some kind of guarantee, which has been a myth for years. The world is changing. And bottom left, right there, another myth. The employers that have pension programs, only by 13% wish to change this program and use an occupational fund. We'll discuss that again later. Let me move forward. So, as a provision, 8%, 8 out of 10 of those involved in the market provide a retirement scheme, and the vehicles that are all on the slide. Collective policies well use to buy 7 out of 10, 10% use the funds, of course. The collective policy as a vehicle prevail in the Greek market in the past 40 years. It is interesting to get a look into the pie bottom. Out of those who target in the future to provide pension coverage, only 1 out of 3 choose as a vehicle the occupational fund. This is a clear slide. The overwhelming majority believes that the retirement scheme, the coverage, in the form, as mentioned earlier, essentially increases the working commitment and engagement and well-being. We've included this in this presentation today as a continuation of what was explained earlier by the panel. It is the culture existing essentially today when a society was brought up thinking that the state is there to look after everything. Now, let us see the investment operation and choices of the funds. There you can see what we explained earlier, that essentially we are in a new norm where funds provided investment choices. Essentially, they are in compliance, in harmony. Speaking about collective policies, they are in harmony with the best practices that exist in other markets in the EU. Now, what is the case when we've got when we have a guaranteed return? A performance that is guaranteed. We need to think where we live and the returns we get. 13% of the cases only provide a guarantee over than 1%, meaning a period where the inflation was in Greece December 7.2, we can easily understand what this means for the real value of the money of the people investing in guaranteed products that provide only a maximum of 1%. Now, the non-guarantee now performance, the non-guaranteed return, they are 50% where the design provides for investment baskets of a certain risk. it is clear to see the middle column where there are cases where the design provides, offers a menu of 2, 3 mutual funds. There, the members choose the ideal combination for them. The question is, are they trained to do so? Are they well informed? We would say that everything is smooth, that the members are the suitable tools to make their choices and make savings for the future, so that they supplement their pension. However, the question remains as such, how those are designed and followed up, monitored. The survey has highlighted that only 1 out of 4 employers, in terms of plans, have established a committee, name it as you wish, and at this rate, the occupational fund that they're involved in the survey, that in line with the legislation need to have an investment committee. So a very little part in terms of collective policies are under some kind of supervision for their investments. And interestingly enough, 1 out of 4 again have somehow recorded their strategy, why they have chosen it, how it was designed, which are the reference indicators. In other words, there's a lack of governance of those investments. Now, let us see the governance itself. What were the answers of the employers? The challenges, first of all. Most slides from now on focus on, there's a message because the challenges, priorities, focus on investments and how we may design and manage the strategy, the investment strategy. Most of them, in terms of challenges, answered as follows. 43% believe that it's extremely difficult with the existing tools available to monitor the investment operation, the returns of their investments, actually. And again, they have great difficulties in the design by 38%, 83%. Future goals. This is similarly interesting because the goal was once to be competitive, to design a provision to attract talent. That was the attitude and the policy. 83% indeed still believe that the future goal must be to have a competitive program scheme. Similarly attractive is to have a scheme, a program with a correct, well-designed strategy. Priorities, future priorities. Again, investment on the right with a very high rate. However, they've answered as well at high rate, 6 out of 10, that they would like to have a better communication and better tools in communication tools to connect them with their members. This is a major lack in the market, and I'm not referring to the funds themselves, where in line with the legislation they need to have a website, members on the internet, and of course provide more infos. So one might claim that we've chosen a very knowledgeable team of investors. However, what have they been doing all those years? To our surprise, we've realized that only 37% of the particular sample has had some kind of review of their investment strategy in the past 5 years. There is in the past 5 years where the entire world has changed. With great volatility, and though during those years, only 1 out of 3 approximately did something, a corrective movement in terms of strategy, investment strategy. And again, right, save the investments out. Only 1 out of 5 investors have taken any action whatsoever. So one of the most, to conclude somehow with the survey, one of the most impressive findings of the survey was that, and the question to what extent you wish to change financing vehicle of your scheme, only 13% answered that they would choose the fund, which has been increasing slightly the more we focus on a cluster. However, it still remains extremely low. Thus, the myth collapses that the insurance fund is a risk, the insurance market is at risk due to the funds. And again, this must be an issue for all those designing the strategy for occupational funds in the future. So why finally employers choose the way they do? The insurance incentive is strong, however, there are 2 qualitative important factors, because they believe it is a modern management tool in terms of human resources, and they believe that it is a tool that has better governance, delivers better governance, surveillance. According to our opinion, there's a competitive edge to connect it with what I've been saying until now for the funds. Their operational, their investment operation. And I'm referring to the governance because the existing framework provides for a type of governance with distinct roles and control levels on the basis of the best practices that exist in other countries of the EU, and again on the EU directives. The main roles here being the committee and the governor of investments, and more or less there are 6 steps throughout the operation, define it as such from the definition of the risk tolerance, because someone would claim that this is also because of the returns, and we need to take into account risks as well. Moving forward to the design of the strategy, where the main role is played by the committee and the risk manager, and then the cycle where we have the implementation of the strategy and the supervision. To connect it with what I've been saying until now, I'm honored to be part of the committees, to be a member of such committees in different funds, and we convene once a year together with the investment manager to follow up the investments, the tactics applied in order to achieve better management of the risk in favor of the employees. To wrap up, the survey highlights challenges, both for employers that intend to get in the occupational funds in Greece. TEA may be the best answer and solution in such case. However, there's an oxymoron. Despite the incentives in place, despite the best practices followed by the TEA, the occupational funds are still not a choice for the majority of employers, possibly because they need a vision and a specific strategy, a specific and steady operation framework beyond the mandate of a minister and so on and so forth, as the mandate of a fund is far longer than a ministerial decision or whatever. And of course, they need oxygen above all, meaning revenue available, disposable, cash flow, in an interaction with TECA. The government, however, wasn't bold enough in the overall TECA reform to provide a role for the occupational funds, even though there are examples in other countries that have been active in this field earlier. There are choices, so we may be optimistic. What we do not need in the funds is to strangle them by imposing severe tax.
Thank you, Mr. Gitters, and since you've mentioned good practices and examples from other countries that score highly in terms of the occupation funds, we will step to Australia. We're going to have a Zoom connection with Mr. Stelios Pagalis, a professor at the Victoria University in Australia. Well, good afternoon, I would say. To turn on your microphone. Well, good afternoon it is. It's a summer night here. The time is 10 p.m. We are very happy to have you with us. We are going to have a discussion about the pension system in Australia. And let me just say that there will be a commentary. The professor of political economy, Mr. Georgios Bitters, will enter a discussion afterwards. You have about 20 minutes to tell us what is the case in Australia, just to give us some ideas. Well, thank you very much. Since you mentioned Australia, let me say that Melbourne is the capital of Greek diaspora, let's say. 170,000 Greeks with Greek origin residing here. Let me start by saying, let me start with a presentation and just mention my colleagues, Mr. Bitros and Mr. Libanias, with whom we work together. And this chapter and the presentation that is part of a book edited by Mr. Bitros, for which he will tell us, of course. I don't need to cover in detail to keep it brief, everything. I'm not going to give you the contents here. I'm going to go directly into the first part. I have to say that occupational insurance in Australia started at the start of 1990 from the government. It was a liberal government administration at the time, and this was also an achievement of the trade unions. It was a proposal that came from the trade unions to establish what I'm going to describe, and it was also supported by the business world. It is a pension system that is very democratic, competitive, and supervised, properly supervised. It's a fair system. Also, this was the time that I moved to Australia by coincidence, so I experienced the way the whole thing was being established. Moving on to the next slide. There's a lot of detail here, and I should say that this slide mainly describes what we are experiencing in Australia. If someone were to move to Australia, would like to have an idea about how the system works, this is such an idea. This will give you that idea. It's a system, a very simple one that can be understood by everyone. On the left side, we have the state pension. I'm not going to say too much about that, just the main things. Then we will go to the supplementary pension, the main pillar, the largest pillar. First of all, the state pension, the public pension, is given at 67 years of age, which is considered, and it is considered an okay and decent pension, but not luxurious in any case. So people are urged to look for something more, to get something more. One person gets $24,700 per year, and the couple 37,200. This is without tax, and they can work for a $180 per 15 days. If you are one, or 200 and something if there's a couple. What I need to note is that you're entitled to a state pension if your property, your assets are less than $270,000 per person. And the amount increases if you're a couple. When your assets increase, your property increases, the pension is reduced. Just to describe that, I will go to the next pension that describes a person that has their own home and gets $24,000. Their assets are $270,000 to get the entire amount, and for each $1,000 and up to 588, the pension is reduced, and after that you don't get any pension. To the right, we have a couple that owns a house. State pension is $37,200 something dollars. They can have a property assets up to 400, aside from the home, 400,000, and then this pension reduced by $3 per 15 days. And when we reach 880 something thousand as a property value, then there's no pension. And then that's where the supplementary pension kicks in. That's the second pillar, and I want to describe that. The first thing I want to say is that this supplementary pension, you can get it past 60 years of age. So there is an incentive for someone to focus on the supplementary pension. How it works? Employers contribute as a minimum 10.5% of the gross salary to a fund selected by the employee, and that percentage goes up to 12% mandatorily until 2025. Then I want to stress that the employee as well is entitled to make a contribution, but that contribution, the contribution of the employer and the employee, cannot be more than $65,000 per year. To give you an example, if someone is paid $100,000, the employee employer gives 10,500 and the employee can give up to 14,500 to reach the maximum, which is 25,000 is the maximum that can be contributed towards the future pension. Now, I want to note that 10.5, which is a percent, which is in effect today, is the minimum. An employer, in order to attract human resources, can offer much more contribution, higher contribution to the pension fund. For example, me, as a professor at the university, I know that the fund of the university professors, when you work at the university, if I remember correctly, my employer, its contribution was 17%, which is a rather high number. So that is a way employers, an incentive for employers to attract employees. Over time, this accumulates, of course, through the returns, and the pensions that arise are tax-free, provided that the accumulated funds is not over $1.6 million. Beyond that, there is some tax. Right now, the effective tax coefficient for something over 1.6 million for the pension fund of the employee is approximately 7%. These are the main points for the pension system in Australia, and I want to remind you that everyone understands that. That's the basic things. There's not a lot more to explain here. This is what we experience, this is what we know about since the 1990s. This is the system, everyone is familiar with it. And I repeat that because it is a simple system. And this is why it was embraced by the people. To continue, I want to say that state pension expenditure as a percentage of the GDP in Australia is approximately 4%. It's not a big number fiscal-wise. It can be supported by the budget. In contrast to Greece, you see on the left, where state pension is 16% of the GDP. That was the case in 2019, so it's a big difference here. And I'd like to repeat that the budget of Australia can support the pension payments as I described them. I want to say, right now in the market, for managing insurance contributions, there are approximately 179 in total funds, pension funds. You see them with numbers for the public sector and others. The public sector is the one that will be presented by my colleague here. There are funds with less than 5 members, approximately 600,000 of them. So, of course, there is a law about how you can establish such funds. I'm not going to go into details. That's not the point of the presentation. At the same time, there's a comparison tool for those funds, to compare those funds from the regulatory authority of the relevant authority that evaluates each fund based on its performance, on its returns. And if its performance is low for 2 years, consecutive years, the fund cannot accept new members, and the members that were to go to that fund must go to a different fund. So there is pressure to keep up good returns. And The data on the table is from May 2021. I think the new table has some difference in the figures, but more or less comparing things. I will give you now some data that I think is important. I talked about the evaluation, the assessment, the evaluation of the funds, and this evaluation is for the 10 best funds for 2022. To the left, you see the returns of those funds in the last year, and you see, I heard the previous speaker, he talked about this, he talked about low returns in the last year. You see it here as well. To the right, we see the 10 best funds for with returns for the 10 previous years, and you see that on average they are very good, about 7, 8, 9%. And by the way, number 5 to the right is my fund, the university fund. I cannot see the figure right now, but I think it's about 8% the return. And I say this because these funds are being evaluated. Someone has the right to transfer from one fund to another by looking at the best one. I'm not going to go into the details, of course, about how to do that, but it is a possibility. Now, here in this slide, these graphs, to the left for 2020, you see the countries that were the best in pension savings for 2020 as a percentage of the GDP. Australia is at the third. First is Netherlands, second is Canada. So from 1980 and onwards, Australia has done very, very well. And to the right, for 2021, we see that Australia has moved up. It's now in second position. The Netherlands is the first. And I simply want to mention that the Netherlands has made some changes in its pension system and adopted practices from the Australian system. That's remarkable, I think, because the practices that we use in Australia have helped us reach this high position, this high ranking for savings as a percentage of the GDP. On the next slide, I just want to highlight the fact that since 1995 and until 2020, there was an increase in savings from our funds, and today they stand at approximately $1.7 trillion, which is 170% of the GDP of Australia. It is an important investment pillar. It protects the country when we're facing crises such as the COVID one. Also, investments are made all over the world. And if you remember, recently, last year, a pension fund from a bank purchased 49% of the Greek network of energy network. So it made an investment in Greece. So perhaps through my fund, I have some participation indirect in Greece. I don't know exactly the details, but I could look into it and find out. So there might be an investment in Greece that I have an interest in. Moving on, I want to talk about the supervision of the system in general. It is audited by the Regulatory Authority of Insurance and Risks, the Executive committee, or rather the executive committee, the regulatory authority is appointed by the government, and the decisions of the committee require some approval from the government. The regulatory authority of insurance and risks supervises the financial sector, the banks, the insurance companies, fiscal companies, and the market of the pension funds. This is a supervision system. Mr. Bakalis, I don't know if you can hear me. Maybe you can just keep it a little bit shorter because time is pressing us, so that we can include Mr. Bitros in the discussion. This is, well, the board of directors, this is the last thing I want to mention. This is a very democratic board. There's a representation by the employees and the employers, equally represented, but there are also some special investment consultants that are hired after do the market research, and they are part of the board of directors on an everyday basis, daily basis. The CEO handles the dealings of the board. And there is a class consensus here. And in conclusion, first, it is successful exactly because we have a consensus between employees and employers. There's this management for the pension values for the citizens. It's a very democratic system, an institutional framework very simple that operates, as I said. Competition is possible, like I said before, the funds are being evaluated, and it is an important investment pillar for the country. In 2021, the available cash was 177% of the GDP. So, and there is a guarantee that if the fund fails to accumulate sufficient funds, the citizens can get the pension that I described at the start from the government, from the state. No one has taken advantage of the system because everyone feels that it is to the benefit of the country. No one has taken advantage and just get all the money and buy a home and whatever. Everyone is using the system because they consider it is fair and just. Mr. Bakalis, anyone, I'm guessing someone can get in contact with you to discuss about all the details. We could say do it like Australia if you want to have an alternative title for your presentation. Let's pause for a moment here and include Mr. Bitros in our discussion. I don't know if we can have them on screen. Can you hear me? Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Bitros. We want your comment to conclude this section. Let me bring up the file.
Να υπενθυμίσω ότι ο κύριος Μπίτρος είναι στο οικονομικό.
Let me remind you that Mr. Mitros is a professor of political economy at the University of Athens and has worked with Mr. Bakalis in the previous paper. I will try to do a share screen. We cannot see the slides here, but maybe you can start with a commentary. We are now writing a book, Pension System, that's the title. the pension problem and what to do about it. For this book, I have asked 4 researchers to write something. Mr. Bakalis and Mr. Livanas are going to write about Australia. Mr. Zimeros has already written something for Ireland. The Irish had a similar system as in Greece, which appeared to be non-viable, and they changed everything, and now they're doing well. There will also be a chapter from Mr. Xanthopoulos, and they will write about the United States. He will write about the United States, and there will be a chapter written by 2 Chinese professors about the pension system in China, which again will be very interesting because we will see a different approach there, which is attempting to simulate the system in Australia. So the idea is to tell to the Greek citizens that there is a problem here, and if this problem is not resolved, we will not be able to give pensions, decent pensions to future generations. Talking about them, we're not talking about the 10 or 20 or 30 years, we're talking about 50 years ahead or 60 years ahead. And Greek people need to understand the source, the causes of the problem. It's not just the demographics, it is also the immigration of highly qualified Greek people abroad. So the brain drain. We've lost 500,000 people like that, young people that would have contributed greatly to the insurance pension system. So we have this leak, not just from the demographics, but also from immigration, because people who leave Greece who make the decision to leave Greece consider the fact that we have this pension system and this problem in there, take it into account in their decision. So Greek people should take ownership of the system and the changes that need to occur, and put their trust in those who are going to undertake to carry out the reform. So the purpose of the book, Mr. Bignos, we don't see your presentation, so if you could shut down, if you can redo the process and do share again. Your explanations are great, but we would like to have the image as well. Can you see it now? Yes? Yes, now we see it. Let me remind you that we have 10 minutes at most. If you want to keep it shorter, that would be good. Now I don't see the presentation. Can you see my slides now? Yes. Good. So the first slide, I'm saying that Greek people should take ownership of the reforms that must take place because they are fundamental reforms. Otherwise, the pension problem, the pension system will not be viable. And when I say that they need to take ownership, they need to consider the prospects for the children and the consequences for other coming generations. Let me remind you that since 1960, democracy is not just Greece. The republics issued checks to support the current generations, but these checks cannot be paid for this generation now. So we need to make fundamental reforms to the system, and this book is an attempt to use the knowledge from abroad and tell the Greek people, explain the problem, because it's a permanent problem and you need to change course, like Ireland did, like Australia did in 1990. They changed course. And the trade unions worked with them, the politicians worked with them. It was a class consensus, as Mr. Bakali said. In the end, citizens must trust those who are going to undertake to carry out those reforms, because Greek people should not undermine the reforms that some. Mr. Pedro, just 2 minutes. We're pressed by time. So we are trying to convey knowledge from abroad and explain to the Greek people that they have the right to choose the pension carrier in terms when it comes to the second pillar. This government has created TECA. TECA is a public monopoly. Yesterday in Capital GR, we published an article with a critique on this reform. It does not solve the problem. TECA does not solve the problem. And it does not solve the problem because it does not give an option to the citizens to choose their pension fund, which fund is best suited for them. And Greek citizens need to understand that this right, the right to choose the pension fund, is something that is a democratic right, the right of choice. Okay, thank you, Mr. Petros. Thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, thank you. So we saw what's happening in Australia, distant Australia. Let me remind you that based on what Mr. Bakali said, the countries that score highly in terms to pension funds are Australia, the Netherlands, Canada, and Australia. And before we move to our next break, and let me remind you that you can visit our sponsor booths through the platform, the sponsors hall. Leave your information, contact details, get the material that they have prepared for you. And you can also connect with a live on Expo Complex to get all the presentations and everything from the conference. And also you can evaluate us. That's where you can find the form. Now, Mr. Kojamanis. He will be with us in a short while, okay? To fill in the gap then, just to tell you, he's a professor of demographics. We heard that one of the most important problems facing, the most important problems that needs to be taken into account is the demographic problem. Greece has a problem in this regard, the aging population. Mr. Kojamanis is a professor of demographics, scientific head of the research program ELIVEC, demographic mandates in research and practice in Greece. He works at the University of Thessaly, and I think he will give us a lot of information. Not? No. We will see. Sometimes technology makes our lives harder. Just be a bit patient before our break. Thank you for your patience.
Και επίσης να υπενθυμίσω ότι έχουμε σήμερα άλλα δύο πάνελ που θα ακολουθήσουν, έτσι, πολύ ενδιαφέροντα.
Let me remind you that we have two more panels today, and then we will have, the second day, we will have our keynote speaker, Mrs. Petra Hielkema, the chairperson of the European Insurance and Occupational Pensions Authority, on our second day.
Δεν είμαι και καλή στο τραγούδι, τουλάχιστον να καλύψω το χρόνο και να πω κάτι. Ωραία, πάμε λοιπόν σε διάλειμμα.
So let's go on our lunch break. Thank you for your patience, and we will be back later.
Άντε, πώς να κάτσει. Το μικρόφωνο, έλα. Τι. Τώρα θες να κάνω τι μιλάω, να προσποιηθώ, να κάνω... Ευχαριστώ.
Aon is in the business of better decisions.
Ζούμε σε έναν κόσμο που η μοναδική σταθερά είναι η αλλαγή. Σε αυτόν τον κόσμο, δύο ισχυρές δυνάμεις της ασφαλιστικής αγοράς, δύο εταιρείες με πολυετή εμπειρία και δυναμική ανάπτυξη ενώνονται, διατηρώντας τις αξίες και τα μοναδικά τους πλεονεκτήματα. Γίνονται μια δυνατή ομάδα, ένα ισχυρό μπραντ, αποδεικνύοντας την εμπιστοσύνη τους στις προοπτικές της ελληνικής αγοράς. Γινόμαστε ένα. Ξεκινάμε μαζί μια κοινή πορεία ανάπτυξης για ένα καλύτερο μέλλον για όλους. Με σεβασμό στον άνθρωπο, στην κοινωνία και στο περιβάλλον μέσα στο οποίο εξελισσόμαστε. Μαζί δημιουργούμε την νούμερο 1 ασφαλιστική εταιρεία στις γενικές ασφαλίσεις και την 5η μεγαλύτερη ασφαλιστική στην Ελλάδα, με φιλοδοξία να κατακτήσουμε την κορυφή. Μαζί διαμορφώνουμε νέες προοπτικές και ευκαιρίες ανάπτυξης, φροντίζοντας με το ίδιο πάθος για τη συνεχή εξέλιξη των συνεργατών μας. Μαζί βελτιώνουμε και διευρύνουμε την γάμα των προϊόντων μας και αναβαθμίζουμε περαιτέρω την ποιότητα των υπηρεσιών μας. Ενώνοντας τις δυνάμεις μας, δίνουμε ένα ισχυρό προβάδισμα στους ανθρώπους μας. Συνεχίζουμε με σταθερότητα να δημιουργούμε και να καινοτομούμε σε ένα ανθρώπινο περιβάλλον με ιδανικές συνθήκες εργασίας. Μαζί, τα βήματά μας γίνονται άλματα και ανοίγουν το δρόμο για ένα κοινό ταξίδι γεμάτο επιτυχίες και ευκαιρίες για όλους. Όσο και αν αλλάζει αυτός ο κόσμος, το μαζί είναι το βασικό συστατικό που σίγουρα θα μας οδηγήσει στην κορυφή. Μαζί σε μια νέα κοινή πορεία ανάπτυξης.
beautiful thing, change. Embrace it, and your business can improve our climate. Give more people a place to call home. Inspire a global workforce to be a force of innovation and growth, and help reduce food waste and combat hunger. See how the value we bring to your business can create more value in our world. Accenture, let there be change.
Your organization is only as resilient as its people. How do you help them plan their futures, improve their health, and build their wealth? We give you the clarity and confidence to make work for everyone. Aon is in the business of better decisions.
Ζούμε σε έναν κόσμο που η μοναδική σταθερά είναι η αλλαγή. Σε αυτόν τον κόσμο, δύο ισχυρές δυνάμεις της ασφαλιστικής αγοράς, δύο εταιρείες με πολυετή εμπειρία και δυναμική ανάπτυξη ενώνονται, διατηρώντας τις αξίες και τα μοναδικά τους πλεονεκτήματα. Γίνονται μια δυνατή ομάδα, ένα ισχυρό μπραντ, αποδεικνύοντας την εμπιστοσύνη τους στις προοπτικές της ελληνικής αγοράς. Γινόμαστε ένα. Ξεκινάμε μαζί μια κοινή πορεία ανάπτυξης για ένα καλύτερο μέλλον για όλους. Με σεβασμό στον άνθρωπο, στην κοινωνία και στο περιβάλλον μέσα στο οποίο εξελισσόμαστε. Μαζί δημιουργούμε την νούμερο 1 ασφαλιστική εταιρεία στις γενικές ασφαλίσεις και την 5η μεγαλύτερη ασφαλιστική στην Ελλάδα, με φιλοδοξία να κατακτήσουμε την κορυφή. Μαζί διαμορφώνουμε νέες προοπτικές και ευκαιρίες ανάπτυξης, φροντίζοντας με το ίδιο πάθος για τη συνεχή εξέλιξη των συνεργατών μας. Μαζί βελτιώνουμε και διευρύνουμε την γάμα των προϊόντων μας και αναβαθμίζουμε περαιτέρω την ποιότητα των υπηρεσιών μας. Ενώνοντας τις δυνάμεις μας, δίνουμε ένα ισχυρό προβάδισμα στους ανθρώπους μας. Συνεχίζουμε με σταθερότητα να δημιουργούμε και να καινοτομούμε σε ένα ανθρώπινο περιβάλλον με ιδανικές συνθήκες εργασίας. Μαζί, τα βήματά μας γίνονται άλματα και ανοίγουν τον δρόμο για ένα κοινό ταξίδι γεμάτο επιτυχίες και ευκαιρίες για όλους. Όσο και αν αλλάζει αυτός ο κόσμος, το μαζί είναι το βασικό συστατικό που σίγουρα θα μας οδηγήσει στην κορυφή. Μαζί σε μια νέα κοινή πορεία ανάπτυξης.
a beautiful thing, change. Embrace it, and your business can improve our climate. Give more people a place to call home. Inspire a global workforce to be a force of innovation and growth, and help reduce food waste and combat hunger. See how the value we bring to your business can create more value in our world. Accenture, let there be change.
Today's world is difficult to recognize. Pandemic, supply chain failure, extreme weather, all interconnected. How do you navigate? Make decisions. Our experience and advanced analytics help you find the value amidst the volatility. Aon is in the business of better decisions.
Ζούμε σε έναν κόσμο που η μοναδική σταθερά είναι η αλλαγή. Σε αυτόν τον κόσμο, δύο ισχυρές δυνάμεις της ασφαλιστικής αγοράς, δύο εταιρείες με πολυετή εμπειρία και δυναμική ανάπτυξη ενώνονται, διατηρώντας τις αξίες και τα μοναδικά τους πλεονεκτήματα. Γίνονται μια δυνατή ομάδα, ένα ισχυρό μπραντ, αποδεικνύοντας την εμπιστοσύνη τους στις προοπτικές της ελληνικής αγοράς. Γινόμαστε ένα. Ξεκινάμε μαζί μια κοινή πορεία ανάπτυξης για ένα καλύτερο μέλλον για όλους. Με σεβασμό στον άνθρωπο, στην κοινωνία και στο περιβάλλον μέσα στο οποίο εξελισσόμαστε. Μαζί δημιουργούμε την νούμερο 1 ασφαλιστική εταιρεία στις γενικές ασφαλίσεις και την 5η μεγαλύτερη ασφαλιστική στην Ελλάδα, με φιλοδοξία να κατακτήσουμε την κορυφή. Μαζί διαμορφώνουμε νέες προοπτικές και ευκαιρίες ανάπτυξης, φροντίζοντας με το ίδιο πάθος για τη συνεχή εξέλιξη των συνεργατών μας. Μαζί βελτιώνουμε και διευρύνουμε την γκάμα των προϊόντων μας και αναβαθμίζουμε περαιτέρω την ποιότητα των υπηρεσιών μας. Ενώνοντας τις δυνάμεις μας, δίνουμε ένα ισχυρό προβάδισμα στους ανθρώπους μας. Συνεχίζουμε με σταθερότητα να δημιουργούμε και να καινοτομούμε σε ένα ανθρώπινο περιβάλλον, με ιδανικές συνθήκες εργασίας. Μαζί, τα βήματά μας γίνονται άλματα και ανοίγουν το δρόμο για ένα κοινό ταξίδι γεμάτο επιτυχίες και ευκαιρίες για όλους. Όσο και αν αλλάζει αυτός ο κόσμος, το μαζί είναι το βασικό συστατικό που σίγουρα θα μας οδηγήσει στην κορυφή. Μαζί σε μια νέα κοινή πορεία ανάπτυξης.
It's a beautiful thing. Change. Embrace it, and your business can improve our climate. Give more people a place to call home. Inspire a global workforce to be a force of innovation and growth, and help reduce food waste and combat hunger. See how the value we bring to your business can create more value in our world. Accenture. Let there be change.
Αφού φορτίσαμε μπαταρίες και κάναμε networking, να περάσουμε στο δεύτερο μέρος του συνεδρίου μας. Θα καλέσω τον προλόγησα και προηγουμένως.
I'll invite now to the floor Mr. Kotzamanis, Professor of Demographics, Scientific Responsible of ELIDEC project, Demographic Issues in Research and Practices in Greece from the University of Thessaly. Mr. Kotzamanis, are you with us?
Επειδή είστε ο πρώτος ομιλητής για το δεύτερο μέρος.
Our first speaker in this afternoon, and I welcome you. You're being brief. Good morning, thank you for the invitation and the challenge. My topic is relevant to the demographic aging and social insurance before 2050. In all EU countries, we've got a phenomenon which is irreversible, demographic aging. In other words, the increase of the aging population in all EU countries. And the ratio of aging people in the overall population. This is the case in all EU countries. The recent past and our differences as follows. Not only the rate of the over 60 years of age group increases rapidly for the past 10 years, as opposed to those which number reduces. This is demographic ages involving two factors. We're experiencing it continuously, and something more, we give birth, the birth rate drops annually. Now let us see how the population of our country may develop on the basis of recent projections of the EU 22, 3 months ago. An intermediate scenario provides a slight increase of fertility until 2050 and a balance of 5,000 a year. There is 140,000 people in the next years. Very close to the reality if it remains valid, such balance. And let me remind you that in the past 10 years, the refugee balance, exit imports, to put it this way, represents 400,000 people. Even though we have a flow of refugees, instead, many people have left. In the past 10 years, we have 4,000 more exits than incomings, and the projection, thanks to this projection, we might have a slightly positive increase. By 50, the population of our country shall necessarily reduce a little, a lot, or dramatically. In other words, 9.5 million, an average scenario, or 8.5 million, this is the bad scenario, and 9.8 million, this is the good scenario. In other words, meaning our fertility increases, which is not an easy thing to achieve. In any case, the population shall decrease. Births and deaths shall be negative. In the intermediate scenario, we'll have less births than deaths. We'll be having 1.5 million more deaths as opposed to births. And the over 65 years of age group shall increase by 800,000 people, and the population of active people until 65 years of age will decrease by 1.5 million. Dramatic figures. 1.5 million less working population, active population, and a reduction by 1 million of the entire population, 1.5. So the question is as follows. Given the projections of the average intermediate scenario, even though 1.5 million less working persons shall exist, is it possible to do something so as to avoid it? Not simply how we are at the age of working, the point is how many of them are active and employed because they produce wealth. The employed people may reduce, may increase if we've got respective incentives. Have a positive migration flow, and instead of having 5,000 a year, have 12 to 10,000 a year, which is not something dramatic because in the next 30 years the balance will be positive by 850,000 people. Until 10, and the average balance was plus 40,000. So if it is not similar in the decades ahead, at the level of 15,000, we'll gain in terms of active people by 350,000 people. This is the first condition. In other words, have a steady, positive migration flow as provided by the UN. Second, there's a problem in our country, a disadvantage which we may turn it in advantage in order to avoid reducing the active population. We have the lowest rate of employed people at the age group of around 65. Around 65. In the Scandinavian countries, 82%, while we have a very little share of women in the labor force. So in a working hypothesis, and with an horizon of 30-35 years, where the employed people in the active population goes higher than 65% and goes as high as 82%, we'll have a reduction, a slight reduction of those employed. With two measures, and this is the conclusion, simple measures, we'll have having the positive increase migration flow, a higher population around the age of 65, and a participation as high as 82%. By 50, we'll have the same number of active people as we have currently, even though the active people will drop by 1.5 million. So those are economic policies and development measures issues in order to avoid having less active people between today and 2050. However, there's another parameter, a second parameter, that we keep silent. We believe that demographic aging is catastrophic, reduction of the population, of active people. The system is ready to collapse. So, the first solution is the one that I've just developed with two parameters: interventions in the labor market and the refugee flows. The second thing that we tend to forget is that the growth, the wealth produced in a country is not a coefficient only of the population, but it involves as well other parameters as well. The productivity of work, the added value, the distribution of wealth, how wealth is understood, and in terms of those points, we lag far behind. The productivity, according to all studies, it is very low. The added value, very low. So there are fields where we can intervene, and if we do it right now, they'll have the following result. Given that the population of the active people will not be reduced, will remain 4 million, and if another parameters change, this won't impact a lot, will remain as such as today. In other words, if the first two parameters change, migration and rate of employment in the age group 2065, we'll have, despite all the above, a ratio of employed 65 and above, which instead of 1 to 7, 1.7 employed after 28 years, we'll have 1.3 employed for every single person over 14 years and above. This reduction in Germany will be by 1 person. Those employed currently, compared to those at the working age, being currently 1.7. After several years, this figure shall be 1. So the conclusion is as follows. The phenomena are characterized by inertia. I'm referring to the time period until 2050, which is well defined, save the migration flows. We know the age that the host of population that shall reach the age of 65 by that time. We know how many of them will die. Not precisely, but more or less. We can have an approximation. We know those that shall get into the labor market in the next 20 years because they are already born. Those are mere projections. And this is an alert which tells us what to do. We are given, however, the option, provided that we can forecast the future, to take policy measures that may counterbalance the negative demographic developments, and first of all, adjustment to a number of developments that are irreversible: aging, which is irreversible, reduction of the population, of active population. So the measures that will boost us, will allow us to adjust at a very short time period, are irreversible, and the policy measures may allow us at a long term to reverse the negative further developments. Unless we do all the above, this situation is as described. According to my opinion, demographics necessarily imposes reforms and changes that even if they didn't exist, we should be doing something different. With 12% unemployment, which shall remain until 2050, where the unemployment rate is the highest in young people in Europe, we can't be living in a country where the active population is very low. Women are essentially outside the labor market. Productivity is very low, together with the production of products and services. So demography and the data I've just presented pushes us towards a number of changes that had to be there already. Must be discussed immediately and progressively in an horizon of 20-25 years, have them in practice.
Να σας ευχαριστήσουμε πολύ. Απευχόμαστε βέβαια.
Thank you very much. Of course, hopefully the extreme scenario with the 8.5 million population is not going to happen. Anyway, with the next speakers, I would like to ask to stick to the time, 10 minutes precisely, because again, we are pressed by time. Now, our next speaker is very concise in when he says, Mr. Apalagakis, Mr. The president of Accenture, Mr. Sabadakakis. He's known for his very targeted speeches. So, good morning. I will try to be concise. First of all, I'd like to start by thanking the Ethos Events and the Hellenic Union of Institutions for Occupational Retirement Provision for the invitation. As Accenture, we want to express, to convey our trust in this institution, and from the stand, we'd like to call for more organizations to use this opportunity of the occupational pension funds as insurance funds. As the title of my speech says, if I had to summarize in one sentence our experience as Accenture and our fund, I would say that it's a legacy for our employees. As a company that is active for more than 30 years in the Greek market in consultancy services, we continuously invest in our employees, recognizing their value as a main factor for distinguishing us in the market. In this sense, we have established one of the first private funds in Greece in 2007, and the trigger for that was, well, my previous work experience abroad in Switzerland, where I worked there in the 90s, and I was able to see a national pension system of multiple pillars, how that works, and what are the benefits for the employees. And I was questioning, wondering whether the institutional framework existed in Greece as well. And what we found was that even though the framework was there, just very few organizations benefited from it. In our company, just to give you the history, we already had an insurance plan with a large private company in partnership with them, but we felt it was rather limited, and also it was a remnant from the period of the global financial crisis. We had a lingering concern. We didn't feel good to have assets from our employees that were not under our own control. So we wanted to play a greater part in that. So those funds are an opportunity for providing a more complete and comprehensive solution and package to employees. We acted fast. We established our fund, which is a structured vehicle for long-term savings in the form of a one-off payment, a lump sum payment. Practically and essentially, as Accenture, we wanted to give an insurance option to our employees for their life after work, a minimum security net on a personal and family level. Since, unfortunately, what we saw was that many of our employees, even after a full work cycle, left the company having very little in savings. And to be honest, when we started with the survey, we opened it up a little bit to find out what is happening in Greece in general, and found that things are actually worse. People that retire have very little in savings, and that was a shock to us. So our vision was and continues to be to enhance the savings mentality in our employees and ensure a more secure pension future. At the same time, in this manner, we wanted to enhance a culture of high commitment and devotion, strengthening our corporate values and a concept that we have in Accenture, the stewardship. We want to deliver the company to better than how we accepted it. So based on the above, we've established the Accenture fund, private insurance fund, which is also for us a way to differentiate in the market and helping us attract and retain our employees from Greece and from abroad. In the last 2 years, we have brought back about 30 people, 30 Greeks from abroad. And we believe that the existence of this fund was one of the defining criteria that helped those Greek people get the decision to come back in Greece because it is helping them with their savings. Our members and employees enjoy a savings scheme with an improved with improved taxation and a long-term commitment of the funds. The amounts of the savings are invested by a very experienced investment group aiming at the best possible management, long-term management, and the operating costs is carried by the company, borne by the company. Also, the cost of establishing the fund was borne by the company, and we did not hesitate 1 minute to do that. We believe in the institution and we pay our contributions for employees, insurance, social security contributions, 5%, and members also have the ability to contribute. We want to further enhance the institution. This is why we're doing this. And in order to attract members, we've designed a comprehensive communication problem and a calculation model to analyze the saving benefits that can be customized and personalized, so each one of the members can know what to expect. We also provide an online application giving direct access to personalized data. Lastly, the contributions of members that are leaving the company without having established pension rights according to the Articles of Association of the fund are not invested in the company, but they are redistributed to the members, those that have been members for at least a year. Now, in 2017, we started as a small fund. We now have more than 340 members, about 1/3 of our human resources, and the capital that we are managing is now a considerable figure. The returns have been strong despite the difficult financial environment, just further proving that our approach is very prudent and effective. However, our journey so far has had its share of challenges. If we had increased the multi-employee funds, perhaps we would have avoided this difficulty of establishing our own fund. It's not something that we would not be buying if we had it available in the market. In addition, in our company, our average the average age of our employees is 32 years, so it's very difficult to convince the young people to start saving for the future. And that goes hand in hand with the general lack of savings culture, but also the difficulties in actually save in Greece. As you know, that is also related to taxation. We also have a long-term strategy and stability in our approach. We would like to have that, but there is a degree of uncertainty from our members exactly because there is no such stability. And we cannot really answer the concerns of our members in this regard. Now, in terms of the taxation, this savings is better to be kept in the banking system and support the banking system because we believe that would have a stronger multiplying effect for the economy than turning those savings into taxation. Lastly, it is important to have a certain flexibility so that those who participate in the funds, the members, If they are faced with a crisis, they could have access to part of those funds, of that capital. It's something that I had as an opportunity, as an option when I was working in Switzerland. And lastly, the other problem, of course, is red tape, delays to get approvals, authorizations. With a more streamlined process, we believe that things could go a lot faster. Despite the challenges, it's clear for us that the occupational funds are here to stay, and I'm truly happy to see that more and more organizations realize their value and are establishing their own funds. The IORPs work for their members, and they play a very important social role, such as similar to the first insurance pillar. This is why we need to look to having the characteristics of the first pillar and not the third one. So in comparison to the TECA fund that was established by the state, we believe that the IORPs play the same role, but simply through private participatory management. And I am talking about that because, of course, those funds are not looking to maximize the results for their shareholders, but for the members. Now, in sum, we hope, to conclude, we hope to have the support of the state in order to grow this institution and its benefits for Greece and the economy. Thank you. Yes, you actually did great in terms of time. Now, our next speaker, Mr. Konstantinos Kolias, the president of the Economic Chamber of Greece. The clock starts now for the next 10 minutes.
Starting from now. Good afternoon, thank you. Thank you for the invitation to be part of this conference. President of the association, my friend Christos, I would like to congratulate you on the job you've been delivering all those years for the development of occupational funds. Our topic today is more urgent than ever, the need for reform so that occupational funds are best prepared. There was an article on Kathimerini Journal where 12 companies had to take recourse in other EU countries to have their staff joining the occupational funds, and many listed countries, having read the articles for association, including provisions on funds, withdraw due to the taxation governing the second pillar in our country. In other words, the reforms need to be delivered immediately. It is urgent. And this is why we're expecting the Ministry of Labour to present this piece of law in the Parliament for the operation of such funds. Speaking about reforms, let us see what precisely we need. Essentially, the legal and the supervisory framework that must be modernized to become more operative. Thus, the sector shall develop in a healthy way, providing sufficient and fair incentives for all insurees. These incentives must enhance the protection of the insurees as well. In any case, those are reforms that shall help such funds to perform even better, because we need not forget that the returns offered to the insurees are not low, which is the case in our sector at AO for economists. All members enjoying returns of 3 digits. So let me stop to our fund established in 2004 on the initiative of the Chamber, and it is a private legal entity and provides supplementary pension to its member beyond the mandatory social one. It follows the capitalization system on the basis of the of the wealth produced, in line with the EU directives, ensuring transparency and guarantees supervised by the Capital Market Authority, publishes its financial statements, and all members can join it. The initiation follows upon decision of the board by the end of every calendar year. The contribution or investment of the mutual funds of Economist Occupational Fund, which was established for this purpose, the contribution of each member are in his personal share, accumulate in his her own savings, and of course at any time point in time such member may get infos on the website where he may log in and is aware on a daily basis of his her share. There is a quota contribution as decided by a member from 60 until 1,500 euros, and in the mutual help fund, he may further contribute. According to the new law of 20, the members of the chamber, and particularly freelancers, depending on their financial condition, may change it accordingly. They may even stop and rejoin it after a specific time period without necessarily being obliged to pay the in-between period. So from this podium, I would like to invite all economists, be the member of the chamber or not, to join our fund. It's for their own benefit. Almost 200,000 people have entrusted their fate to a fund. However, in order to increase occupational funds and their member, those reforms and changes that are presented here today need go beyond tax alleviations, need to involve more incentives, because the state itself shall necessarily win, has only to win out of this course.
Well, you have 4 minutes to spare, so we might call you again to the stand. Anyway, if there's something to, but the takeaway from this speech is that we need a new institutional framework. Now, our next speaker, Mrs. Haroula Balagaki, Acting General Director of the Greek Union of Banks. She's already on the floor. She will keep the time. Dear President, Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Luckily, among others, the banking sector is now represented by Mr. Stavros Ioannou. Everyone knows him, the Deputy CEO of Eurobank, and until recently, the Chairman of the Executive Committee of the Greek Union of Banks. And he is going to talk to us about the practical support of the banking system, the support offered to the to Pillar 2. Moreover, the rest of the speakers that were much more experts in this topic, they talked about the necessity, the feasibility of having a secure second pillar, which will be supported by private initiative. So a pillar that is essentially between a voluntary and a mandatory insurance security, which will also be supervised by the public sector. I will discuss a very particular topic, not only related to occupational insurance, but any activity that goes beyond our everyday life. I reviewed a study from 2020, a paper from 2020, that gave an overall picture about the condition, the state of the occupational funds and their returns in order to prepare for today. Indeed, the returns of the fund from the Economic Chamber are very, very high, Mr. Kollias. Anyway, I read the magic words, financial literacy. What is financial literacy? What is this thing that we in the Union talk about, discuss? It is a combination of consciousness, knowledge, skills, attitudes, and behaviors so that any one of us is able to navigate options and arrive to the one that suits them best. In the Greek Union of Banks, the actions and our interest is something similar. We express it in that term, financial literacy, which we implement in partnership with public and private organizations in the last 10 years. But of course, we could greatly improve on that. As I mentioned, literacy means that we can go in as much depth and extent as needed to carry out a series of actions that go beyond our daily life. But this task related to literacy, whether it is about the pensions or financial issues, needs central planning. It cannot be carried by the private sector alone, which means that companies alone or different institutions cannot convince their members for the necessity of occupational insurance alone. And the state cannot do it alone either. So we need a partnership of the two. We need this support so as to establish and develop the institution in the future. You heard before that part of the interest of young people to come back to Greece is because of the fact that there will be some additional pension for them. Now, especially, specifically for occupational insurance, the benefits must be very clear. The pension planning in this voluntary basis must be carried out on a timely manner, and I don't agree that young people do not select it, do not opt for it. Those who participate must be familiar with the supervising framework, especially in terms of their investments and either financial products. Those who participate must be aware that their personal needs sometimes will need to take second place before the general consensus. But they also, people need also to have an option to select. Our country has gone through a very difficult road to be able to claim right now that at least midterm the pension system is sustainable, but it's not clear what will happen in the future, and that must change. Thank you very much. And from financial literacy that we continuously hear about, our next speaker is going to be Mr. Giorgos Kyriakis, the chairman of the Bank of Banking and Financial Executives from the Greek shipping sector, and the CEO of XRTC Business Consultants. I am like a fish out of water, as they say. You know, in conferences like that, I remember a few years back, I was asked to talk about non-performing loans. They needed to have someone from the shipping sector talk, because we didn't really have any non-performing loans in the shipping sector. But anyway, same thing with occupational insurance. Unfortunately, the largest Greek industry, the more outward-looking industry, the one that has collected, that has many, many companies in its wing with capitalization over 1 million, they have not yet understood, realized what you are doing here. So I would like to thank the organizers of the conference for this very honorary invitation, especially my friend Mr. Tunis, Mr. Haralambos Katsikoulakis, who pressed me to actually try to play some part in directing this product towards the sea as well. So it is a fact that the insurance system is a cause for concern for everyone, and especially for the young people. And I insist on that. Young people are concerned. The different insurance systems are getting many pressures for many years now, but especially since 2010, where the conditions have led to cuts in pensions. And that's when the occupational funds became an alternative to ensure an adequate income during retirement. And this is where we come into play, because in France, in Switzerland, in the US, we have the experience, and we need to step up and help a little bit into the social, into establishing a better future for people after they retire. So I support this effort from these efforts from the Hellenic Union of Institutions of Occupational Retirement Provision to highlight the significance of this pillar. These efforts, the effort of the Union in terms of modernizing and enhancing the regulatory framework, which is a requirement, is the main and most important role that it plays. And they have done very well in this regard. The institution of occupational insurance, according to the survey by OVE, despite its development in the last years in Greece, still has a lot of margin to grow, as it is less common than in other European countries. To be precise, essentially, financially, it does not exist in relation to other countries. That's how small it is. Now, despite the fact that the occupational funds number is increasing, its penetration in Greece compared to other countries in the EU are still low. I am happy and surprised to learn that unions and organizations such as the stock market, the medical association, policemen, and important companies and chambers are using this institution to protect their colleagues, their members, and in combination with the public pension, that can have a lot of benefit for society. Now, those social benefits are a main priority for the companies that are leading this the international scene and are trying to adopt measures aimed at achieving specific targets on the basis of ESG. Everyone, all the companies, everyone is dealing and working involved in ESG. And This is what mainly determines the long-term strategy of the large companies. They care for the pension income of the employees. For me, is a social requirement for the companies and could become a criteria for ESG. It is not now, but it could become, and it's a mistake that it's not. And this criteria now, excuse me, as a chairman of the union of the shipping companies, I know that adopting ESG criteria helps the company respond to the expectations of the investors to comply with the regulatory requirements and have better access to funding, financing. The market does not know that one Greek company, the company of Mr. Tsakos, is the first shipping company that has established an occupational fund. He has taken many innovative initiatives, all the more has taken action to secure his employees. Tsakos tends to retain his employees for a long time, and that is because he establishes a great relationship with them. So the shipping industry, the number one industry in our country, will follow in the example, the footsteps of Mr. Tsakos, and in the future we're going to see more shipping companies establishing occupational funds, which will become yet another motive for young people to turn towards the shipping sector. It is given that there's a lot of margin to further develop the pension funds and occupational insurance in our country, but the burden created by the demographics and the global economy makes it necessary for all institutions, all stakeholders to participate and work together in order to establish a viable, a reliable occupational insurance system. That was my speech, and I'm here to tell you that I will support the further growth of those funds in the shipping industry. I think that this rich industry that we have can use and help their own employees so that we can continue. And with one market, we are part of the top 3 industries in the world. Thank you.
Και με αυτή τη δέσμευση, λοιπόν, περνάμε στον...
With this commitment, we're giving the floor to our last speaker,
Ο επόμενος ομιλητής, ο κύριος
Stavros Ioannou, Deputy CEO of Eurobank. He shall discuss how the occupational funds are considered a safe environment and asset, a good asset both for society and the economy. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Let me thank first of all Mrs. Panaga. Well, the association belongs to the past. I'm heading forward. Let me thank the Occupational Funds Association. It is a very honoring invitation for me to be in this conference. As this year's topic has a lot to do with the developments in our country and contributes a lot in what is happening in the past years in our country. I grasp the opportunity to congratulate the association and its president for being consistent, highlighting the need to enhance this strong institution, the usefulness of which is not clear overnight from the broader public. Euripides, to quote him, said that words can't beat acts. And indeed, an institution that has been through a lot as of the beginning of the establishment, the first one century and a half ago in the US, is demonstrated by itself. The data that you have highlighted speak by themselves and make it clear to all that advanced economies develop this institution consistently, strongly, as a win-win condition both for employers and employee, as a developmental locomotive for the entire economy. There are countries where the assets of such funds is over 100% of the size of the economy of such countries by the end of 2020, and over 20% in loans in the Netherlands, Iceland, according to OECD. In between 2008 and 2020, the TEA assets globally, the occupational funds assets represented $4.5 billion. And indeed, the banking sector has embraced this concept. Eurobank as a financial institution, having an expertise via Eurobank Asset Management, IVAC, and the long experience of its officers, decided in June 21 to establish our own fund. A year and a half later, all of our employees, 6.5 thousand people, are members of our fund, having a capital of more than 9 million euros, which has a symbolic value rather, which demonstrates that they've trusted the robust and transparent structure of it. We've designed it according to a strong legal framework, and it operates via robust procedures. Good governance is of primary importance for all of us. Primarily, I need to tell you that that was a social responsibility act. And this is how it is understood by our employees. And that was one of our main goals. When we started designing it, we wanted it to be an endeavor with having a clear face, to put it this way, and a very clear and strong social footprint with modern procedures which would allow them to improve their living standards, enjoy the support in the way they would enjoy and they shall expecting to enjoy the fruits at the end of their working life. I need to say that on their part, employees recognized their joining the fund as a responsibility act which nurtures a strong saving culture, mainly between younger employees. Employees may save their own capital, save the employer's one, in order to enjoy more. And they may even transfer in another occupational fund if they change employer, whereas at the time of disbursement, according to the present tax legislation and status, the payoff amount to be reimbursed is not taxed. Now, let us take the bigger picture. We all recognize that the chain of benefits, thanks to the development of funds, covers the entire economy. The assets due to the supplementary saving and the investments enhances capitalization, productivity, and cash flow of capitals in the market, provides excellent incentives in the labor market, blocking the gray zone, gray labor, undeclared labor. And we, as bank, we need to tell you that this is the biggest problem in Greece currently. Potential benefit which might be generated according to the Industrial Association Institute demonstrates capitals above 10 units of GDP in the long term, and it might, in real term, it might go higher than 7.5 million annually. The annual balanced performance of the profile of active occupational funds in 21 was 6%. Those levels are extremely high, significantly higher than those in the previous years in the markets, where they still exist somehow with an ascending trend. And of course, the longer the insurance, the higher the benefits. Unfortunately, as mentioned by other speakers, this well-established institution internationally in our country has a very low penetration despite the developments in the past years. In Greece, we have more than 30 occupational funds providing supplementary pension schemes. They represent only 4% of the active population, with 1.8 billion euros, reaching only 1% of the Greek GDP, despite the fact that the entire endeavor started 20 years ago in our country. There's a positive and negative impact. We lose a lot as economy, the employees. However, let me highlight the positive facet. And let me stress what we all share herein. The great benefits that shall eventually come, provided that we develop the sector. Occupational funds are social partners for us, a very useful long-term saving solution which will enhance the revenue of employees, and it is tested in practice internationally. We are not reinventing the wheel, we simply implement something successfully applied elsewhere. To quote Winston Churchill, to get better you need to change. To optimize what to do, you need to continuously change. For this reason, we need to change to mark some kind of progress. So we need to answer the question, why occupational funds are not successful here in Greece. Of course, because of the challenges and the problems of the economy, because of the small enterprises existing in the country, and third, and this is where we can intervene, the lack of information in terms of saving culture. The insurance illiteracy are important challenges, and they jeopardize the sustainability of the entire system. We may give 3 short solutions: accelerate the integration of infrastructure, that are needed for the authority, maintain the tax benefits, and set priorities in informing the social partners, whoever they may be. We in Eurobank, we recognize this need. We are there to help our employees and achieve the collective goals of our economy beyond the confusing terminology and the complexity. At the end of the day, everything is simple. We need to be on the forefront doing the best for our people. Thank you.
Να σας ευχαριστήσουμε πολύ.
Thank you very much. We heard from the start of the conference that we need to provide incentives for the companies to participate in the second insurance pillar. Now, what are the causes that could drive employers to establish and operate an occupational fund? That's the question for our panelists. As you see, they have already taken their places. Mr. Ioannis Kador, CEO of Inter-American, Mr. Haralambos Katsipoulakis, CFO of Tsakos Columbia Ship Management, and President of the Fund of Shipping Companies of Tsakos Occupational Fund, and a lady, Mrs. Zeta Kotrotsou, the Human Resource Manager from Johnson & Johnson's in Greece, and Vice President of the Occupational Fund of Johnson & Johnson. The moderator will be Mr. Christos Konstas, the head of content of Ethos Media. Yes, let's be quick here so that you can have the opportunity to ask your questions, because, as you know, you are better at my job than I am. So once I'm done with my questions, you can ask yours. I will start with a lady, if it's okay with you. Let me thank you all for being with us, Mrs. Kotrotsou. No relation with Serafin Komtrotzos. Anyway, Johnson & Johnson, what made you establish an occupational fund? There were many reasons for that. So there were many reasons behind that. I will try to summarize the most important ones, starting from transparency and security, that the regulatory framework provides, the one that is governing the operation of the occupational funds. It's a framework governed by the European directives and is strengthened by the local supervision, the Greek Regulatory Authority, and the Capital Market Commission. Another reason is management of investments. We have a very concrete and structured framework here as well. And in this framework, this framework requires the existence of an investment committee. In Johnson & Johnson, we have the pleasure of having our investments managed by a group at our head offices, a very experienced team. And this team is an added safety net for the members of the fund. So our occupational fund, we have the participation of the employer, there's transparency in decision-making, the cooperation between the two parties is enhanced. And I would say that our fund brings employees and employer together and greatly contributes to a more healthy working relationship and to building trust between the employers and the employer and the employees. The communication platform, the digital platform, is another plus, very important, also contributing towards transparency. Each employee has access to their personal account, they have a history, they know their income from investment, so a great degree of transparency. Well, financial illiteracy is a problem, as we talked about. When you see all this information in a digital form, do you think it helps towards digital literacy, financial literacy? I would say yes, that it helps. Of course, information is always helpful. And I would say that almost all our employees have embraced this new institution, even those working in the production, in the factory floor. that perhaps due to their age or due to the skill set, they're not very familiar with the digital world, but nonetheless, they also were on board with this and assisted by the helpline that we have established. So it actually enhances, the whole thing enhances the digital skills of employees as well. Mr. Katrotsos, Kondoros, just tell us a little bit about the cost of establishing a fund, an occupational fund. First of all, of course, the operating cost has to do with the size of the fund. The larger the fund, the more the members, it's easier to distribute this cost so it does not affect the returns of the fund. At Inter-American, we have opted to subsidize the operating costs of the fund for a few years. And we don't want to burden our employees with that. We want anything that the profits from the returns to be distributed to the employees rather than go to support the operation of the fund. We don't have a big problem. It's not something very significant, but it's the fund is about 30 million and it's growing. So there is. It's a digital fund, so there's not a lot of digital services, not a lot of administrative costs. We have actually combined two occupational funds for different types of employees and growing the number even more, and that reduced the operating costs, obviously. The idea in the future is to go into larger funds, larger schemes, and more efficient operation. We can look at the cost as the operating costs, or look at it differently depending on the size and the portfolio that we are managing. So, as a second stage, we need to facilitate the operation of larger funds that give more investment opportunities, and of course, lowering the operating costs. Now, anyone who wants to add something or comment something or disagree with someone, raise your hand and tell us. Well, on this topic, I want to add something. Well, we can discuss it later, but I want to ask Mr. Katsipoulakis, who has some experience in the field. I want to ask the difficult question. What are the complaints, if you're getting any, from the employees in terms of the operation of the occupational fund? Well, thankfully, so far, we only have positive feedback from all the members. The Tsakos fund has actually grown beyond the borders of Greece, cross-border, which means that we import currency and employ members, and we export insurance. We have many members. We have brought to the Greek economy more than $4 million. So this contribution is very, very significant, this innovative effort by Panagiotis Tsakos. In terms of complaints, the only thing is related to red tape, is the fact that you cannot move, you cannot transfer to a different fund because we don't have them multi-employer funds, as you know. So that transferability may be a problem because of the nature of the shipping professor. But our aim is to protect our members long-term. So the fact that we don't have these multi-employer funds and we don't have this transferability for each member is the only concern. So you don't see the case of someone saying, okay, I'm a member, and then they want to leave. Well, the fact that there is no culture, financial culture or pension culture, that the illiteracy that we talked about, it's very difficult at the start to convince someone that you are doing what is best for them. In life, our professional, our personal life, you always have two choices: to do the right thing, to do or to do the easy thing. We, for our employees, we have an insurance company as a company in London, but we have opted, as Mr. Katrotsu said, an institution that is not for profit. We have separation from the assets of the group than the assets of the employees. And our fund is a partner, and we're working together. Well, everyone is very nice. Everyone is saying very nice things. I don't have anything bad to say anyway. Well, we don't have many problems from the operation so far, of course. Sometimes there are differences, different views about how to proceed with the investments, but we are using mutual funds. Some of the members want a more aggressive policy, strategy, others more that want the opposite thing. But anyway, some members of our fund are asking about the planned taxation of occupational funds, or the rumors about that. We have members we've established, we were established in 2010, so we have members that are already 13 years in. They have played their part, they have some expectations. So there is a sense that things, the terms are now changing, the terms of the game, the rules of the game. And you know that in any financial system, trust and confidence is very important. No one's going to make an investment now if they believe that long-term things and the rules are going to change. So this is something that we need to look at. I understand that there is an issue here with harmonizing. As a member of the insurance market, I would say that we do want a more homogeneous field here. But there has to be a certain minimum convergence here in something, some minimum agreement. And I think that's not just about our own fund. It's not easy to change the rules of the game retrospectively. So I think the most important thing is what will happen if there is a reform, a change in the rules of the game. How are all these people going to be affected? Do you want to add something? No? Well, yes. In order to get more companies in, more shipping companies in, we want a very fixed and long-term regulatory framework. We don't want to continuously deal with new things and new changes. So everything that we do for our employees, we want to make sure that there will be a result. Yes, and I would say that a taxation right now, the benefit, the financial benefit is going to be very, very small. It's not worth all this problem, all this hassle. Mr. Kotrotsu, I agree completely with the two gentlemen. The matter of taxation is something that we hear, it's up in the air. There's a lot of questions from people, there's a concern. Other than that, the matter of the investment, since because 2022 was not a good year, we heard about that. After 13 years of operation for our occupational fund, in Johnson & Johnson, I have only good things to say. We established our fund in the difficult time of the recession, and it was a commitment by every company in the group. And that proves our values and the principles that the fact that we want to protect our employees. People have embraced the fund. We have invested, of course, a lot into information and communication, into building a culture, an insurance culture, a protective culture for their income. So from 2010 to 2021, that's the last information that we have, the last data, we have an increase of 37% to the number of the members, and I would say that our employees are the ambassadors of the fund in the company. They know how the fund operates, and mouth to mouth, that does a lot. And actually better than having the administration talk to the employees. So this has worked well all these years. Digitization has helped a lot in communicating the goals and everything about the fund. In terms of the operating cost that you want to mention before, well, in our group, the operating cost, all the companies are paying, or the employer companies are paying the operating costs of the fund. And that was from the start, from the establishment of the fund, because the head of the Division of Benefits abroad in Europe and in the US adopted, embraced, I would say, the prospect of establishing an occupational insurance fund in a time when there were no other multinational companies in Greece with an occupational fund. And they were very sensitive to giving the ability to our employees to enjoy 100% of their benefits without subtracting the operating costs. So it was the first company in Greece that covered all operating costs for the fund, and I would say that it raised the bar for the companies that followed. And it was also the first multinational company in Greece that established the practice of the matching contribution from the employer. And another remark, not a complaint, towards the supervising authorities, whatever they may be, in order for them to help to grow the institution, they have to be alert. We have introduced, for example, this globalization of the institution through the sea and through shipping, and we are facing contributions in foreign currency, depending on where you are insured, which means that the authorities, the institutions have to be alert within the regulatory framework, of course, and be able to adapt and give a degree of liberty to the different funds, depending on their particularities. Just to give you an idea, this import of insured members is something that has never seen before in Greece. We have on us, we have employees from all over the world, and we need to deal with them and their contributions for the foreign currency that comes into Greece, but also in terms of the investments that we make. We need, therefore, there should be a degree of liberty here, and that would be to the benefit of the country. Yes, I think I agree. We want some flexibility. We also have faced some problems when we had some requests about changing our way of operation. It took us a long time. This is not very helpful. I think that ideas and suggestion, instead of having 3 different supervisors, our experience says that supervision can happen in a more concise way, but we also need a degree of flexibility to cover everyone's needs. So that would be a good change in our view. Do the employees understand the contribution of the employer and the fund, or do they feel it is, do they take it for granted? Do they understand? Is it clear to them? Well, it is very clear to them. And of course, the employer is responsible for explaining that to the employees. And in our case, it is understood and it is appreciated, the contribution of the employer and also the fact that they cover the operating costs, expenses. In our field, because of the nature of our job as an insurance company, all the personnel is very familiar with the inner workings of that. And all that in the multi-pillar logic, because we also have a group insurance policy for our employees. And we contribute to that as well. I think that the interest is evident because we have a very good percentage of participation from our members, from our employees. The majority of our employees aside from the employer contribution, add their own investment so that they can get very respectable either lump sum or income when they leave the company, when they reach the age limit. But I think that's not very typical of what is the condition. It's more because of the field that we operate in. Well, nothing that is for free is ever appreciated. You have to conquer something, you have to work for it in order to understand and better enjoy the fruits of your effort. But on the other hand, you also have to pay to establish culture and knowledge. So this is somewhere in the middle is the way we need to look at things. And this is how most of our employees are looking at it. The employers are covering all the employer costs, contributions. They take on all the cost in order to establish the trust and the culture among the employees and gain in the long term what we expect, that loyalty in our company. Ms. Kodrotsou, what would you suggest to an employer for in relation to an occupational fund? First of all, I would advise the companies that are thinking about establishing an occupational fund. From our experience, 13 years now, I would say to them that they do it. For us in Johnson & Johnson, the occupational fund is, well, maybe not the flagship, or maybe even the flagship of our benefits. And we are very proud that we have this fund. And it has been working so well for the last 13 years. Three things they need to pay attention to: communication and information with people that they are hired for the first time in the company. We have seen it. At the start, we lost some of the members because we did not communicate with them enough. So we enhanced that, and especially in relation to young people, to people that perhaps are now starting in the workforce, and they don't have the consciousness yet. They don't really understand the necessity or the usefulness of insurance. To them, it seems pension is very far away. So That's the point where I would focus on, and we do that in our company, and we see that young people are now participating. They pay a contribution. And the second thing is regular communication with our members. At least once or twice a year, we have sessions where all the members of the fund, the employees, and those few that don't want to be part of the fund, they ask their questions. There's a very good communication channel established, and we renew and update the evaluation of the fund through our members. For us, the fund is intrinsically linked to the heavy proposition of the company. It helps us retain talent, it helps us attract talent, it helps us build trust and have better and healthier working relationship. And it is very associated to the values of the company as well, which is very focused and committed towards protecting our employees, not only through their working life, but after that as well. Mr. Kantoros, advice. I think that the balance is definitely on the plus side. That's a good thing. Throughout the years, there's only a positive footprint for our social, for our society, corporate society, community. Of course, it's not something that you can do and then undo. You need to start when you are ready to support it full force. You need to communicate about it. You need to talk, discuss, and inform people. It's such a new fund. It's like a small tree. It needs support at the start. You need to nurture it. But along the way, the benefits come back to you multiplied. So this is our experience. And of course, something that we heard from the previous speakers, we have sort of a deficiency in Greece in terms of pension savings. And that was not handled in the best way from our politicians. We are the country with the lowest savings assets in Europe, so that's inexcusable. The funds that are tied for the pension of the Greek people are not there, so that's important. On the side of the companies that are responsible for the well-being and for informing their employees, they need to make this effort so as to protect them in the years after retirement. Well, the good thing is that we live longer, but in order to be able to live those years and be well, we have to have those savings and not just rely on the state budget. Mr. Katsipoulakis. As we said, you have two choices, the easy one and the right one. The right one is a long-term investment to your people, to your strengths, to your human resources. You invest and you wait for a return on that investment. You wait for them, you expect from them to be loyal and perform for you. Now, in terms of advice, if you look at go at our website and see what we have managed to accomplish in the 4 years that we operate, we have more than 8 million euro. We have imported this foreign currency that I told you. We have cumulative returns over 26%. This is why we retain people and we help them understand, because it takes time for people to understand and create this culture of savings. That's a good thing, and it would be good for any company. At the same time, we need a state and a group of institutions acting coordinated to create a fixed, a stable framework to avoid surprises. To any employers that want to offer something more to the members, the families of the members. Anyone that wishes to comment, to add something, to compare, to complain? Well, thank you very much. Hopefully we were useful and pleasant. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ, Χρήστο.
Thank you very much, Christos, for moderating this panel. We are ready for our next break, for our next networking break. We'll be back in 20 minutes. No, 10 minutes. Okay, 10 minutes then.
Today's world is difficult to recognize. Pandemic, supply chain failure, extreme weather, all interconnected. How do you navigate? Make decisions. Our experience and advanced analytics help you find the value amidst the volatility. Aon is in the business of better decisions.
Ζούμε σε έναν κόσμο που η μοναδική σταθερά είναι η αλλαγή. Σε αυτόν τον κόσμο, δύο ισχυρές δυνάμεις της ασφαλιστικής αγοράς, δύο εταιρείες με πολυετή εμπειρία και δυναμική ανάπτυξη ενώνονται, διατηρώντας τις αξίες και τα μοναδικά τους πλεονεκτήματα. Γίνονται μια δυνατή ομάδα, ένα ισχυρό μπραντ, αποδεικνύοντας την εμπιστοσύνη τους στις προοπτικές της ελληνικής αγοράς. Γινόμαστε ένα. Ξεκινάμε μαζί μια κοινή πορεία ανάπτυξης για ένα καλύτερο μέλλον για όλους. Με σεβασμό στον άνθρωπο, στην κοινωνία και στο περιβάλλον μέσα στο οποίο εξελισσόμαστε. Μαζί δημιουργούμε την νούμερο 1 ασφαλιστική εταιρεία στις γενικές ασφαλίσεις και την 5η μεγαλύτερη ασφαλιστική στην Ελλάδα, με φιλοδοξία να κατακτήσουμε την κορυφή. Μαζί διαμορφώνουμε νέες προοπτικές και ευκαιρίες ανάπτυξης, φροντίζοντας με το ίδιο πάθος για τη συνεχή εξέλιξη των συνεργατών μας. Μαζί βελτιώνουμε και διευρύνουμε την γκάμα των προϊόντων μας και αναβαθμίζουμε περαιτέρω την ποιότητα των υπηρεσιών μας. Ενώνοντας τις δυνάμεις μας, δίνουμε ένα ισχυρό προβάδισμα στους ανθρώπους μας. Συνεχίζουμε με σταθερότητα να δημιουργούμε και να καινοτομούμε σε ένα ανθρώπινο περιβάλλον με ιδανικές συνθήκες εργασίας. Μαζί, τα βήματά μας γίνονται άλματα και ανοίγουν το δρόμο για ένα κοινό ταξίδι γεμάτο επιτυχίες και ευκαιρίες για όλους. Όσο και αν αλλάζει αυτός ο κόσμος, το μαζί είναι το βασικό συστατικό που σίγουρα θα μας οδηγήσει στην κορυφή. Μαζί σε μια νέα κοινή πορεία ανάπτυξης.
a beautiful thing, change. Embrace it, and your business can improve our climate. Give more people a place to call home. Inspire a global workforce to be a force of innovation and growth, and help reduce food waste and combat hunger. See how the value we bring to your business can create more value in our world. Accenture, let there be change.
organization is only as resilient as its people. How do you help them plan their futures, improve their health, and build their wealth? We give you the clarity and confidence to make work for everyone. Aon is in the business of better decisions.
Ζούμε σε έναν κόσμο που η μοναδική σταθερά είναι η αλλαγή. Σε αυτόν τον κόσμο, δύο ισχυρές δυνάμεις της ασφαλιστικής αγοράς, δύο εταιρείες με πολυετή εμπειρία και δυναμική ανάπτυξη ενώνονται, διατηρώντας τις αξίες και τα μοναδικά τους πλεονεκτήματα. Γίνονται μια δυνατή ομάδα, ένα ισχυρό μπραντ, αποδεικνύοντας την εμπιστοσύνη τους στις προοπτικές της ελληνικής αγοράς. Γινόμαστε ένα. Ξεκινάμε μαζί μια κοινή πορεία ανάπτυξης για ένα καλύτερο μέλλον για όλους. Με σεβασμό στον άνθρωπο, στην κοινωνία και στο περιβάλλον μέσα στο οποίο εξελισσόμαστε. Μαζί δημιουργούμε την νούμερο 1 ασφαλιστική εταιρεία στις γενικές ασφαλίσεις και την 5η μεγαλύτερη ασφαλιστική στην Ελλάδα, με φιλοδοξία να κατακτήσουμε την κορυφή. Μαζί διαμορφώνουμε νέες προοπτικές και ευκαιρίες ανάπτυξης, φροντίζοντας με το ίδιο πάθος για τη συνεχή εξέλιξη των συνεργατών μας. Μαζί βελτιώνουμε και διευρύνουμε την γάμα των προϊόντων μας και αναβαθμίζουμε περαιτέρω την ποιότητα των υπηρεσιών μας. Ενώνοντας τις δυνάμεις μας, δίνουμε ένα ισχυρό προβάδισμα στους ανθρώπους μας. Συνεχίζουμε με σταθερότητα να δημιουργούμε και να καινοτομούμε σε ένα ανθρώπινο περιβάλλον, με ιδανικές συνθήκες εργασίας. Μαζί, τα βήματά μας γίνονται άλματα και ανοίγουν το δρόμο για ένα κοινό ταξίδι γεμάτο επιτυχίες και ευκαιρίες για όλους. Όσο και αν αλλάζει αυτός ο κόσμος, το μαζί είναι το βασικό συστατικό που σίγουρα θα μας οδηγήσει στην κορυφή. Μαζί σε μια νέα κοινή πορεία ανάπτυξης.
It's a beautiful thing. Change. Embrace it, and your business can improve our climate. Give more people a place to call home. Inspire a global workforce to be a force of innovation and growth, and help reduce food waste and combat hunger. See how the value we bring to your business can create more value in our world. Accenture. Let there be change.
Επανήλθαμε για το τελευταίο μέρος.
So we are back for the last part of our session.
Καλώς το βήμα.
So I invite Mr. Andrea Hatzikiru, founder of investment group, of 7Q investment group. He shall discuss the effectiveness of occupational insurance and the innovative proposals of multi-employers funds, multiple employers funds.
Μπορούμε να έχουμε την παρουσίαση. Ευχαριστώ.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Let me thank for the invitation and congratulate Elete and Mr. Zunis for the excellent conference they have organized, contributing thus in the well-being of and sufficiency of a significant revenue in those joining the schemes. As you may see, life, as we all know, life begins upon retirement. The entire ecosystem needs to contribute in ensuring this concept.
Και για τις επόμενες γενιές, δηλαδή
for ourselves, for the future generations.
Η επάρκεια,
the long-term sufficiency of pensions is ensured via the supplementarity of different pillars, 1, 2, and 3, public, occupational, and private. Pillar 3 currently and particularly in the future shall be playing a very significant role, whereas the first one prevailed in the past. Now the data demonstrate that this replenishing rate shall drop to 40%.
Να πάμε λίγο στα στοιχεία της Κύπρου. Έχουν και αυτά.
Cyprus. Data from Cyprus. A sharp drop of the status of different funds, particularly due to the fact that 1,300 funds were dissolved due to the haircut, and then 300 new ones appeared. The small funds getting under the multi-sectoral multiple employers funds. Unfortunately, the next generation is not enough in terms of number to support those that shall soon require to be getting a pension.
Σημαντικό εδώ επίσης να πούμε ότι η Κύπρος,
Cyprus, compared to Greece, has a lower average, 36-35 years, whereas is second from the bottom of the list, as reflected on the picture. Forecasts tell us that Greece shall be soon at the bottom of the list. This is truth, that the future is already here, and today we need to take action. We must have taken action to have in place sustainable systems providing pensions to their members. So the lowest level for Greece in terms of reserves and the corresponding GDP, a good indication could be the OECD rates. There we need to target far higher than those of Greece. Allow me to get into the essence of my lecture. the principles that we need to have in place for all occupational funds, multiple employers funds, provided that they are allowed by law, in a way to have a landscape generating the desired results. 7 principles that I'll refer in short. First, strategic design. The well-being and the sufficiency of pensions upon retirement, there are 4 factors which may influence the environment and generate this outcome. The state pension, which drops the replenishing rate, the lifespan during which we contribute to the pension scheme, and of course we need to embed the auto-enrollment in those funds. This shall be the case for the future generations, particularly because they will be called to do something similar. The amount of contribution, there we need to have some kind of flexibility depending on the needs of every individual, and of course depending on the organization of the economy, they need flexibility as well. And the performance of the fund. A fund needs to have content. In other words, we are speaking about inflation. In real components, we need to have returns, measurable outcomes, and the yields must avoid fluctuating, thus there must be in place measurements to counterbalance any shocks. So, we must have the suitable members, knowledgeable in investment, risk management, and of course, the funds legislation. We need to have internal regulation ensuring the operation and outside rules for the risk management, the supervision, the audit of the yields and the outcomes, communication with the members, which according to my opinion, this is the most important. The members must get involved in the institution. We provide them thus with tools so that they know the choices they are offered. Those choices, what results shall bring forward upon retirement. We can have them via consultants, investment consultants, different tools, so that all members be aware of what they need to be expecting. So this is imposed by the new legislation. It is precisely this point that it stresses. As an 7Q, we have capitalized on the experience of the officers of the company, and we have created a simple solution by nature, which essentially gives an answer, food for thought, for all officers involved. Thus, technology, what we've been hearing on different occasions today, will speak about a tool available for all members. Technology is there, providing transparency together with all those actions and transactions inside the fund, correct targeting, shaping scenarios, and food for thought in terms of the actions that we may take to enjoy best from a scheme. The account of a member, it is, I repeat once again that there are different investment schemes and the members must be given different choices to decide, be it the fund or the type of investments. Investments, a very important institution. There is no one solution fits all. We may come up with 3 solutions, to have a robust portfolio. In any case, the institution gives the opportunity for life staging, moving that is from one fund to another the closer we get to the retirement age. This is a new reality. Innovation, new strategies from the EU, and this is where we need to build and capitalize on. The lifestyle and the freestyle that we need to embed and come up with a core portfolio focusing on global returns, and from that point on, at a minor scale, give them, our members, our younger members, the possibility to be positioned in different sectors, health, investment, digital transformation, whatever might be the case. The costs are there, but they need to be there to add value. So we need to adjust and be very careful and strict in observing them. And the reimbursement in form of predico, annuity, whatever. There again, we need to have choices. The conversion risk again, simply if we convert our pension at a certain point, we undertake a specific risk, and due to an adverse coincidence, we might lose. So all those, we need to bear them in mind. Greece need to move forward immediately with multiple employers funds. The institution embedding all the above principles, giving an answer to the majority of Greeks and their needs. And last but not least, this is an institution that may only produce positive results for all stakeholders, the Greek economy included. The particular funds, institutional investors are there in different countries supporting economies, filtering growth, boosting growth, and giving always excellent returns to their members. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Εστιάζουμε τώρα στη χρηματιστηριακή αγορά.
Very nice, thank you. Now let's focus on the stock market. I see Mr. Evangelos Haratsis, the President and CEO of Beta Consultancy. He will give us an idea about how we are moving away from the crisis and return to normality.
Καλησπέρα και από μένα.
Well, good afternoon. Our involvement in the institution of the occupational funds started when it was proposed by the shipping group Tsakos to handle the management of their the fund they had established. This was in January 2019. The fund started with 197,000 euro, and today, after a difficult period, especially for the markets, we had the COVID, we had the war, inflation, the energy crisis. Now it stands at 38 million, 0.3, with a cumulative return in the order of 26.4%, with the reference network having a return of 12.89%. Let me say that the fund started with 120 people. Right now it's 1,700, the members, about 50% of the human resources of the group. A lot of those members are foreigners. And of course, at the start, the employees were kind of hesitant about it. And I think that's to be expected, because trust towards investment in our countries is rather shaken after the entire crisis we have gone through. The banking system dealt with many problems. The stock market collapsed. The Greek bonds that in the minds of the investors were a very, very low risk investment, but then it was cut. So the shares that went up in the air. And essentially, we are asking for this from these people to save money, to invest in an occupational fund that essentially is a savings tool when trust towards investment in general is at its lowest. This is my main point here because lately, well, my role is more to talk about investments, but lately we see the stock market that it's starting to wake up again, a stock market that was outside of the investors' radar for most of the investors. And now, last year, we see very high returns in relation to other European markets, something that was not usual. And this year, it has started with very satisfactory rates in how the shares are increasing. So the question arises because these growth cycles for the stock market are always seen with a degree of skepticism. So if this is going to be like a firework thing, or if it's going to lead to more long-term growth. And I think that's the second applies. And the reason for that is that the Greek economy, our country, is at a stage where, in relation to what is happening globally, we are at a very good point. First of all, the banking system, the Greek banking system, which was, well, the big patient in the last year, has overcome the problems of the past, and it appears to return to a normal state of things. The Greek market is a banking market. There's a strong presence in the stock market. But moving beyond that and looking at the problems that concern the markets in the last years, the last months, one of what was the increase in interest rates. But in terms of the country's macroeconomic picture, it's not as important because we are locked with 1.5 percent interest rate for the next years. So this does not appear to create serious problems. Energy. Of course, a very serious issue. It affects everyone, consumers, companies, the economy, but not to the extent that it affects the other European economies, because ours is mostly a service-based economy, not based on industry. It's not an industrial economy such as the one in Germany that was really has really suffered from the energy crisis, so that puts us in a better position than the rest of Europe. Inflation, again, a problem, but not as big for us, because our problem right now is the debt that we have. So we have locked the low rates, which means that is, like they say, if you don't have a large debt and you cannot repay it, the best thing for you is to have high inflation. More than that, the inflation accelerates the relationship improves at an accelerated rate the relationship between the GDP and the debt. And lastly, the aid from the European Union given because of COVID helps the growth rates that we have right now in our economy. Perhaps we are the most favored country right now, 16% of our GDP. That's the money coming from the EU to aid our growth and development. And lastly, an assessment of the market. Is the Greek market cheap or an expensive market? There are many ways to approach this. Let me say that more than 1/3 of the listed companies trades under its accounting value. And I would talk about an index, the Warren Buffett's favorite index. He says that total capitalization in the market and compares it to the GDP. In 2007, before the global crisis started, financial crisis, the average in the EU capitalization to GDP was at 85%. The Greek market at that time was at 87.5%. With the recession that plummeted, in Europe it was at 25%. We stood at less than 10%, mainly because of the problems of the banking sector. Today, the European average is at 78.6%, which is rather close to the average that we had in 2007. Our market is still at 34.5%. I'm not suggesting that we approach, that we will reach the European average, but I think there is still a lot of room for improvement in the Greek market, at least in terms of that index. I don't want to bore you. This is all I had to say. I think that the institution of occupational funds is an exceptional one. We, as I said before, we're in contact, became familiar with the institution through our partnership with Tsakos Shipping Group. It's something that has really excited us as an idea, and something that, at least when it comes to the businesses and our companies, is something that we propose, we recommend. It's a very good idea that, aside than the benefits it gives to the companies and the employees, it helps to develop the Greek capital market. And I must say that it's surprising to me that we're lagging so much behind in relation to the rest of Europe. So I think that there's a lot of room for growth for the institution in Greece. Thank you.
Κρατάμε λοιπόν ότι υπάρχει προοπτική και το ότι το momentum...
So there's a lot of prospect and momentum is right now.
Our next speaker, Ilias Georgoulias, founder of Global Money Managers Ltd Group and CEO of the investment group Global Group SA. He shall explain why GMM mutual funds are the best investment tool for occupational funds.
Καλησπέρα σας. Είμαι ο Ηλίας.
Good afternoon. I'm Ilias Georgoulias, and I would like to thank Mr. Zounis from Ethos Media and all you present here today. 34 years ago, I sold my first mutual fund here in Greece in 1989, which was a pioneering step at that time. Back from that time, I stayed very faithful to this tool. We've created, as of that time, 2 mutual fund management companies in Cyprus, use it as an alternative investment management. And today we manage most of the funds in Cyprus with more than 350 million of assets. GN Group has more than 70 mutual funds nowadays. Covering all the needs both of institutional organization and private. Member of the Cyprus Investment Association, the International Investor Association. We are on the top mutual fund management companies, being present in different competition and being awarded different prizes. So the mixed mutual capital Festos was the first one. It's in rank with a performance higher than 120%. We need to mention as well the Global Green Fund, which distributes dividends more than 5% a year. Today we're here and we need to see together what's the meaning, why this conference is meaningful for us. It is important, but it is necessary to develop the institution of the occupational fund as it highlights the importance of the second pillar and the importance of the operation of those funds in resolving the diachronic problems of the insurance funds in the country, while we are given the opportunity to present innovative and profitable investment concepts and ideas. Before considering our ideas, let us see the landscape of the market. Our assessments, our estimates for the Greek market are as follows. Reduction of the political risk after the election, pending upgrading from rating houses, and reduction of the cost of money, and reduction of the geopolitical risk with whatever this may mean for the economic developments in the country. For the international markets, we believe that there shall be a smoothing of the supply chain, a gradual blockage of increase of interest rates in the banking sector, whereas the geopolitical risk shall remain. However, today, I would like to share with you some innovative ideas. Our first concept idea is relevant to the bond of steady fixed income. Now, while interest rates increase, they mark negatively. The interest rates are high. So this is a great opportunity to lock high performances yields before having a gradual descaling of the inflation. For this reason in GMM, we have created the fixed income bond and we lock the yields so that it may provide steady revenue with high coupons. Its target is to distribute more than 5% dividend, whereas the average life is not longer than 4 years. Our next idea. We believe that this is the only purely green fund because it invests and occupies itself the hydroelectric plants fund, which is in the hands of the shareholders. It doesn't acquire bonds of other issuers, as is the case with other green funds. It is unique because it has 20 years of agreement with guarantee energy selling agreements with the EDE, 83 up until 100 euros kilowatt hour, and has a steady income. In this way, it can distribute dividends 5% a year upon 6 months period, every 6 months, distributing dividends. As mutual funds have no guaranteed yield, nothing can be ensured. We can't be speaking about guaranteed yields. However, the performance and the yield of a fund clearly relies on the performance of the asset where the investment is was delivered. The hydroelectric global community fund assets have guaranteed electricity supply agreements for the next 20 years. Respecting the environment and following in practice the concept of responsible investment, our fund is an active example of innovation contributing actively in the social and economical growth. Its goal is to meet the needs of investors for positive yields and fixed income via dividends through investments on green energy. 5% dividend is only paid for 22. The particular fund is a steady investment choice of future saving for occupational funds, as after the descaling of interest rates and the deflation, occupational funds won't be in front of a propitious ground as they are currently. Whereas currently we may go as high as 6%. Getting back now to the investments on the real economy, in the real economy, real asset, real value fund. The goal is to achieve over value of 50% a year. The real value invests in 4 different sectors of real economy. Yeah, it is an active shareholder in the rural sector, in the production of olives and olive oils, land surface of hundreds of hectares, in hospitality by exploiting touristic premises in 4 different locations in Pilios, and 4 restaurants in Pilio and different other cafes, and in the sector of renewable energy sources, being involved in 2 premises generate energy thanks to biogas. So this might be considered the best investment tool in the world, as they provide safety, free of tax, free money, and may achieve highest yields in favor of the investments of occupational funds. Mutual funds are a well-established form of investment with the overall asset more than 60 trillion euros. Taking into account the fluctuating landscape, it is more needed than ever for you, the board of the funds, to distribute the risk and manage the funds reasonably and professionally. GMN has the experience and the tools to cover any investment need. GMM may cover personalized needs, tailor-made mutual funds, for tailor-made mutual funds, at a very low cost. In Cyprus, the assets are not taxed. Cyprus, no such tax exists, 0. So the real cost of establishing and operating mutual funds cannot be more competitive than the one we offer in GMM. Πώς είναι η υπεραξία?
The future of stock price.
Well, the future of stock prices, the next speech. Mr. George Athanasakos will speak to us. He's the founder and managing director of Ben Graham Center for Value Investing at the Business School and Greek Center for Value Investing. Unfortunately, he's not with us. I think we have a video presentation.
I'm delighted to be here with you today at the 4th Occupational Retirement Provision Forum to talk to you about my views regarding the future of stock pricing. In my speech, I argue that the hefty average nominal and real stock returns experienced over the last 30 years are not going to be repeated.
Δεν θα επαναληφθούν.
Let me explain why. The fall of the Berlin Wall, the breakup of the Soviet Union, and the end of the Cold War in 1991 ushered in the new era of globalization. The addition of China to the World Trade Organization 01 completed the picture. Globalization shrank the world. It contributed to free trade in products and services, unencumbered movement of people, ideas and capital, open capital markets, and increased production and technological inventions. Tax-friendly government policies also helped, creating a virtuous wealth-generating cycle. But freely moving capital and wealthy people made housing unaffordable for the majority of the citizens in developed countries, at the same time that many of them were displaced by the labor force of China and India. Manufacturing jobs disappeared in developed countries at an alarming rate and moved to developing countries. Canada, for example, lost more than 51,000 auto-related jobs between 2000 and 2015 to developing countries. An increased pool of cheap labor from China and India drove wages down or prevented them from rising. Increased economic integration or openness led to weakened workers' bargaining power. Increased trade, lower labor costs, and reduced taxation helped keep inflation low, and by extension interest rates, and benefited bonds and real estate, but more directly stocks. How is so? Stock prices and profit margins are highly correlated. S&P 500 profit margins rose sharply from around 6% in 2000 to close to 10% in 2019. Dwindling labor costs and workers' weakened bargaining power were the most important factors that contributed to the expansion of global profit margins. In 2018, the Trump administration decreased the corporate tax rate from 35% to 21%, which resulted in an exponential expansion of margins. Rising corporate margins accounted for over half of developed world equity returns for over the past 30 years, according to Bridgewater Associates. But this is history. What is next for stock prices, especially in the long run? In my opinion, the secular trend towards globalization has ended, with predictable adverse long-term effects on inflation and interest rates, as well as on bonds, real estate, and stocks. It is the long run that concerns me in this speech. Notice the similarities with previous end-of-era periods of globalization. A pandemic that has been likened to a war, challenged globalization by large players such as Russia and China, and rising protectionism, economic instability, and galloping inflation. COVID-19 has brought forth a new wave of nationalism in the world, with industries moving back to their home countries, as seen with Japan and the US. Moreover, China, Russia, and India are challenging globalization. Finally, wars tend to lead to an end of or challenges to globalization. The events in Ukraine are auguring a new Cold War and will further challenge globalization. Global trade is on the decline. The trade wars the Trump administration started have had an adverse effect on globalization. The effect of China on globalization benefits is also eroding. China's cheap labor has come to an end, with costs rising sharply. A recent survey of 260 global supply chain leaders by Gartner found that 33% of them had already moved or plan to move manufacturing out of China in the near future. Most agreed that this move to a higher cost environment will increase structural costs and hurt both companies and customers. The surge of new manufacturing in North America is increasing the demand for labor. And since there are not enough workers around to fill the jobs, wages are rising at the fastest pace in 4 decades. Wage gains are being driven by labor shortages that began during the pandemic and are unlikely to unwind anytime soon. Moreover, we may be reaching a peak in productivity growth as experienced baby boomers retire and are replaced by less experienced workers who are nevertheless in high demand due to low population growth and the death of several 100,000 working-age people from COVID-19. In October 22, there were 1.7 job openings for every unemployed person in the US. In Canada, as of the second quarter of 2022, there were 1 million vacant jobs, the highest number on record. Workers and unions in this environment are regaining the lost bargaining power. Recent wage settlements support this view. In the US, unions have recently secured wage increases not seen over the last 15 years. The picture is similar in Canada. The era of declining taxation is also over. Pandemic-related deficits and ballooning debts will require higher taxes going forward. Many have likened the pandemic to a world war. The pandemic, like World Wars I and II, has been expensive, and same as the two wars, will require heightened taxes to deal with deficits and accumulated debts. Finally, years of investment in the oil and gas industry, heavy regulation, and the ESG craze have shifted not only the oil price dynamics, but also that of all commodities. For example, mining companies are returning capital to investors rather than invest to increase production out of fear of ESG regulations. This implies major shortages in metals down the road at a time when demand will be increasing due to renewable energy and electric vehicle production. As a result, profit margins will be eroded going forward. Inflation will also be higher than what prevailed in the last 30 years, and so are interest rates. The effect of higher interest rates on stocks, along with the erosion of profit margins, will be predictably negative in contrast to the positive effect that lower interest rates and higher profit margins had on stocks over the last 30 years. The stock price of companies that enjoy the fattest profit margins and benefit the most from lower interest rates over that period will face pressure. The outlook appears particularly unfavorable for growth stocks, which will be hurt the most by deglobalization and higher inflation and interest rates. For example, during the Cold War years between 66 and 91, with US inflation averaging 4.3%, value outperformed growth stocks by 10.8% per annum. Whereas in the globalization years between 08 and 2020, when inflation averaged 1.7%, growth outperformed value by 4.2% per annum. Growth stock underperformance will also have an adverse effect on the whole market, as the share of the technology sector in the market indices has increased steeply in recent years. This does not mean that individual stocks will not do well. Stock picking and fundamental analysis will be key to outperformance going forward. Thank you very much. Cheers.
And now our last speech.
Από την Τράπεζα Πειραιώς θα μας εξηγήσει πώς μπορούμε να τα βγάλουμε πέρα.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Καταρχήν ευχαριστώ τους διοργανωτές του συνεδρίου για την πρόσκληση που μου κάναν και επίσης ευχαριστώ και όλους εσάς που σε ένα συνέδριο με τόσο φορτωμένο πρόγραμμα είσαστε ακόμα εδώ διατεθειμένοι να με ακούσετε. Επειδή καταλαβαίνω ότι και ο χρόνος είναι περιορισμένος και υπάρχει κάποια κούραση, θα προσπαθήσω να είμαι όσο πιο συνοπτικός γίνεται και ουσιαστικά να αναφερθώ σε ένα-δύο βασικά, αν θέλετε, θέματα ή μηνύματα που θα ήθελα εγώ να πάρετε από αυτή την ομιλία.
Just like to be brief and just give you a few points since everyone is tired. But of course, I'm an economist, so I have to look at things in this way. So the title of the presentation is Growth in Times of Trouble. I believe that this title truly captures the reality right now, the Greek economy after the global financial crisis, the Greek crisis, the recession that lasted over a decade, the war and the pandemic, everything. It's truly trying to grow inside a very, very difficult global setting. What I mean by that, these are the two images of the Greek, of the European financial cycle. On the right, that was a picture taken, a snapshot taken 3 months ago at the mid-November 2022. On the left graph, you see the same snapshot taken just a few days ago. And it just shows how the European economy, the main macroeconomic parameters, are moving in those four stages of the financial economic cycle. I'm not going to linger on analyzing those. I simply want to tell you as a takeaway, these snapshots are very similar. meaning that the European economy, in at least the last 3 months, is kind of stagnant at levels very close to zero. The European GDP in the second quarter of 2022 had a growth rate of 0.9%, that dropped at 0.3, and then even more to 0.1 in the fourth quarter of 2022. Therefore, the European economy right now is more or less crystallized at very, very low growth rates. That in itself could make the European Bank more skeptical, more reserved in increasing interest rates. However, for a number of reasons that I could gladly go into after the end of the speech, the opposite has occurred. If you look at the right graph, you see the expectations of the market for where interest rates will go on the side of the European Central Bank. And you see that just a short while ago, interest were expected to reach 2.72 and then stay there until maybe 2024. Right now, however, expectations are that interest rates will go to over 3.5%. And I think that is a very important risk, not just for 2023, because the fiscal policy, the currency policy, and increase of interest rates have lagged time delay in terms of affecting the economy. We will see if the effects in early 2024. However, that will influence the European economy for all the reasons referenced before by Mr. Harazis in his speech. But I think that it's unavoidable. If interest rates move around 4%, that will also affect the Greek economy. Why is that the case? And why am I torturing you at this hour of the day with the ECB rates? Because I believe that within 21 and 22, the Greek economy had a very impressive rate of growth, but during that stage, I think we have exhausted all our, let's say, easy sources based on which we can continue to grow. And what I mean by that is, let's see, you're missing all these very nice graphs. Anyway, this graph, in my view, summarizes the reasons for which the Greek economy has grown by 6% in 2022, and also why it will be difficult to continue with this dynamic in the next year. So in the left graph, you see the turnover of the Greek companies, how we start each calendar year. 2019, 2021, 2022, just for comparison. That's the turnover of all Greek companies. And you see that the turnover starts at 25 billion, and that cumulatively increases throughout the year, the calendar year. So you see that in previous years, the turnover in the Greek economy in 2021, for example, was 275 billion. In 2019, it was approximately 258. Last year, in 2022, we had a boom, 35% up, cumulative reaching 386 billion. Part of that increase, of course, is related to the inflation. So this 35%, it's reasonable to say that 10% of that is the inflation, but the rest of that, the rest of the increase is due or can be attributed to everyone's everyone's idea to go back to certain normal things after the pandemic, after the crisis, after everything. And of course, considering the reduced costs of the previous years, the reduced expenditures, and increase in deposits, bank deposits, led to that growth for the Greek companies. So this wish to return to normality is something that we experienced on a global level. So to the right, you see the similar graph for interest from tourism, starting from zero, how income increases exponentially during the summer months, and how the situation is in December. So you see that last year, 2019 was a record year. In 2021, there was an increase, an improvement, and last year you see that cumulative income stood at 16%. So 22 compared to 21 will have an additional income because of the tourism. Now, I don't want to say that tourism will not be there in Greece this year, but to my view, we're not going to see an increase again of 7 billion in relation to 22 when it comes to income from tourism. Therefore, with this graph, I wanted to show you that those easy wins, easy sources of growth are now being exhausted after 2 years of intense recovery, 2021 with 8%, 2022 with 6%. So from 2023 and onwards, now we are getting into a period where we need to be a lot more creative about how to achieve growth in the Greek economy. In my eyes, there's one source, and that relates to all the European funds, European money that is going to come into the Greek economy starting from now until 2027 when the community budget ends. If we look at it all together, and especially the RRF, that will bring 31 billion in the Greek economy until the end of 26. There is a wave, a financing way, either in the form of subsidies or in the form of very low interest loans, about 80 billion. This will be the main driving force for growth in the next years. And for this reason, and because growth from now on must be based on investment, I think that the financial environment is very sensitive in the course of how interest rates are doing. So. So, in conclusion, what I think can happen in the Greek economy, I think that having gone through a period of de-investment, if you look at this graph, the second to last part that reflects the investments that have taken place in Greece between 2010 and 2021, you would see that the investment in Greece, this very, very difficult period for all of us, stood at 264 billion. The problem with this figure is that amortization was 100 billion more, which means that during the last year, the productive capacity of the Greek economy shrunk by 10 billion each year. So this trend, if we truly want to have sustainable growth, we need to reverse that trend. Therefore, in our own macroeconomic models, when we look at the growth of the Greek economy and say that it can be sustained at about 3% for the next 3 years, All that includes investments in the order of 370 billion from now until the end of the decade. And if you look at the net increase of the production capacity, it could be about 80 billion, which counterbalance the shrinking that we saw in the previous decade. And with that, I will end my speech, my presentation. I want to thank you all for hearing me, for your attention and interest. Thank you very much. And now we're moving on to the last part, investments of occupational funds in turbulent investment environment, challenges, opportunities, and best management strategies. A panel moderated by Stefanos Kotzamanis, a journalist from Euro Today GR, an economist, and our panelist, Mr. Chris Esopos, CEO and Executive Director of Alpha Trust, Mr. Theofanis Milonas. Unfortunately, he was part of our program, but he was unavailable. He's not very well, but he is replaced by Mr. Haris Saris, the Deputy General Director and Head of Management of Institutional Portfolios of Eurobank, Mr. Iraklis Bablekos, CEO of Piraeus Asset Management. Welcome. Mr. Panagiotis Antonopoulos, Vice Chairman and CEO of Alpha Asset Management. And Mr. Aris Karitinos, CEO of Prodea Investments. Well, thank you. Good afternoon. I am Stefanos Kotzamanis from Euro Today. Thank to the organizers for inviting me to moderate this very interesting panel. Not only because the topic is very interesting, but because I have next to me select executives from the Greek market and asset management companies. Mr. Chris Esopos is the CEO of the Hellenic Fund and Asset Management Association. And we also have the chairman and vice chairman of the ETHE. Very interesting discussion ahead of us. Mr. Esopos, I will start with you. The average Greek household mainly invests in property and bank deposits, a very conservative profile. Now, through the occupational funds, you are calling your members to invest, for their members to invest in portfolios with a risk. And in fact, during a period when they hear about the energy crisis, there's a war, there's sickness, disease, whatever, and these risks are not going to disappear. They will be with us for a long time. So how can you offset this risk, this fear of an average employee and member of the occupational funds? You're absolutely right. It's a very good question. Of course, in Greece, starting from the Lehman crisis in 2008 and until today, especially in Greece, all we go through are crises. They had a brief respite abroad. In Greece, it's one crisis after the other. So the answer to that is that regular payment in investment products and the long-term horizon cures or is the medicine for any fluctuation in the market. You might lose or win a lot in a year, but in 5 years you have a positive result, and over 10 years it's always a positive result. So the occupational funds are long-term investors for all members.
It is rare that one gets in a fund and gets a pension and a payoff in 3 years' time. So we're speaking about monthly payments, long horizon, and essentially it's as if you have a patient who's afraid of everything. You are in an emergency unit. and essentially doctors free him from all fears. That is, this is how fear is removed, anxiety, this is how it is removed, providing the best possible yield without extreme risks. Mr. Balekos, so we may assume that those managing portfolios have solutions in terms of long-term investment losses. Time helps. This is what I understand, which might influence the expected outcome, the expected yield. No, I wouldn't say that. The long term of the investment helps in having a better strategy, in allocating the investment, in building a better strategy. And I would say that it is in favor of ourselves, for the management, for the fund itself, because they may exploit all financial cycles. There are recent stories that demonstrate it clearly. There are different cycles, recession, development, and so on and so forth. So the long-term concept helps dealing with those cycles. And again, it helps the investments to mature. Companies that 10 years earlier were startups, today they are colossal enterprises, or in terms of different sectors. The IT sector is a very strong one in the markets. It isn't the one it used to be. Well, do they deposits, well, do they produce higher than the amounts initially invested? I wouldn't dispute that, of course. And there are so many other factors influence, of course, the performance of the money invested. Now we are having an inflation, for example. So you need to be invested to be able to safeguard your savings against losses due to inflation. So yes, indeed, long-term concepts help. There are tools to build and implement different strategies. And above all, this is the best way to explore and exploit the financial cycles, as I mentioned earlier. Mr. Saris, give us a picture of the yields of mutual funds in the last 5-10 years, to understand what was the case in difficult times. Good afternoon. It is true that those that have invested abroad in global markets, having a 5-10 years environment, have benefited a lot. It is important to see, but however, the particular environment. Lately, we are in a low interest rate environment, which helped a lot. However, during the same time period, we had two crises, the health crisis and the geopolitical one, and despite those facts, yet the yields are positive. So this is one part. The second part, save last year, which was extremely difficult for all investors, a year where it wasn't easy to get behind an investment. If we consider that in the long term this is changing, and something which was mentioned earlier, the advantage of the funds is the regular payments. There is the investments at different time periods versus regular payments. As a result, at the end of a long year, of a long term, the outcome is positive. And you may avoid in this way to expose investors, because investors need to be in the market have regular payments, higher or lower, but however being present continuously. Well, this might explain why investors buy high and sell low occasionally, indeed. Even when we are speaking about minus interest, they manage to keep it low, thus ensuring the assets of the funds. In those cases, managers are there to achieve those long-term yields. Mr. Adonopoulos, as mentioned by Mr. Esopoulos, I can remember several crises. In 2008, Lehman Brothers. In 12, the bonds of the south of Europe, the haircut. In 15, the capital controls. During this time period, we had the domestic strategic investors. Are they knowledgeable of this environment, prepared to deal with future crises irrespective to their nature? Good afternoon. Mr. Kotzamanis has correctly, you've stressed, experience in investment is relevant to being exposed to different financial conditions. There is a rule saying that experience is the manager who has experienced at least 2 financial circles. You have experienced more, I dare say. In the past 20 years, we've had 2 large ones globally. As correctly you've mentioned, in Greece, we have experienced, however, unprecedented, enormous crisis in the past years. So it is critical to know the crisis, long-term volatilities, because you learn this way. And in that sense, we are better prepared, building on our experience. Would foreign managers would resist? Well, we are getting into a new cycle, totally different as opposed to the previous ones. The number of crises is not the only parameter. The outcome for the customer is the most important point, and the critical parameter is to understand the investment goals of the customer, of the client, and its tolerance, resilience in a cycle. This is how we may combat our strategy, because, okay, the lessons, but every crisis is different. As we have the unexpected unknown, the unknown unknown, and every crisis is different, in that we do not know how it shall develop, how it shall influence the markets. There are different factors, and to be precise in forecasting is almost impossible. And as mentioned earlier, the long-term horizon is important, the fact that there are regular positionings in the markets, and it is important to have some kind of understanding, not when just building the portfolio. This is a dynamic phenomenon. You need to be positioned in the way the fund's purposes are best served. Mr. Karitinos, explain, please, why IAP is a good tool for the occupational insurance funds. IAP is a tool to invest in real estate. That's an international trend for many years. Part of the investments to be guided to real estates, be them direct or indirect. IAP is an investment body in real estate with a specific status, a specific tax status, and again IAP distribute more than 89% of their profits, thus providing a steady income in form of dividend. This is important for the occupational funds to have a steady, a fixed revenue part for the members, of course, of the funds, while they counterbalance the risk. Having a verified portfolio, they are regulated on top, they are all listed in the stock exchange, managed by professionals. If you wish to have a direct investment, it's very difficult. So you need to go through a larger organization. In that sense, mainly due to the diversification, they are indeed the most suitable investments for occupational fund. Mr. Esopos, you are the president of Institutional Investments Association. Do you believe that the legislative framework on TAP needs to change? Off microphone. Well, reinforcing those funds is very important, allowing to have sectoral funds or multiple employers funds with less than 100 members is towards the correct direction. We haven't had it as by date. We're expecting. In other countries, things move forward. Unfortunately, in Greece, we discuss over and over again a topic until we come to a conclusion. The most important, however, is for every fund to have different sub-portfolios, which isn't currently allowed. Have what we call cycle investing, in a way to have a well-balanced portfolio, moving from one to another investment, and when the member reaches the retirement age, to have them in cash. Practically in Greece, we have managed, all of us and other members of our associations that are not in the panel, so we have managed to provide those services in very small portfolios and with very little fee, low fee. So this is not a problem. The problem is in the authorities to allow it. Nothing is in our hands. This is the main difference, and particularly in 2022, it was highlighted the need to have something similar. Imagine if we've got in maturities all the capitalization character occupational funds, several billions, representing thousands of people, and all of a sudden in 22, with all those losses. Mr. Bablekos, how would you consider the purely investments on other forms?
Ταμεία επαγγελματικής
Renewables, for example, developmental bonds, or involvement in partnership business schemes. Well, it sounds good, because we need, even in terms of primary investments, we need bonds and other things. So it would be good to have the option of alternative investment funds. That is, funds that invest in the real economy. There are tools that help us have access to the real economy, and this is needed in order to have a better balance. Better yields, better correlation inside the portfolio. And something, and again, there's something sad here in Greece. The international airport has as main shareholder a foreign occupational fund, a major opportunity lost in our country. In the place of this fund, there could be a Greek fund. Whereas we have real investments fitting the occupational fund, annuity, where our funds, well, are not prepared, and I do understand it for small funds, but there are others having more than 500 million funds, and they did have the opportunity to join those investments until now because of the legislative barriers, either because they were obliged due to the memoranda to avoid getting involved in the privatization. Our ports, in other words, the airport, renewable sources. So we need to consider that seriously. Speaking about the renewables, and if the market is saturated with photovoltaics or the aeolic parks, the wind parks, there's always a sector where we lag far in behind in terms of waste management, and there we need to do something. We need to get involved in those investments because abroad we have extremely good yields, and of course we're speaking about incomes guarantee. Indeed, starting from Eleftherios Venizelos, we may all easily understand how wise that option was. And I'm referring to this occupational fund who crossed the ocean to come and invest here in Greece. Mr. Saris, Mr. Bablekos correctly said the occupational insurance funds landscape in the Greek economy. However, many institutional managers guide all insurance companies guide their assets abroad. How could that change? Well, indeed, large part is going abroad because the funds wish to have geographically dispersion of their investment. They try to have a diversified portfolio to avoid being influenced by isolated incidents. And this is how us managers, we guide our investments accordingly. And again, not following and applying the same tools, but essentially we try to create surplus value. How we could resolve that? Part of the VEP could be on Greek assets. On the other hand, first of all, the members of the funds learn via this procedure how to save, how to invest, and they come closer to bringing their capitals closer to the Greek market. In the years, in the next 5-10 years, let us say, the members of the funds having a significant positive yields shall be bringing back part of it in different forms in the Greek economy. So this is a direct and indirect positive footprint thanks to the participation of members and the way they instruct the managers to work accordingly. Mr. Adonopoulos, what about the economies of scales that need to exist in the funds? Could you analyze it in terms of portfolios, and what do you believe that needs to be the minimum size of a portfolio that you can manage on behalf of a fund? And again, given the fact that the asset of such a fund may increase gradually, economies of scales exist in the funds, and indeed they improve their viability, financial viability, because they need to cover, first of all, their costs. To be more precise, speaking about investments, the development of the assets of funds well improves their conditions upon three axes. The first one, the more they become larger, the more they benefit from the reduction of the commission costs and the management costs. This segment in Greece remains the lowest possible. Second part, the larger they become, the more they benefit from the diversification, and they may diversify their positioning in different segments, categories, geographical areas, with a more bottom-up style, which is in favor of the funds. And the larger the fund, the easiest the access to different investment opportunities. As mentioned earlier, you mentioned the alternative funds, driving equities, hedge funds. As for the minimum level of portfolio for a fund, well, I believe that there's no specific minimum. It relies on the goals of the fund and the investment opportunities in place, of course. However, if I could shape a global fund in equities, shares, etc., main categories, I would position it at a level of 20-30 millions. However, the economies of scales, which was the first part of your question, may be achieved at higher levels, which allow this kind of accessibility to more fund managers, different approaches somehow. Okay, let us bear this in mind, and I'm referring to all people so that they cooperate between them to take joint actions, starting from low level and building on for the reason we've mentioned earlier. There are ways to overcome those obstacles, beginning with simple methods, and then you become more complex, more sophisticated. Mr. Karitinos, how the IAP institution has developed later, and what were the yields for the investors? Are they satisfied? Well, they started beginning of 2000 from the banks, Eurobank and Piraeus, if I remember well, indeed. And in the last years, since 2010, we had the largest IAP, and lately we have 9 in number. 6 already exist and 3 more waiting to get listed. So the market becomes larger. However, there is no uniformity In other words, currently the entire market, the value of the assets of IAP, not in terms of stock and shares, but in terms of real money, it's approximately 4 billion, the entire market. In total, the assets, the Greek IAP have a smaller size. Well, Prodea has more than 60-70% of the market. All others, the remaining part. And again, larger IAP well, makes harder the positioning of the IAP when they are smaller, and the yields they give are quite satisfactory. The dividends range between 4 to 6%. Those are the rates of our IAP. For Prodea, for even as high as 7%. So the point is, the hard thing is to get a position, to be positioned. Considering the initial amount when established 3 years earlier in terms of IRR, that was higher than 12%. Speaking about assets and the low risk. Thus, the market becomes at the beginning of 2000, Turkey had 25 IAP with a capitalization 15 times higher than what we currently have, meaning there's a long way ahead of us. Mr. Esopos, the TAP manager, the fund manager, need to follow ESG standards. How easy is this? Is this difficult? Will this be in favor of your customers?
I think they will follow immediately. Right now, the members of the association that are handling occupational funds are PRI signatories, meaning that they already follow the principles of sustainable investment, and they also follow all developments because ESG, I think, may be called sustainable investment, investing in the future, and add a few things to that. But practically speaking, members of the professional occupational funds, without it being a choice right now, they participate in a system that invests within the ESG framework. Perhaps it could be even a request from the members, but some funds are more strict in the way they communicate with the members, others are not, but in any way the managers do follow those principles. On the other hand, by investing in ESG, the way that it is formulating and is developing right now, because it is developing very rapidly, it becomes more difficult, more demanding. There's a lot of red tape involved. Regulations are becoming more stringent. All of these things we are following and we are developing in this regard. This is part that is contributory to society. Therefore, this organization is benefited because it is part of a society that benefits from it. And that might be in the environmental things, the reducing the carbon footprint, or whether it has to do with corporate governance, or maybe it has to do with social responsibility. So different things that benefit society as a whole. Therefore, there is a direct and indirect benefit for the members. Well, I've used the little math that I know to give you an example that today someone places 100 euro in an occupational fund, in an IRB, and 50 from the employer. That becomes 217 euro in 15 years with interest rates that apply today. So aside from any tax benefits, this is a return in the order of 127%. I don't have cannot do the calculations right now, but you used 3% interest. Maybe you had in mind a manager from abroad, because in Greece it would be higher. It would be at least 5%. So that ties into what we said at the start. The longer the period of time when you have these regular payments, the more the power of this money multiplies. And I think it's what we heard before from another colleague. This is the magic on the combination of savings with investment together. Savings and investment, the occupational funds combine these two characteristics. They provide a solution, and what we need to stress to those members, to our members of the IRBs, is the fact that we, as people, as members, we don't really know how much money we can put into the fund. But we can definitely control the percentage of the money that we are putting into the funds and our pension. And the return of the portfolio is something that we as members of an IRB cannot control. But these are things that we need to keep in mind. And hopefully the managers are going to actually deliver on the returns that they promise. And we are able to benefit from that money when the time comes. So I use this 50% from this 50 from the employer, but I did not use the taxation benefits in my example, which could be an important thing. Yes, taxation benefits may be something, but as members of IRBs, we should not focus on that taxation benefit. We are making an investment with a horizon of 20 years, savings last investment. So the tax system may change 1 or 2 or 3 times, sometimes to our benefit, sometimes not. So we should put that aside and not tied with our investment in this sense. We need to look at the IRBs from a different point of view. We're talking about an institution that is now developing, it's now standing on its own 2 feet. It's critical, useful for the country, for the economy, and we need to promote it, giving it taxation, through taxation incentives. Just to go back to the hot topic of what happens tomorrow. We need to clarify everything that has to do with the taxation of IRBs. If we continue with this uncertainty, I will tell you from my experience that at least 6 large companies that wanted to proceed with establishing an occupational fund are not going to do that until everything is clear in terms of the taxation. Mr. Saris, what do you have to say about those who believe that the managing cost is too expensive? Well, let me say that we are interested, the funds are our partners, so we want them to grow, we want them to become more, because along with them, we grow. So inside this environment, everyone operates, and also based on the basis of making progress. The cost right now of operating a fund is not that high. I would say it's competitive, especially in relation to other investment activities in the country or in general. And this is why, indeed, this cost, the reason that this cost is rather low is that we want the institution to grow. This is why we have this very beneficiary partnership between us as managers and the funds. So we want to grow this culture of savings and investment. Therefore, the part of the cost is one thing, but I think that within this environment, it is competitive. Also, if we look at the returns that have accumulated over the last years, we have details from the funds. The returns are high, and the cost as a percentage is very, very low. Also, another thing, we also need to consider the economies of scale. I think it was mentioned before, because essentially the funds are rather small right now, which means that the operating costs, management costs are a significant part of the whole money that they handle. But once they grow, then it will become smaller as a percentage. There's no one-to-one comparison right now to tell you what's happening abroad, because each fund has a different system, maybe, but generally the consensus is that here in Greece the costs are lower, they are more competitive in this regard. I think that was mentioned many times. Mr. Antonopoulos, what are your advice for an employee, who wants to build on their savings capital or investment capital? I would say that the best way to approach this, to approach investments, is with gradual payments, gradual placements in the market at regular intervals. And this is a way to counterbalance, to offset the market fluctuations. Einstein had said that the strongest power in the universe is interest and interest rate, because interest creates more interest. So what you need is a certain period of time in order to get the benefits that you want, which means that you need to start as early as possible and then gradually start placing your money in the markets. And that is savings on the one hand. Well, there's always the argument that I don't have any money to spare. Well, even if it is a small amount that goes into your savings, we all know that our living conditions, our lifestyle is generally adapted to our salary. So I think that even a few euro is something that most of us can do. What I mean to say is that even in the past, and we have gone through very difficult times in Greece, there was always this push. There was always this urge, rather, to save money, to use your piggy bank. And if you include the interest, the accrued interest, then it becomes even more important. So you need to start as early as possible again and allow this to work. But also use some productive investments, because by starting early, you will have an extensive investment horizon ahead of you to be gradual in what you do and therefore assume more risk and establish a shareholders portfolio that will give you a share portfolio that will give you the return that you are asking for. So we have this phenomenon. We have the phenomenon that I tried to describe. We have the occupational funds that, aside from our savings, There's also the incentive of the contributions from the employer. Therefore, that is definitely something that we need to maximize. We have a great incentive here, great motivation. And it's also something that we could do through insurance policies. We could do that by ourselves. We can create investments. Abroad, there are also incentives as well. Yes, but what I mean to say is that there are many ways to approach this. And just to conclude, there are many tools on the sites of my colleagues, sites abroad. Let me tell you that I invite anyone interested to go to our website to see very simple and friendly tools. It's a different thing to talk about it and different thing to crunch the figures and see where it leads you. You don't need to be an expert. You don't need to create spreadsheets. You have the tools. You know what are the figures that you are interested in, and that tool can tell you how much money you need to go contribute, how much time you need to get there. So all those tools are there to solve these problems and help us understand better that we need to take care of our future through the creation of a pension fund, because we all know that, yes, we're going to have that it's going to be very difficult for us to get a pension, and it's different to use the tools and actually see the numbers, to realize what the reality is. And I think helps in terms of the literacy that we were talking about. Mr. Kardinos, how happy are you from the response of the asset management funds in terms of the investments of IAP? Are you happy or not? I cannot say that whether or not I'm happy or not happy, because I think they cannot contribute more, even if they wanted to. And I think that the fifth float of the IAP market right now is very low. Approximately 50% as an average. It does not appear low, but that's the rated average. We were below 5%. I think we're now close to 10. The point is there is no serious training in that because whatever placement we see, it's long term. So those who are placing in shares are not very mobile. So I think that the opportunity, if there's an opportunity for the funds to, for placement of the funds, is when there is such an event. Otherwise, they need to go asking, knocking on doors and asking for shares. But generally, the managers go to the stock market to buy their shares and don't knock on doors. So this relationship has not been tried and tested so that I can answer if I'm happy or not. And I think it's mostly our fault. So the ball is in your court. Yes. I'd like to thank you all, thank all the panelists. I want to thank the organizers. I think we have exhausted our time. So thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Αγαπητοί μας σύνεδροι, φτάσαμε στο...
Dear participants, this is the end of the first day of the conference. We now hear from the presidency of ELDA, of the union, Hellenic Union. We will call Mr. Fitros and Mr. Yunis. Well, thank you everyone for being with us in the room or online. I think that the first day of the conference was a good one, despite the very heavy agenda. We've received many messages and we need to decode them and communicate them to the interested parties in occupational insurance, our social partners, our politicians, and the main goal here is to exclude, to have some conclusions to get the added value from the day. If I could say a few things, is that I think everyone, all the politicians talked very clearly about the fact that this reform is necessary, the new framework for the supervision and all the rest of the things that we talked about, the financing tools. And I think that after the elections, we will be able to have a very clear, more clear frame in this regard. Now, in terms of since this was the day that we heard from one part of the social partners, the employers, I think with our speeches, the representatives of large companies from Eurobank, from Mr. Xeradakis, Mr. Patoulis, I think it was very clear that we heard that this is a very beneficial institution for the members, the managers on the part, and the presidents of the occupational funds gave us some figures for the returns, for their assets, for the numbers of the members. So I think the stigma, we're given a clear mark about how well the institution is working, is functioning, and how necessary it is as a tool for the employees, for the companies, and for the Greek economy as well, provided that it grows in the right way. I think that we should also mention the survey by Aaron that was very interesting indeed, and it's a survey that we need to look at very closely in the coming months. Through this survey, many myths that we believed were true are now debunked. It's a survey that shows the quality, that shows how much better this vehicle is in terms of occupational insurance. And it was good that we see it experientially. We saw it in practice, being there in practice, because IRBs are essentially vehicles to enhance the pension income, and that is reflected in the experience of the employers and the employees. And I think that this is where we want to look at the results of that survey. Should be communicated to the rest of the employers and to the state that really, based on what we heard today, is ready, understands better the institution and the range of the institution, and is ready to start a dialogue that will be meaningful and that will help grow occupational insurance. And with some very positive news coming from our conference, as I said in my initial address, we had with us representatives from employers and employees, from listed companies, chairmen from large companies and groups, and already I learned confidentially that a new listed company has submitted a file to establish, to get a permit and establish an occupational fund, and another group is now going to submit, another large group is going to submit a file to get a permit. So the number 4 that we said at the start, there are 4 pending applications. We are now at 5, and I think the 6th one is coming. So we're doing something right, and we need to move forward, turn the page, and just grow the institution further. Tomorrow is the second day of the conference, very important day. We will have the president of EIOPA with us, who came to Athens, just arrived just a few hours ago. And we are going to discuss the issues that concern us. Then she will tour the competent ministries. So you should come tomorrow early on from the morning to hear the chairperson, Mrs. Hielkema, and hear what she has to say in her speech, demystifying pensions. So tomorrow, we'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you.
Today's world is difficult to recognize. Pandemic, supply chain failure, extreme weather, all interconnected. How do you navigate, make decisions? Our experience and advanced analytics help you find the value amidst the volatility. Aon is in the business of better decisions.
Ζούμε σε έναν κόσμο που η μοναδική σταθερά είναι η αλλαγή. Σε αυτόν τον κόσμο, 2 ισχυρές δυνάμεις της ασφαλιστικής αγοράς, 2 εταιρείες με πολυετή εμπειρία και δυναμική ανάπτυξη ενώνονται, διατηρώντας τις αξίες και τα μοναδικά τους πλεονεκτήματα. Γίνονται μια δυνατή ομάδα, ένα ισχυρό μπραντ, αποδεικνύοντας την εμπιστοσύνη τους στις προοπτικές της ελληνικής αγοράς. Γινόμαστε ένα. Ξεκινάμε μαζί μια κοινή πορεία ανάπτυξης για ένα καλύτερο μέλλον για όλους. Με σεβασμό στον άνθρωπο, στην κοινωνία και στο περιβάλλον μέσα στο οποίο εξελισσόμαστε. Μαζί δημιουργούμε την νούμερο 1 ασφαλιστική εταιρεία στις γενικές ασφαλίσεις και την 5η μεγαλύτερη ασφαλιστική στην Ελλάδα, με φιλοδοξία να κατακτήσουμε την κορυφή. Μαζί διαμορφώνουμε νέες προοπτικές και ευκαιρίες ανάπτυξης, φροντίζοντας με το ίδιο πάθος για τη συνεχή εξέλιξη των συνεργατών μας. Μαζί βελτιώνουμε και διευρύνουμε την γάμα των προϊόντων μας και αναβαθμίζουμε περαιτέρω την ποιότητα των υπηρεσιών μας. Ενώνοντας τις δυνάμεις μας, δίνουμε ένα ισχυρό προβάδισμα στους ανθρώπους μας. Συνεχίζουμε με σταθερότητα να δημιουργούμε και να καινοτομούμε σε ένα ανθρώπινο περιβάλλον με ιδανικές συνθήκες εργασίας. Μαζί, τα βήματά μας γίνονται άλματα και ανοίγουν το δρόμο για ένα κοινό ταξίδι γεμάτο επιτυχίες και ευκαιρίες για όλους. Όσο και αν αλλάζει αυτός ο κόσμος, το μαζί είναι το βασικό συστατικό που σίγουρα θα μας οδηγήσει στην κορυφή. Μαζί σε μια νέα κοινή πορεία ανάπτυξης.
a beautiful thing, change. Embrace it, and your business can improve our climate. Give more people a place to call home. Inspire a global workforce to be a force of innovation and growth, and help reduce food waste and combat hunger. See how the value we bring to your business can create more value in our world. Accenture, let there be change.